At the center of the world, in a blinding white desert, there dwell terrible monsters, a white serpent that devours glaciers, a gray bear that shakes the planet, a loathsome rat that defiles the oceans. But an emperor who once survived and returned from the white desert said, "The most dangerous thing there isn't the monsters, it's the man tribes." At that time, in the white desert, relentless tremors erupted. A woman who didn't let her feet touch the ground struck down a beast amid the blizzard. Not far away, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. A man's muscular hand clenched the monster's pincer. He let out a piercing, aggressive shout, as if to assert his strength. Just then, another man slowly stepped forward. The moment the monster saw him, it trembled in sheer terror. He gripped a sharp weapon tightly in his hand. With quick, decisive slashes, he immediately cut the beast down. Afterward, he paused with the other two, only the man tribes would brazenly flaunt their stupidity like that. He walked over to the stunned girl and asked, "How much longer must I linger with these rude, foolish people?" She stared at him like a 3-year-old, "What's so foolish? Can you eat it?" Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and walked away. So the bald young man and the naive girl sat back and leisurely enjoyed the flesh of the beast they had just felled. At that moment, Ketel strode over to them. "I told you not to eat that, it will kill you." A murderous aura rose from him. "Less than a week and you've already eaten it all." The girl sat there embarrassed, unable to answer. Then the two of them performed an exaggerated act of innocence, claiming it was a noble trial. "And you say that's something to be proud of?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Greta's pupils contracted. Her face turned ashen as if constipated for days. He writhed in pain, trembled, foam forming at his mouth. Then Greta collapsed amid the girl's panic. "Greta! What's wrong? Wake up!" Nearby, Ketel exhaled once, "I told you, but you didn't listen." With that he turned and left, leaving the girl to slap Greta repeatedly, "Wake up, Greta. Come on, get up." Ketel kept his back turned, standing in the blizzard, and softly muttered, "This is not what I wanted." Ketel's soliloquy begins. "In a world full of wonders and miracles, in a magical realm, I quit my job and set out to wander. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I reached the very center of the planet. I even made it to the southernmost point of the globe. But of course, nothing happened. Reality is always farther from imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke I'd be inside a dream, and one day that prayer came true." Cut to a nearby scene, a carriage and its party pressing on through heavy snowfall. "Damn it, I'm freezing to the bone." A man with blonde hair looked at the person beside him. "Then bundle up tight, unless you want to freeze to death." The young man covered his face with his hand and replied with difficulty, I'm already bundled, sir." Next to him, another man hurriedly spoke, "Captain, no matter how great the reward, this is still foolish. Crossing the white desert. Are you mad?" Yet all he received was the captain's stern look, silence. Didn't everyone already agree? He avoided eye contact, but we didn't know it would be like this. Inside the carriage, the old steward clicked his tongue in annoyance, "Damn, it's freezing." He raised a hand and coughed softly. Then glanced at the person before him and asked cautiously, "Miss, are you all right?" The blue-haired girl smiled brightly like a flower, "Yes, sir." She was Mylina of the Akasha family. She replied cheerfully to the steward, "I'm fine." Outside, complaints continued, "Damn, I'm going to freeze to death." Unable to stand it any longer, the steward glared out angrily and shouted, "How rude." Despite that, Mylina was sympathetic, "Don't be too hard on them, they're the only ones willing to escort us across the white desert." Her face showed concern, "Still, shouldn't we let them inside? They look like they're about to freeze." Outside, the blizzard intensified, and people painfully shielded their faces with their hands. The steward looked at her awkwardly, "No, you know what dwells in the white desert. Hearing that, Mylina bowed her head. Monsters, right? Indeed. Long ago, an emperor with ambitions to rule the world set his sights on conquering the white desert. He led countless warriors and soldiers and went in himself. Years later, after the empire had fallen and faded into obscurity, that emperor returned, alone, broken and mad. He had aged decades and spoke like a madman. He told of monsters in the white desert, but said the greatest danger was not the beasts, but the man tribes. They had been there. A familiar silhouette gradually emerged, perhaps Ketil. The old steward kept speculating, it's probably just a legend. Mylina immediately objected, but the emperor's words aren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed to exist. The steward smiled to reassure her, yet no one has ever seen a man tribesman. Then she conceded, that's true, countless tales have been passed down, but none truly mention the man tribes. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly shouted, everyone stop. He ground his teeth and stared ahead, there's something up ahead. What is it? The captain squinted. I can't see clearly, the snow's too thick. A second later, his face went pale with horror, I have good news and bad news. Everyone urged him immediately, say it quickly. The good news is it's quite small. And the bad news is it's coming toward us. At once, everyone wore expressions of terror. The old steward gaped, staring out. The captain immediately gripped the sword hilt tightly, his face remaining constantly fearful and alert. The shape became clearer, a human figure. With ash-white hair, six-pack abs and large, crisscrossing scars. Ketil strode proudly toward the group, his eyes flashing purple. A member raised his axe and immediately cried out, a man tribesman. Ketil's gaze was razor-sharp as he slowly scanned everyone. Then he spoke up first, I went out for a walk because I was sick of looking at the other man tribesmen, and yet I run into a bunch of outsiders in the snow. What luck! Unwittingly, a knowing smile curled at his mouth. Ketil put on an excited face, I didn't expect to meet anyone here, it's a pleasure. Then he glanced at the carriage, you are merchants. They hurriedly affirmed, yes. Ketil continued, and you are mercenaries hired to escort them, right? The captain replied honestly, yes. Ketil rubbed his chin, I advise you to turn back, though I doubt you'll listen. The captain's face was filled with terror. Suddenly Ketil realized, there's someone in the carriage, isn't there? Mylina inside flinched. The captain trembled, waiting for the next words. Yet Ketil smiled brightly and said the unexpected, I want to be hired too. Everyone immediately raised their guard, what? Ketil arrogantly put his hands on his hips, was I not clear? I'm offering to help you cross this desert. The captain thought to himself, a legendary man tribesman asking to join. Is that all he wants? Then he cautiously asked, so you bear us no hostility? Ketil coldly crossed his arms, if I did, you'd all be dead already. As soon as he finished, the crowd's eyes went wide as if newly awakened. The stylish young man turned to the captain, did you hear that? Mylina inside remained silent. Then she turned to look outside. The old steward, puzzled, asked, what on earth is going on? The captain continued to report, he says he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do? Mylina pondered, then asked, what if we fight him? The captain hesitated as he looked at the fierce killing intent radiating from Ketil, personally. I wouldn't recommend that. Hearing this, she bowed her head, momentarily speechless. Then Mylina looked out the window and ordered, understood. Tell him we accept. Receiving the instruction, the captain nodded, very well. The captain turned back and told Ketil that he was accepted. Ketil, upon hearing this, broke into a satisfied smile, though it looked like a predatory demon's grin that would scare someone to wet themselves. Good news. The two mercenaries immediately went weak at the knees. Ketel stepped closer to the captain. He asked confusedly, "What is it?" Ketel smiled reassuringly, "Calm down, you are the hired men. I need to meet the person in charge directly." The captain's eyes flashed a warning, "If you dare pull any tricks." Before he could finish, Ketel cut in, "You'll regret it." Thus, the captain had no choice but to let Ketel approach the carriage. The stylish young man, bewildered, asked, "Captain, is it really okay to let him meet her?" The employer permitted it. The boy beside him cautioned, "Even so, we're mercenaries, shouldn't we somehow stop him?" The captain replied, "Stop him?" Ketel's murderous silhouette remained in view. "Seriously? Don't be absurd." Inside, the old steward panicked, "Miss, what are you doing?" Mylina gently reassured him, "Calm down." Suddenly a deep voice rang out, making her start, "May I come in?" The old steward was even more startled, dropping his glasses. Mylina hesitated, "Come in." Receiving the reply, Ketel curled his lips in a smile that looked exactly like a demon preparing to hunt. The steward's body shrank awkwardly, while he, seemed to be territorially expanding. Ketel closed his eyes, his expression cool and detached as he advised, "Please remain calm. I have no intention of harming you." His tall frame sat in the carriage so close that the steward felt nearly flattened. The steward turned pale, silently screaming, "Don't come any closer, you monster." Mylina, sitting opposite, stared a little dazed, somewhat overwhelmed by his massive presence. The legend of the savage man stood before her. She blushed slightly and spoke first, "It's an honor to meet you." Ketel politely replied, "I'm pleased to meet you as well." Then, turning to admire the snowy scene outside the window, he softly remarked, "It's quite warm in here, isn't it? Hard to maintain this warmth out in all that snow." Mylina, a bit surprised, explained, "That's thanks to magic." He brightened up, "Oh, really magic?" "You know," a string of disjointed remarks tumbled out, leaving her bewildered. Ketel looked out again and continued, "As you two know, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenary escorts, the chance of crossing safely is slim. Therefore, I will ensure your safety. However, I have one request." The sudden remark left Mylina and the steward frozen, staring at him. Mylina hesitated, "A request? What do you want?" Ketel curled a lip, knowledge of the snow expanse evident in him. He smiled faintly and said bluntly, "The information you possess is what I want." She asked, puzzled, "Knowledge from beyond the icy snow expanse?" Ketel nodded firmly, "Yes." He even tried to reassure them, "You won't lose anything." Mylina pressed her lips in hesitation, sorrowful inside, "From the start we had no choice." With no other option, she agreed, "I understand." The steward beside her gaped, frozen like stone. Ketel smiled affably, "Good. What is your name?" Mylina placed a hand on her chest and answered solemnly, "I am Mylina. Mylina of the Akasha family." He was pleased and grandly introduced himself, "I am Ketel. Pleased to cooperate with you. In my previous life, I who longed for a fantastical world. On my study desk were open-world game discs and a PlayStation in my hands. One day I woke to find I'd become a savage in the icy snow expanse. My figure staggered, unbelieving as I looked at my hands. There was no time to learn why. All that existed here was bone-chilling cold and countless powerful monsters. I led a tribe across the wasteland, hunting to survive, gritting my teeth each day. I don't know how much time passed or how many years I endured, but I kept striving to escape this dreadful snow expanse." But his hand struck the invisible wall hard. And countless system panels flashed up again, "Quest incomplete. You may only leave the icy snow expanse after completing your quest. An invisible force prevented me from leaving this place." Just when I was about to give up, the silhouette of a cavalryman suddenly appeared in the blizzard. I couldn't understand why anyone would willingly set foot in this harsh place. Yet occasionally people from the outside world still showed up. And I realized. Ketil was slightly stunned. The outside world beyond the icy snow expanse, the harsh world out there, was the fantastical, magical world I had longed for. The sky was clear and blue, the sun warm. Endless green prairies stretched away. Villages and towns rose at intervals with quaint, beautiful architecture. That was exactly the fantasy world I had dreamed of. From then on, my actions were no longer merely about survival. He hacked and slashed at monsters. Quest 295, Slay the Ice Lizards within the time limit. I slaughtered monsters and completed assigned quests to escape the icy snow expanse. One killing blow, blood spraying everywhere. Quest 295 complete. The next quest will be provided. Holding on to the belief that one day I would get out of here. He thought, since I can't leave this damned snow plain, the information gained from those who come from outside is extremely valuable. But Ketil recalled that most people he'd met so far either panicked and drew their swords or went half mad. He folded his arms calmly, at last someone willing to talk. How long has it been since I've conversed with civilized people? I've only dealt with an unkempt savage lot, so speaking with civilized folk is like a sedative. Suddenly his tone grew leisurely. You two are transporting weapons, aren't you? Mylina jumped and replied, yes. How did you know? He glanced outside. I heard the clanking of metal in your wagons, it's hard not to notice. She was a little flustered, I see. Ketil asked again, is there a war outside? Mylina grew sad and said softly, yes. The Empire and the Kingdom are at odds. He brightened, I see. The outside world isn't very peaceful either, huh? She immediately objected, no. Mylina pictured two powers separated by a narrow strip of land. She explained, the Empire is overwhelming in numbers and force, but the Kingdom refuses to yield. Sword mages and heroes are defending the border. Ketil asked curiously, heroes, sword mages, what kind of power do they wield? Mylina tilted her head, puzzled, you've never heard of Arcana? Ketil answered honestly, I've never left this place. She reflected, I don't know all the details, but there exists a power called Arcana in this world. Only a few people can sense or wield this power. Like spiritual energy or mana, it is drawn to and concentrates in the Dantian, and they are granted one of 5 tiers of power. First is Tier 3, light magic that can be called forth, manifesting in the palm. This is only for those who can sense arcane power. Next is Tier 2, a combination of magic and swordsmanship. From Tier 2 upward one can truly be called an arcane user. Then Tier 1, they can transform arcane energy into auras or divine magic. These individuals are often mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond that, classifications lose meaning, for these are beings beyond human understanding. If forced to name them, call them the transcendent level, entities that can manipulate arcana freely, powerful enough to move mountains and seas. Sword mages belong to this group. Finally there are the heroes, monsters far beyond the control of arcana, with influence over the entire world. Each hero is a living legend. Mylina pondered, the fact their powers are named and ranked proves their might. Even a Tier 3 is considered a master in a small region. Ketil wished, I want to meet them. She paused, doubtful, Ketil didn't answer, remaining fixed in his stance as he stared at the distant sky. He whispered inwardly, I don't remember how long I've been trapped here, I'm just trying to survive in despair. All I knew was that the icy snow expanse lay trapped within the fantasy world I couldn't escape. He stood on a razor cliff, the cold wind belonging only to this place. Beyond it was the fantasy world. Ketil bowed his head, I truly long to get out of here. Suddenly the corner of his mouth curved into a smile, then his expression hardened, no. I will definitely get out. Time passed unnoticed, snow accumulated on the carriage roof, and the party kept moving forward. Mylina suddenly asked, Ketil, are you really of the man tribe? Ketil calmly, you could say that. From your expression, it seems you've heard of me. She admitted, yes, it's a legend. Hearing that left him puzzled, a legend about me? She was surprised in turn, oh, you don't know. Mylina told him everything. Later, Ketil laughed with delight, remembering and saying offhandedly, so that's it. The old emperor, that guy is an emperor. I thought he was just mad. She fell back, Ketil relaxed, never mind. That legend is true. It happened long ago. Mylina stammered, is that so? He pondered, then with some curiosity, all right. Judging by the wagons, you're transporting a large amount of weapons, right? Why must you cross the icy snow expanse? She stared, her lips moving, we need a lot of money. Mylina gloomily lowered her head, our family has traded for generations. And accumulated considerable assets, but rivals envious of us sabotaged everything, and now we're drowning in debt. This trip is to save the family from collapse. Ketil rubbed his chin, guessing, a journey to settle debts. I see. So you intend to sell the weapons to the kingdom at war with the empire? I see. She was startled, yes. How did you? He leisurely explained, you said the empire is overwhelming in numbers, which means the empire isn't lacking weapons. If not the empire, then only the kingdom would be in need. When supply is scarce and demand is high, prices naturally skyrocket. I don't know the market value out there, but with that quantity it's surely enormous, enough to risk crossing the icy snow expanse. Mylina was dazed, ah. Ketil continued, it seems you suffered greatly to get across this place. Is there truly no other route to the kingdom? Your territory borders the empire, right? She widened her eyes in surprise and confirmed, exactly. Mylina's mind darkened, unable to believe it, impossible. I heard the man tribe legend were just ignorant savages. She croaked cautiously, who are you? Are you really of the man tribe? Suddenly a great jolt snapped Mylina to alertness, making her start. The carriage wheels lurched and rolled faster. The steward, terrified, stammered, what is that? Then a piercing scream sounded inside the carriage. He curled up in horror, his face drained of color. In contrast, Ketil calmly glanced outside, his tone indifferent, we have uninvited guests. Outside, snow fell softly, dust swirled, and a monster like a heap of slime stirred to life, its blood-red eyes flashing with hunger. The mercenaries escorting the convoy fell silent. What is that? Mylina was also terrified, her face ashen. Suddenly a voice spoke up, a slime. Ketil propped his chin, thinking a little, would it really be called that? She trembled as she confirmed, yes, it's recorded in the archives. He asked curiously, what are the archives? Mylina explained, many skilled adventurers have attempted to cross this land over the years. Only a few were lucky enough to return, but the survivors left notes about the creatures they encountered. Among them, slimes appear most frequently. Then she asked seriously, oh, Ketil, do you know anything about them? He replied cheerfully, of course. The meat is a bit chewy, decent to nibble on. It actually tastes pretty good. Mylina froze in horror, wait, you actually eat them? Ketil sincerely offered, want to try? I'll catch a few. She shivered, goosebumps rising, and declined coldly, no, thank you. Bang! A shocking sound rushed in. Mylina startled. Outside, the disgusting slime howled. The captain stiffened, unable to compose himself. She quickly noticed the abnormality and cried out in alarm, Ketil. Ketil remained silently watching outside, not responding. Mylina called again in a daze, Ketel. Ketel said slowly, I have made a pact with you. He closed his eyes and continued calmly, I swear to protect your lives, so I will not strike unless it becomes truly dangerous. She widened her eyes in surprise, huh? What do you mean? His voice was nonchalant, that thing. You could deal with it as easily as eating porridge. Ketel propped his chin and smiled, glancing on as a devoted spectator. More importantly, I want to judge this team's ability for myself. The slime's frantic cries finally snapped the group back to alertness. The captain hurriedly ordered, raise your shields. The men immediately obeyed, yes, sir. No sooner had they raised their shields than the slime slammed into him. His legs were pushed back in the snow, struggling to stay on his feet. But before long, he was flung backward, hurtling away. Another man saw this, nimbly leapt up. He swung the axe in his hand and shouted to rally his courage. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. He was blasted away, slammed into something, the impact causing him to cough up blood. The axe also slipped from his hand, landing on the snow as a swirl of purple smoke rose from it. A voice asked in terror, what the hell is this? The slime grew more frenzied, rearing up and opening its maw to roar. The captain knitted his brows and commanded, slimes can only move in straight lines. Scatter and converge. The mercenaries quickly responded, understood, will do. In the blink of an eye, they leapt forward. The man in the green cloak charged straight at the slime. He jumped up, pulling his spear back. Coming down, he swung with force in a wide arc, sweeping across the slime's face. It angrily opened its mouth and roared crazily, slime spraying everywhere. Then faint green-blue sparks began to gather on someone's hands, infusing into the spear. That person then leapt forward with force, slicing through the wind and snow. In the next instant, the spear pierced the massive slime, to the astonishment of his comrades. It screamed in pain, its slimy body punctured with a large hole, trying to pull itself back together. At that moment, the captain applied arcana to his sword, braced himself, and charged forward, ordering, don't stop. Keep pushing. A streak cut through, a deep blue, beautiful sword intent. He urgently said, normal attacks are useless. Aim for the magic core, it's hidden inside the body. Time passed, with dozens of slashes and thrusts almost forming a continuous string. Finally, the captain raised his sword high and drove it down with force. Arcane power radiated outward. The red magic core cracked and broke apart. A feeble wail lingered as the slime's goo rapidly dissolved and vanished, leaving the shattered core on the white snow. They panted heavily. Then immediately cheered excitedly, come on, we did it. Mylina rejoiced as well, they're happy, they really defeated it. Ketel watched silently. Thus, the journey passed on for a while. They encountered a giant snow wolf. Wait, there's another monster. Aim for its neck, the slasher shouted. The stabber. The blocker, every position was assigned. At last, through the group's efforts, the beast's warm blood spurted out and its life was cut off. A heavy thud fell. They gathered around it, still shaken inside. So this is the snow expanse wolf. Not very impressive, Captain. Maybe the rumors were exaggerated. He turned back angrily and warned sternly, don't let your guard down. We're not even halfway there. Then a young man looked displeased, glanced at the carriage, and said plainly, but, is that man-tribe guy really as strong as they say? I mean, isn't he just a figure from legend? They looked at Ketel and whispered, he's supposed to dominate the food chain in the snow expanse, yet he's following us for protection. Isn't that? Should we test his strength? The captain frowned at the suggestion, wavering slightly. Then, as if resolved, they stepped forward. Mylina watched, suspicious. Ketel silently observed. Standing in the snowy wind, the ringleader spoke up, "Milady, I have something to discuss with you." She curiously asked, "Huh? Confirm what?" The young man replied firmly, "We risked our lives to carry out this mission. As mercenaries, we signed a contract with you, it's our job." Mylina stood before them, sincere, "Yes. And I'm truly grateful you accepted this request. I always appreciate your help." She thought, an escort mission through the snow expanse, others fled when they heard the details. "Without you, I couldn't have started this journey." The young man then said, "However, there's something that worries us." Mylina flinched. He asked seriously, "That man-tribe fellow has never actually fought, right?" She hesitated, "The thing is..." Before she could finish, the young man solemnly stated, "So, we want to check whether that man-tribe guy deserves the special treatment he's receiving." Mylina heard this and hesitated, averting her eyes as she asked softly, How would you test him?" She awkwardly looked to the captain. The captain, at a loss, replied worriedly, "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen to me." Ketel understood, smiled faintly, then said, "So you want to test my strength? Very well." He stepped down casually and continued, "But now is not the time." They stared in confusion, "Huh?" Ketel looked up coldly and replied, "There are uninvited guests ahead." They grew even more puzzled, "What are you babbling about?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind the mercenaries. It was bleak and filled with frenzied killing intent. "Ah, weak mortals from beyond the continent have arrived. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a delicious meal of life spirits." The group visibly panicked and hurriedly turned their heads. Before them, a huge serpent gaped, bearing long fangs. It already sensed them and croaked to the group, "Bring me your lives, pathetic mortals." The white serpent taunted loudly, "Struggle all you want, it will only make my meal more delicious." Mylina screamed and hurriedly clapped her hands over her ears. The young man beside her did the same. Then a steady, deep voice rang out, "Halt." Ketel wore a stern expression and said gravely, "They are my patrons, stand back." The white serpent, having heard this, appeared right before him. Why are you present here? Have you forgotten the rules of the snow expanse? When did you leave your tribe's territory?" Discomfort and annoyance showed on Ketel's face as he cut in, "That's none of your concern." The white serpent sneered, "How laughable." War erupted violently at once. "I am the white serpent. There's the savage." The white serpent roared, "How dare you command me? One granted eternal favor." Ketel began to wind up and launched a powerful punch. "Do you want a taste of my fist?" The punch barreled straight at the white serpent. It immediately retaliated in terror. Whirlwinds erupted from the battle, making everyone tremble in fear. The young man gritted his teeth and endured. The wind grew ever stronger. Mylina had to shield her face with her hand. "Milady. The white serpent is getting more ferocious." She sank to her knees and hesitantly called, "Ketel." Ketel's eyes sharpened, "I'll handle this quickly." His strong strides were ready. "It won't last long." Ketel dashed toward the white serpent. His fist materialized. Blinding flashes of light from the clash left those around gasping in astonishment. Afterward, Ketel returned and they bowed humbly, "I have committed a grave offense, please forgive me." In front of everyone, he smiled and replied, "It's all right, trusting a stranger isn't easy." Outside, the caravan continued rolling through the thick falling snow. The biting cold made the old steward cough several times, drawing Ketel's attention. He met Mylina and asked offhandedly, "Now that I think about it, I have a question." She looked at him, "What is it?" Ketel folded his arms, studying her attire and demeanor with a tense expression, "You don't seem like an ordinary member of the tribe. Why are you personally undertaking such a dangerous journey?" She quickly replied, "I am Velika's eldest daughter, a concubine of Lord Kazakh Akasha. Ketil asked, a concubine? So you're a lesser wife? She answered, yes. After that, Mylina began recounting her past. My mother came here for a political marriage, but was abandoned. A pitiable mother with no real power. Ketil sympathized with her plight. I understand. Mylina clenched her hands and continued, my mother and I only hold the family name, but in truth we are nothing. We are treated like servants. She said confidently, then bowed her head, I didn't intend to speak so much. Not long after, Mylina added clearly, I volunteered for this expedition. Ketil folded his arms across his chest and faced Mylina, really? She couldn't meet his gaze and stammered, even though this is a risky journey. Someone has to set an example. Ketil gave a slight smile, I see. You're quite shrewd. Mylina was surprised, huh? She lost confidence again and fell silent as he explained, and you harbor great ambitions. You're truly ambitious. She broke into a sweat and hesitated. Ketil and Mylina both turned their eyes to the window. Are we there? The captain of the mercenaries was taken aback by the beautiful scenery here. The old steward bowed politely, thank you very much, Ketil. Ketil asked Mylina, how do you intend to return? She replied, we'll pass through the empire on the way. He sneered lightly, since you sold your weapons and no longer carry contraband, crossing the border won't be too difficult. Ketil stared at her. Suddenly Mylina added, you called me shrewd and ambitious, what do you mean by that? The steward and Mylina both glanced at him. Ketil held his hands forward as he analyzed, your clan was once highly respected, but now it faces crisis due to a lack of funds. Even though you're the child of a concubine, if you personally paved the way to save the clan from collapse. She stood in thought for a long moment, a look of sorrow crossing her face. Ketil continued, whom will the retainers trust and follow? Your goal is to seize real power in the clan, isn't it? He lowered his voice and said softly, am I wrong? Hearing that, Mylina quickly came up with a perfect reply. She smiled faintly, no. It's indeed common for a concubine's child to accept dangerous trials to inherit the family. Mylina focused on him, thinking, this savage is really sharp. He's not like those arrogant brutes. With the strength to defeat the white serpent without faltering, if this force were on our side then. She then said aloud, Ketil, if you plan to leave the snow expanse. Why not come with me? Ketil froze for a moment. Then politely replied, I must decline for now. I have tasks to complete. Mylina bowed her head and smiled faintly, I understand. Immediately, she produced a necklace, will you accept this? Mylina beamed, if you ever go out and visit the Akasha clan, show them this piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, he returned her bright smile, if this is a gift, I'm glad to accept it. The old steward expressed his respect, sincere thanks, sir. Ketil spoke while looking at the necklace with regret, one day, I hope we meet again. She replied promptly, certainly. Ketil watched the carriage fade into the snow, his heart heavy with sorrow. A long time passed. A year later, the snow expanse. Finally, all conditions were met. The system panel appeared before his eyes, task 784 completed. Reward delivered. Conditions satisfied. You may leave the snow expanse. Ketil strode forward with courage. Finally, my first step out of this place. A radiant smile revealed itself on his face, the smile reserved for the fantasy world he had longed for. Ketil closed his eyes to savor the scent of fresh grass. The smell of wild beasts. The scent of rivers, all things completely absent in the snowy wasteland. Ketil smiled softly, his face full of enjoyment. Good, truly wonderful. He opened his eyes and looked around with pride. Standing where there was snow, he shouted, damn you, snowy wasteland, may I never see you again. But here the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This was the enchanted world, verdant and bathed in gentle sunlight. The world I once dreamed of, the place I thought I could never touch, a land of wonders and the unknown. Though I began in the worst way, I survived. He thought, then I'll enjoy this world, magic and swordplay, dragons and the elven kin, everything a fantasy realm can offer. He stood stunned on the lush grass. Without that aspiration, I might have died long ago. The snowy wasteland is hell where sheer will to survive isn't enough. Gazing into the distance, he felt something strange. He suddenly thought, there's a place ahead, I sense a lot of life there. Ketil seemed to have discovered it and beamed, it must be a village. Could I finally see a real settlement in this world? Ketil recalled a man and a little girl buried in snow, back in the snowy wasteland. I tried explaining to those stupid savages the importance of proper shelter. They just dug holes in the snow to sleep and stared at me as if I spoke an alien language. I truly missed the sturdy, orderly human villages. He closed his eyes again. What should I say when I introduce myself? A polite greeting or something old-fashioned? What kind of world is this? Ketil looked at the mountains and the green treetops. Whatever the case, I'll approach courteously. The ancient trees here were well tended and very vibrant. Then an elder of the elven tribe pointed forward with his arm. And clearly declared, elven villagers, from now on this will be our new home. Hearing this, the villagers from old to young were overjoyed, their faces bright. Standing above, he shouted, explore everything, everyone. The people below grew ecstatic, shouting and cheering continuously. Suddenly a young blond man stepped closer and said, The elder replied with a cold, slightly annoyed expression, what is it? The youth stammered an explanation, are you sure? Is this place truly safe? The elder closed his eyes, looking weary, safe. He explained, this is an extremely remote wilderness, humans cannot reach it. The youth hesitated, yes. I know that. But isn't the snowy wasteland right next to it? The elven elder cast his eyes on him, making him more nervous. You're worried monsters from the snowy wasteland might crawl over, aren't you? He scratched his head and replied haltingly, it is close, too close. The elder's face grew serious, no problem. Nothing has come out of the snowy wasteland for thousands of years. Besides, to be safe, I've erected a barrier. A breathtaking scene, a ward that concealed their aura, making this place look like an ordinary forest, which took months to establish. It was an ancient elven technique we painstakingly reconstructed. As long as this ward endures, no one can approach us. And even if monsters from the snowy wasteland appear, we'll be fine. Then he thought of a beautiful woman, because we have a queen. The elven elder's face quickly regained confidence and pride. Not even the monsters of the snowy wasteland can reach our queen. Back with Ketil, he touched the ward and accidentally tore it. Ketil suddenly thought, sounds like something tore. Did I break something? His slow steps, unfamiliar with the place, grew discouraged. How much farther do I really have to go? He was then drawn to a little girl. The small child seemed lost in the forest. He was surprised at the sight, elf. A real elf. One of the first races people imagine when speaking of a fantasy world. A perfect elven woman appeared in his mind. He smiled with excitement, I didn't expect to meet one so soon. Fortune truly smiles on me. I'm glad I survived it all. As for the little girl, she was so frightened she began to cry in the forest, I'm so scared. I don't know where I am. What should I do? I must have gone too far. She sat down to rest, thinking the tree shade would shelter her, but it did not. The girl was terrified by this figure. Ketil, massive and frightening-faced, suddenly smiled at the small girl, hello. Because he was so huge like a true monster, she froze for several seconds. Then collapsed. The picturesque scene and passing birds drifted by. Ketil didn't know what to do with the girl, so he stood there dazed for a while. The girl had collapsed. And he squinted. I hadn't even managed to say a word before the child fainted. It seems I should take this child back to the village. As he walked, Ketil thought of pleasant images. According to myth, the elves are a peaceful, organized people. If I bring back an unconscious child, they might see me as a good person. I wonder how hospitable the elves are. A smile stayed on his face. Honestly, I'm a bit excited. His large hand could gently carry the girl. He was suddenly terrified when the villagers saw them and shouted in panic, "Impossible! A human, even here! No, my child!" Everyone regarded Ketil warily, some brandished sharp weapons, others wept. "You there, who are you? How did you get past the ward?" Ketil lost his enthusiasm. This is not going according to plan at all. The mother cried and demanded her child, "My child." The elder was also alarmed. "Impossible, this place should have no human presence. Why is he here? There must be a ward, how could it be?" The surrounding people stammered and shouted, "Elder, there's a crack in the ward." He shook his head, "Impossible. Where is the queen now?" The people panicked, "Her Majesty is out scouting the area." Ketil raised his hands to explain but couldn't calm the villagers. "I am not your enemy." The mother, worried for the girl, warned, "If you don't return her, I'll pursue you to the ends of the earth." He then sank to his knees. "I've been exposed. This ward was built with the elves' ancient arcane art. An ordinary person shouldn't be able to approach. If it has been broken, it can only mean humans prepared this beforehand." He stared in disbelief. "They're thinking I'm a kidnapper." Looking down at the girl, "I need to explain this clearly." The noise caused the girl to regain consciousness. The girl's eyes opened. Ketil immediately set the girl down. "Hey, go back, return to your people." Stepping down, the girl looked up. And burst at the sight of Ketil's frightening face. Tears began streaming down her face. Then she ran quickly toward her parents. "Am I really that scary?" He stood there for a moment stunned. "Back in the snowy wasteland, I thought my face was fairly normal. Facing the villagers, anyway, I returned the child. You elves, as you can see, I am not your enemy." He then shouted out an order. "The hostage has been released." After that everyone fired their bows and arrows. They launched an attack. Ketil didn't even have time to explain. "Can't anyone let me say a word?" Ketil's face suddenly went dark. Elves were wilder than he had thought. According to legend, elves belong to a gentle, upright people who love nature and seek harmony. Yet in reality they were fierce and brutal. Well, elves do live in the wild. The sight of beasts tearing one another apart suggested that the wild is a place where the strong survive, hardly peaceful. By that logic, their cruelty made sense. Ketil propped his chin with his hand, standing thoughtfully before the incoming arrows. "So that's how it is." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of chi magic is he using? He must have a limit, keep attacking." But Ketil remained calm. "As long as..." He then readied his hands to cast a spell. "Calm down." The magic gradually revealed itself. Hands clasped together, his eyes flared with a purple light. An explosion coupled with a whirlwind was unleashed, causing everyone to panic and dodge every spell he cast defensively. Ketil's magic sent people flying into the air. The elf elder's hands trembled, his face pale and hesitant at the scene. What is this?" Ketil made a large hole and stood upright, facing the villagers. "I am not your enemy." Clasping his hands, he thought, "Damn, did I underestimate my own power?" Suddenly a missile streaked over Ketil's head, exploding with a loud bang. The elf elder stood dazed at the sight. Long hair, green doll-like shoes, standing above them. No one else but the Leaf Tribe Queen, Marsiria Hashian Karusha. She stood wielding a weapon and asked the villagers crisply, what happened here? He held a staff in his hand, a human attacked. She suddenly lowered her gaze slightly, so the time has come. Then she gently raised her head, even this place is not safe. Amid the smoke she left behind, Ketil spoke up, wait. Ketil stood frozen, I want you to hear me out. Marsyria was startled. And he was no exception, impossible, she struck the queen directly and he's still intact. Standing above, she kept her composure, are you another powerful enemy who has come to harm us? Her eyes narrowed, humans are truly a despicable species. She gradually aimed her bow at him, I am the leaf queen, the leaves change color with the weather. Then she began to glance at Ketil, that human. The bow is ready. You will pay for daring to covet us. Many thoughts crossed Ketil's mind, can't we just talk? We're using a common language. Is she deliberately ignoring me? Or are human-elf relations really that bad? In an instant, Ketil quickly pictured his options, there is no other choice. His expression changed, a lesson I learned from Tuet Bang Nguyen, if they refuse to listen, keep hitting until they do. Marsyria's bow was drawn. And the ferocious creatures began charging toward him. Ketil threw a punch to defend himself. The punch flew forward. Ketil's power carried farther and farther, causing her to be astonished. Unexpectedly, Ketil suddenly regretted throwing it so hard. So Marsyria slumped to the ground. Ketil scratched his face, his expression changing, maybe I should pull my strength back a bit. She widened her eyes in sheer terror. She felt oppressed and uneasy, after just a little combat I've realized this. The opponent is extremely powerful, at least transcendent level. Why would someone so strong appear here? Marsyria showed utter exhaustion, everyone evacuate this place immediately. Everyone panicked and hesitated a little. Your Highness. She snapped angrily and shouted, move. All of you, run now. The people obeyed in unison, yes. They all ran quickly. Marsyria's fury peaked, human, I acknowledge your ability, but you will never achieve your goal. Ketil, frustrated that no one would let him explain, said, no, I only want to talk. Why has everything become such a mess? Then she muttered some incantations under her breath, you who hold the essence of primal purity. You who burn the depths of night, manifest. O horned being that embraces the purest flame. A fierce look rose in her eyes. Magic flowed from her hands. And a cow appeared. He should have been afraid, but instead Ketil was delighted, the summons from Tuet Bang Nguyen are all freakish and deformed. Ketil thought of the creatures he'd seen, some resembled mythical beings, but they were too repulsive. He looked at the creature, which he found cute, and said, as for the creature before me now, a dairy cow with blazing horns. Ketil's eyes lit up as if he'd found a treasure, truly a spirit, steeped in mystery. Marsyria ordered her creature, Figo, destroy the enemy before you. Surprisingly, the creature sighed, huh. Summoning by contract is such a nuisance, always brings trouble. She barked, shut up. Looking at Figo she thought, Figo, keeper of fire in its horns. The stronger a spirit, the more arrogant and aged it is. Normally I can't summon this level. But with the help of another clan I was barely able to make the pact. I didn't expect to have to summon it in this situation. Fulfill the pact, Figo. Marsyria grimaced, showing worry and gravity. The condition is to kill the human before you. Figo hesitated before the formidable opponent, this one. A powerful blazing bull charged into being. Ketil gazed at the newly appeared beast with glittering admiration, amazing, truly a summoned spirit beast. This is what a magical world should be like. Marsyria's words rang out, freezing him, a human has trespassed into our home. Figo was displeased, do filthy humans dare dream of the race of nature? I've decided, I will burn you until not even ash remains. Ketil stood stunned at the current situation. Figo's eyes flashed as it began to use its power. The mana flow around it started to change. Its hind legs drove powerfully, its tail whipping. Figo charged toward Ketil with tremendous ferocity. Ketil stared in bewilderment at the blazing bull hurtling toward him. A massive shockwave detonated, flinging earth and rock. Marsyria stood at a distance but was still affected by the blast, quickly shielding herself. She looked toward the battle with astonishment. Through the dust, an arm reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. The smoke cleared. Figo couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ketil curled a wry smile. Honestly, an animal is better. He gripped the horn with one hand and drew his other back into a fist. I have no problem killing it with my bare hands. Ketil unleashed a thunderous punch straight at Figo's head. A burst of energy flashed, sending out an enormous shockwave. The shockwave produced an explosion that cleaved through the forest. The blast was so great its tremors reached across a continent. At the heart of the battle, successive devastating explosions occurred. Marsyria also felt the pressure from the blast's aftershocks. Ketil kept throwing punches at his foe. After a while, when the fighting finally ceased, Marsyria couldn't help but kneel and exhale. What? She gazed at the ruined scene and the man standing amid the dirt. Impossible. Marsyria was speechless as she watched the man step closer. She bowed her head in fear. Please. Her words made Ketil freeze. Spare my people. Ketil looked down at the trembling figure kneeling. I am not your enemy. Marsyria was astonished by his words. Her eyes suspicious as she looked up. What? Ketil explained everything while Marsyria listened in disbelief. After a lengthy discussion, they finally agreed on one thing. That he truly was not an enemy. Marsyria bowed her head in remorse. Sorry, human. We judged too hastily. She recalled his expression when he had been mistaken for the kidnapper who saved a child of her clan. Which was truly rude. Ketil stood with his arms crossed, giving an helpless smile. It's fine, I understand. You said you were being hunted by humans, right? Still, it's a shame you never tried to listen to me. Marsyria remained doubtful. You're really not one of those hunting us? Ketil replied calmly, this is my first time meeting elves. There are no elves in the White Snow region. Marsyria showed surprise again. What? The White Snow region? Her words also surprised him a little. The Grey Man tribe's name for the White Snow is what those outsiders call me. Marsyria continued to express skepticism. Impossible. We thought no human could survive there. She suddenly grew worried. If you can leave the White Snow region, could others get out too? Ketil shrugged. Who knows? But I don't think so. Not everyone can leave like that. He thought of the giant snake. And that strange quest board. The White Snow region has its own rules. Even powerful creatures like the snake cannot break them. For some reason, I was granted an exit through what they call a quest. Ketil revealed a pensive look. I'm sure I'm an extremely rare exception. Marsyria breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's fortunate. Ketil asked, is your spirit beast all right? He awkwardly scratched his face with a finger. That fire cow. I split it in two. Marsyria rose and reassured Ketil, don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm. She looked at him seriously. Sorry for the trouble we've caused. If there's anything you want, within my ability I'll provide it. Ketil was still thinking about her words. Spirit beast. He asked her, so can someone who isn't an elf form a pact with a spirit beast? Marsyria seemed uncertain. That's almost impossible, I think. She continued to analyze. Of course, if a human is deeply bonded with nature, they might form a pact with a spirit beast, but the chance is still very low. Marsyria fell silent at his sharp words. She offered a suggestion. If you truly want a pact with a spirit beast, try going to Elfir Sagrado. Marsyria thought of a lush, vibrant land. It is where the elf gods dwell, the most sacred sanctuary of the elf people. The elf sanctuary, there you might have a chance. Ketil cheerfully pointed at himself. Someone like me, a human, can enter. Marsyria explained, normally no, but with my introduction you can. I'll give you a map, keep it to yourself. Marsyria thought of that land as she summoned a fireball. The elf sanctuary Elfir Sagrado was a place every scholar of elves dreamed of. She thought of savage warriors, but for elves, human access there is extremely dangerous. To protect that place more precious than life itself, elves have never revealed its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Marsyria's hand. Still, I want to trust you. She handed it to Ketil. Take this. He took the crystal. I accept. Thank you. Marsyria thought of a patron deity. Of course, even if you gain access, our god will certainly test you. She smiled at him, but I don't think that will be a problem for you. I wish you luck. Thank you. Marsyria happily introduced herself. I am the queen of the brownish-leaved folk when autumn comes, Marsyria Hashian Karusha. And your name? Ketil also smiled. I'm Ketil. Ketil, a man of the white snow region. A powerful foot stomped down, shattering the ground. Ketil gathered energy and launched himself off. He landed and then sprang up again. The sound echoed throughout the canopy. Ketil continued bounding through the forest. Barken border, kingdom of Gehent. A guard panicked. What is that? What's happening? I don't know, something's coming. The captain of the Barken watch also grew tense. Ring the bells. Muster all the guards immediately. Explosions continued appearing around, moving toward the city. A familiar pair of boots emerged in the swirling dust. The dust cleared, and a figure appeared. The guards couldn't contain their fear and trembled. You. Ketil smiled warmly. You lot are guards. A pleasure to meet you. The atmosphere among them fell silent. The guards looked tense, their bodies shaking. Was that loud noise caused by this one? He glanced at Ketil standing there dazed, his hair gray-white. The captain of the Barken watch couldn't hide his fear, a scar across the chest. Impossible. He thought of a man standing tall amid the snow of the Grey Man tribe. Ketil stepped closer to the group. The guards raised their weapons warily. Stay where you are. Take another step and we'll attack. Ketil calmly explained, I'd appreciate it if you all calm down. I am not your enemy. The captain of the Barken watch demanded, what do you want from us? Ketil slowly raised a finger. Saying nothing but pointing in one direction. The captain of the Barken watch startled and followed his gaze. Unable to hide his surprise, the stronghold. Ketil answered seriously with a bewildered expression, I want to enter your territory. The guard stared at him in confusion. After a moment, a voice rang out in the room, enter the territory, just passing through. Ketil stroked his chin in thought, if possible, I'd like to stay for a while. I'm not sure how long. The captain of the Barken watch pressed, so you intend to stay for a while. What's your name? I am Ketil. The captain of the Barken watch continued to interrogate, do you have anyone vouching for you, or any identification? I have nothing like that. His gaze suddenly changed. He remembered Myelina smiling as she handed him an item, thank you, Ketil. If you leave later, please present this token if you seek House Akasha. Ketil grabbed the token from his pouch. And placed the item on the table. How about using this as identification? The captain of the Barken watch looked slightly surprised, what is that? Ketil sat with his arms crossed, the badge of House Akasha. I received it from someone of that bloodline. The captain of the Barken watch examined the token. House Akasha is the merchant family of the Danian kingdom, right? The captain of the Barken watch held the token. That family visited the White Snow region a few years ago. Ketil was a bit surprised. you know them? The captain didn't hide it, that family has risen recently. Since the new head took over a few years ago, they've expanded rapidly. Keatle asked, so can this serve as identification? The captain of the Barkin watch looked awkward. It doesn't look like a forgery, but it's still hard to verify. It's not from this kingdom. This is the kingdom of Gehent. The captain of the Barkin watch set the item down. Even if it can't be verified, it's useful. All right, you may enter, but with conditions. Keatle was surprised. Conditions? The captain of the Barkin watch looked at him sternly. We need verification. We must ensure you are not dangerous. Keatle's voice carried some doubt. A squad. The captain explained, there are 3 others currently applying to enter. The condition is to team up with them to clear out a dungeon near the territory. Keatle rubbed his chin, forming a party as a condition. That's easier than I thought. Keatle laughed cheerfully. Fine, I accept. The captain said, but there's one more condition. The captain of the Barkin guard looked at him seriously. After you clear the dungeon, I want you to report in detail everything that happened in there. Keatle smiled slyly. I understand. It seems you also don't fully know their identities and must observe one another, so use this opportunity to weed out the suspicious ones. Not a bad plan, actually quite clever. The captain of the Barkin guard stared at him in astonishment. Not only that. Are you really of the Man tribe? Keatle nodded. Yes, I am Man. The captain of the Barkin guard admitted in fear, I always thought the Man were a stupid race. You're the first man who's made me rethink that. The captain of the Barkin guard stood up. All right, that's enough talk. Let's go. A mustached man sighed. It's the law, but we have to go into a dungeon with a bunch of pickpockets like sewer rats. The man who called himself Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus showed annoyance. What a nuisance. The thief Kazan Hark also showed disdain. What's your problem? Old man, you want to pick a fight with me because you lost all your money to a thief? Alessandro angrily, you brat dare to insult a paladin? Kazan sneered, Paladin my foot. A paladin wearing armor like that? If you were really a paladin you wouldn't be showing your face here. You're just a self-styled wandering paladin, aren't you? His words made the man uneasy. You're just a vagabond like me. Alessandro grabbed his sword as Kazan kept taunting, Tyrannus, where did you get that ridiculous name? He angrily drew his sword, you bastard. Kazan casually twirled his cudgel, wanna test yourself? Think those tattered pieces of armor can withstand my blows? The blade of Kazan began to ooze a strange blue-green fluid. Alessandro also tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Metal clashed with metal, sending out brilliant platinum flashes. A voice rang out, I very much hope you two will stop. A female cleric appeared, sighing as she watched the 2 men about to fight. Priest Hayes of Kalosia sat in the corner and sighed, do I really have to go clear a dungeon with this lot? Is this going to be okay? She tried to analyze the situation. Hey, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else will come. Priest Hayes showed worry at the current situation. A sound rang out that surprised her. The captain of the Barkin guard pushed the door open. The final member has arrived. Kazan showed excitement. I hope this time they're actually normal. See for yourself. A step wrapped in carefully prepared animal hide boots entered. Keatle strode into the room with overwhelming might. The people in the room panicked when they saw him. Keatle smiled, is that you? My teammates? Alessandro remarked inwardly, he's huge. Priest Hayes couldn't hide her astonishment, is that really a human? Kazan also appeared fearful, what is this pressure? Keatle enthusiastically waved in greeting, nice to meet you. The captain of the Barkin guard instructed the group, all right, introduce yourselves. I'll be right back. Keatle looked at the group, then start introducing yourselves. I am Keatle, of the Man tribe. He looked at Kazan in bewilderment, what about you? I am Kazan Hark. I'm a thief. A thief? Alessandro cleared his throat, cutting them off. I am a paladin. Alessandro Tyrannus. A paladin, can you use holy magic? He looked embarrassed. Usually yes, but I'm a special case, actually I can't use it. Ketel blinked. I see. Priest Hayes spoke up. I worship the deity of trickery and illusion. I'm Hayes, a priest of Colosia. You're a priest, nice to meet you. Ketel was a little surprised. Even as a priest, your standing isn't clear. Hayes looked awkward. My god is Colosia, the deity of pranks and illusions. My god doesn't have the best reputation. I see. The captain of the Barcan guard pushed the door open and entered while they were talking. He said, if you're ready, let's go. Ketel and Alessandro showed no visible emotion, while Hayes and Kazan looked a bit uneasy. After a while, the captain of the Barcan guard told them, we've arrived. Ketel was a bit surprised by the surrounding scenery. The captain of the Barcan guard stood before a cave and announced to the group, this is the entrance to the dungeon. He described the dungeon as the group reacted variously, a 3-level dungeon, will face undead monsters. Ketel smiled confidently at the captain's words, clear the dungeon and bring back the badge. Ketel began the conversation, now we'll start planning, can you explain? The thief Kazan Hark was terrified, cold sweat starting to break out. He stammered, Sir Ketel. Ketel replied amiably, you don't need formalities, we're teammates, right? The thief, embarrassed, scratched his head and forced a smile. He then straightened up seriously. And proceeded to outline the plan for each person. Ketel and the knight will charge ahead to form the front line. I'll handle detecting traps. The female priest will stay in the rear to support with spells during the fight. Thoughts? Ketel's eyes lit up and he looked excited. I got it. Making Kazan Hark smile awkwardly. The 4 of them formed a strong, enthusiastic team. Then let's proceed. Cut to night, the 4 looked anxious and highly alert as they traveled. They were near the combat site, but it was very dark. Hayes fretted, my god, I can't see anything. Kazan Hark was sweating and worried inwardly, there's no guards or traps. Everything looks strangely peaceful. Suddenly, the sharp eyes of the thief Kazan spotted something unusual. He stepped up to Ketel, glanced sideways, patted his shoulder and said, wait, stop, there's a monster. Ketel replied blankly, I don't see anything. But Kazan Hark pointed at the skeletons on the ground and said, do you see the scattered bone fragments on the ground? Those are bone soldiers. Just take one more step and they'll revive and rush to attack us. Kazan's eyes turned cold and sharp as he thought, just as expected, the cowardly captain knew everything. This dungeon isn't a trial to train people, it's a trap to eliminate outsiders from the start. Ketel pondered Kazan Hark's words, bone soldiers, Kazan Hark continued to explain and warn everyone, bone soldiers aren't easy foes. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs cut off, they keep moving as usual. Moreover, with bodies made of bone, their defensive strength is extremely solid. The difficulty of this dungeon far exceeds my expectations. Kazan Hark arrogantly began assigning tasks to everyone. Hey priestess, prepare your spells. Old man, get your shield ready. Ketel, you must be ready too. I'll focus on finding openings during the fight. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they still move, so aim for the neck weak point. Also, because they're so hard, you have to strike the same spot multiple times to bring them down. Ketel praised, excellent leader, understood. Then, Kazan Hark said as he advanced toward the bone soldier on the ground. Ketel opened his eyes wide and looked at the bone soldier, ho. The bone soldier was rising to prepare for battle. Alessandro had his shield braced. Hayes clasped her hands, chanting, and Kazan Hark assumed a ready stance, focused on the tense fight ahead. The battle began. Ketel swung his arm. A single punch at the bone soldier shattered it to pieces in an instant. The speed and ease with which Ketel destroyed the bone soldier even surprised him and everyone there. Ketel beamed with joy. "Oh, Kazan, you were right, just smash the head and they'll stop moving." Kazan forced a smile, utterly shocked by Ketel's overwhelming power. However, inside he thought, this isn't what I meant. Bone soldiers are creatures formed from bone, and their bones are as hard as steel, difficult to break. Even an experienced swordsman, without using aura, would find it nearly impossible to sever bone in a single strike. Besides, bone soldiers are reinforced by the dungeon's magic. The only way to kill them is to concentrate attacks on the neck, like chopping down a big tree. You must break their cervical vertebrae. It's unbelievable that someone could blast their heads off and crush them to dust like that. Cold sweat ran down Kazan's face, his eyes were extremely tense. He kept pondering Ketel. From the first time I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect this. Is he really human? The three teammates were still stunned. What should have been a difficult fight with the bone soldier was ended by a single punch from Ketel. Ketel stood on tiptoe. And cheerfully said, "Yes, let's move forward." Hayes ran up quickly and shouted, "Yes." Seeing this, Ketel wondered, no need to rush so much. Kazan responded nimbly, "Yes." Alessandro and Priest Hayes wailed in fear, "I don't want to die here." After a few steps, Ketel stopped and began to notice something unusual. At his feet appeared the head of a bone soldier. Those behind called to Ketel in confusion, while he stood stunned. The scene ahead was many sets of bone soldiers scattered all over the ground. Priest Hayes cried out in panic, "Bone soldiers!" Kazan now realized the danger too. This time it's real, they're charging. Suddenly Ketel shouted, "May I ask you to do me a favor?" The other three asked back in confusion, "What?" Ketel said coldly and arrogantly, "Let me handle these damned bones myself. I want to test a few things." Hearing this, Kazan eagerly replied, "Ah, yes, do as you wish." Priest Hayes' face lit up as if she'd struck gold. "I agree too." Ketel's eyes suddenly glowed purple and he gave a mysterious smile, "Thank you very much." The battle began. Bone soldiers armed with weapons were slowly rising. The other three wondered inwardly, what is he planning to do? Ketel was casual and quite confident. He wondered, how is this structure built? Quite odd. The bone soldier began to execute an attack technique, swinging its weapon toward Ketel to strike. But Ketel easily stopped the sword with 2 fingers. Now Ketel raised 2 fingers before him, closed them, and his eyes flashed purple as he began to cast. "So what are you going to do now?" A strange jade-green light radiated around the bone soldier. It raised its sword, preparing to fight. The battle unfolded as the bone soldier swung its sword at Ketel. However, Ketel tilted his head and dodged the blow with ease. He gripped the bone soldier's arm tightly. And smiled triumphantly. Suddenly the bone soldier's hand fell to the ground along with its sword. Ketel stared intently at the light remaining on his hand. The bone soldier, stunned by the broken hand. Its eyes burning with a jade-green light that showed its fury. The bone soldier performed a technique to retract the sword into its hand. And took a ready fighting stance. Ketel laughed, "Ha ha, so you can switch hands too." The bone soldier lunged angrily at Ketel. Suddenly he grabbed the bone soldier's remaining hand. And snapped it. A strange light appeared at the bone soldier's feet. The bone soldier attacked Ketel again, even more fiercely. However, it was easily held by Ketel, who even laughed and took pleasure in its fighting style. Ketel praised, "It can even swap positions in combat." "Well, you're not ordinary, are you?" Looking toward Ketel's 3 teammates, Priest Hayes was trembling with worry, cold sweat pouring down. Kazan and Alessandro watched the fight and were likewise horrified, cold sweat covering their faces. Seeing Ketel grasp the bone soldier's head, his whole body enveloped in fierce purple light, Kazan exclaimed, he's truly a madman. Ketil smiled and waved. Kazan Hark immediately shook in panic. In an instant, a skull dropped up from the ground. Ketil stood above and glanced at the skull with contempt. Ketil stomped on the skull and said coldly, so they can still move with only a head? The skull was smashed to pieces. He smirked, how interesting. After a moment, Ketil brushed his hands off. He smiled at everyone and said, have you been waiting long? Sorry to have kept you. Kazan Hark immediately said loudly, no, do whatever you want. Ketil replied softly, thanks. Ketil walked forward. Smiling as he said, well then, let's continue. The three, Kazan Hark, Priest Hayes and Alessandro, answered loudly at once, yes. After walking a while, Ketil paused. He looked down. Kazan Hark said, these are the steps that appeared before everyone's eyes. Kazan Hark continued, the second floor. Ketil's group quietly stepped down. Alessandro and Priest Hayes remained alert, watching around them. After a while, Kazan Hark reached up, removed his facecloth, and exhaled. He whispered, shall we rest a bit? Ketil turned to look at everyone. Rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then said, you're right, a short rest would be good. Kazan Hark immediately knelt, bowed his head repeatedly, and said loudly, thank you. Ketil folded his arms, closed his eyes, and rested. The other three also sat on the ground to rest. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ketil spoke up, I have a few questions about this dungeon. Priest Hayes looked at him and asked, what? Alessandro opened his eyes and looked at him as well. Ketil smiled gently and said, honestly, I don't know much about it. Hayes, hearing that, exclaimed, no, curiosity is something to be valued. Ketil replied, thank you. Priest Hayes widened her eyes and asked curiously, what are you wondering about? Ketil thought of the happy townspeople walking the streets and said, this dungeon is located quite close to the territory. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, so isn't there a problem with the dungeon and the monsters? Priest Hayes explained to him, monsters in the dungeon cannot spill out into the world. Of course, there are exceptions, but those are controlled and dealt with beforehand. Kazan Hark rubbed his chin and cleared his throat softly. Kazan Hark recalled scenes inside dungeons and said, dungeons are actually natural phenomena, sometimes they are caves. Sometimes they are towers. Dungeons often appear near populated areas. Ketil, as if understanding something, murmured, that's why this dungeon is here. Priest Hayes told him, when a dungeon appears, the territory assesses the danger, and outsiders like us, mercenaries or guards, are sent to handle it. Ketil curled his lip as if hearing something interesting. He smiled and asked, so that means there won't be any dungeons inside the territory? Priest Hayes shook her head, no, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from residential areas. Ketil nodded, I see. His face immediately lit up and he said happily, if it's a dungeon, there must be rewards for clearing it, right? Priest Hayes pictured gold and jewels in her mind and said, that's right, at the final floor there will be a boss. If you defeat the boss, you'll receive various rewards. For a dungeon like this, the rewards won't be bad. Ketil smirked slightly and said, like playing a game. Priest Hayes, hearing that, asked curiously, what is a game? Ketil answered, I was just muttering. He looked at her and said, I have one more question. Priest Hayes hesitated and said, yes, ask. He asked in a low voice, who created this dungeon? Priest Hayes froze, several question marks appearing above her head. She exclaimed, what? She looked at him skeptically and said, dungeons form naturally, no one creates them. Ketil imagined a hand manipulating the townspeople and voiced his thought, that seems hard to believe. First, they always appear near populated areas, as if someone deliberately arranged them for us to explore. The image of a snake coiling around an apple appeared in his mind, He thought to himself, they appear near crowds and lure people with attractive rewards. Ketel folded his arms coldly and said, I think that's more of an artificial setup than a natural phenomenon. Priest Hayes was startled and realized, that does make sense. She propped her chin and thought inwardly, I never considered that perspective, I always assumed it was normal. Kazan Hark also bowed his head and thought, actually, I've never thought deeply about it. No, I haven't even. Because it's an obvious principle, an unquestionable truth. How could this savage dare to doubt such a clear truth? He sweat slightly as he pondered, the man race has always been a stupid and brutal species. Kazan Hark remembered the image of Ketel in the blizzard, standing on a corpse, looking terrifying. He thought to himself, heartless and cold-blooded, that truth has never changed. The image of Ketel's dangerous, glowing eyes in the snow came to mind. Kazan Hark mused, if what I know is right, is this man really just an ordinary man? Suddenly a voice cut through Kazan Hark's thoughts. Ketel chuckled softly, this is interesting. He stood up, smiling brightly, and asked, has everyone finished resting? The group startled, stood up, and replied in unison, yes. Ketel turned and began to walk, waving his hand with a smile, then let's continue. Kazan Hark immediately answered, yes. After a while, Ketel's group moved on, everyone alert and scanning their surroundings. Ketel walked forward calmly, unconcerned by the worry of those behind him. Suddenly he noticed something and stared. A golden locked chest appeared before him. Ketel, curious, said, what's that? Kazan Hark looked at the chest and said, that's a treasure chest, one of the maze's rewards. If you open it, the treasure is yours. Kazan Hark pictured those who had opened chests full of gold and thought, easier said than done, opening a high-level chest requires a skilled thief, at least proficient in lockpicking. He folded his arms, closed his eyes, and thought, but if someone had that skill level, they wouldn't risk coming into this dungeon. Sadly, we'll have to skip this chest. Suddenly a voice cut off his thoughts. Ketel looked at him and said, Kazan, open it. Kazan was thrown into utter panic, thinking to himself, what? Ketel glanced at the chest and said, that's a treasure chest. Then he looked at Kazan Hark and said, you're a thief, right? This is your job. Kazan Hark paled and hesitated, yes, but... Ketel's face lit up with delight, isn't a treasure chest a thief's work? That's why I'm asking you to try. I want to see a thief's skill with my own eyes. Kazan Hark frowned in discomfort, thinking, oh dear, that's true, but there's a problem. Outwardly Kazan Hark smiled, but inwardly he put his hands on his head in helplessness, thinking, if I could do it, I wouldn't be here. He opened his mouth in alarm, frozen, thinking, a poor thief, unrecognized by the guild, where would the lockpicking skill come from? He worried, but I can't tell them the truth. Kazan Hark looked at Ketel, whose eyes were full of hope, and thought, those eyes are full of expectation, if I try and fail, they'll instantly turn to disappointment. He imagined Ketel's cold, imposing gaze saying to him, you call yourself a thief and can't do that? How useless. He recalled the terrified scene of Ketel stomping on the skull. Inside he screamed in agony, but outwardly he scratched his head and forced a smile, haha, then I'll try. After a moment, Ketel looked on admiringly as Kazan Hark worked on the chest. He praised, oh, you're using that tool to pick the lock. Impressive. Kazan Hark felt immense pressure and worried, he's staring at me from behind, if I fail, I'll lose my life. Tense, he recalled watching a thief pick a chest before and thought, remember the techniques I saw while following him as a porter. Kazan Hark examined the lock, feeling the enormous pressure from behind, and thought, remember. His whole body felt like it was on fire, sweat pouring down. He thought anxiously, putting my life on the line here. Thief Kazan, the cry from your soul. Suddenly, the thief Kazan's eyes widened, he looked utterly surprised and astonished. He began to tremble. Ketel, seeing this, was very puzzled. It turned out he had used his talent to open the treasure chest. He was so overjoyed he cried, exclaiming, "Hey, it's open." Hayes, standing to one side, was delighted and eager. "Oh, really? I heard only master thieves can open this chest. I didn't expect to meet one who could do it right here." "Amazing." Keetle, pleased and surprised, gave a thumbs up and praised, "Is that so? Well done, Kazan." Hearing the praise, Kazan's expression was not happy at all. He stared blankly and thought, "I wasn't supposed to be able to open it. How is this possible? It opened just by looking. This ability is overpowering." Kazan had always been proud of his survival skills, but now for the first time he questioned the meaning of his life. He remained dazed and motionless. Did I really try my hardest? And with that, Kazan lost his pride. Keetle then stepped closer to the chest, looked, and asked curiously, "By the way, how much is this treasure worth?" Hayes also stepped forward to look and said, With this amount, a family could live in luxury for a month." Kazan still hadn't shaken off his existential doubts. Keetle smiled and replied, "I see, that explains it." Then he turned to the thief Kazan and said, "Kazan, you handle dividing the rewards." The thief Kazan was jolted awake by Keetle's call and cried out fearfully, "Yes." At that moment the thief Kazan approached the chest and gently lifted a cup. He stared in bewilderment at the cup sparkle and unconsciously gazed at it for a long moment. Suddenly someone called him in a spectral voice, "Kazan." The call frightened Kazan and he shouted loudly, "Ah!" It turned out to be Keetle calling him. Keetle asked, "Do you need any help?" Kazan was now panting from fright. Keetle, seeing him like that, asked, "Are you hurt?" The thief Kazan panicked as if caught red-handed and shouted, "No, I didn't do anything." The three people present were extremely puzzled. After a while, once the group had taken everything from the chest, they departed. While walking, Keetle suddenly noticed something ahead, stopped, and said, "Wait, it's bone soldiers." Ahead, a pile of skeletal remains lay scattered on the ground. Keetle's group stopped, watched as Keetle counted the skulls, and he said, "I see 4 here, I'll deal with 3. The 3 behind, Thief Kazan, Priest Hayes, and Alessandro, were startled when they heard this. Keetle smiled eerily at the pile of bones before him and said, "The remaining 1 is for everyone else to handle." The thief Kazan replied, "Understood," but thought to himself, "This is a real fight, it'll be tough." Alessandro also nodded, "Yes." Immediately, Keetle quickened his pace and moved forward. Suddenly the pile of bones on the ground flashed a blue light. The thief Kazan broke into a cold sweat and thought, "No matter how many times I see bones reassemble, it still gives me the creeps." Then the bones, as if inhabited by souls, slowly assembled and stood up. The group recoiled in fear, leaving only Keetle to stand his ground bravely. The 4 bone soldiers then lunged at the group. Keetle ordered, "Everyone, get up." Immediately the 3, Kazan, Priest Hayes, and Alessandro, raised their hands and chanted a holy magic spell. A golden light appeared and enveloped them. "Go for it." At that moment, the thief Kazan bravely rushed forward. He threw a punch at one of the bone soldiers. The 3 remaining bone soldiers angrily tried to rush forward. But suddenly the 3 bone soldiers were gripped by a hand at the throat, leaving them utterly surprised and astonished. Keetle, using his muscular arms, easily subdued the 3 bone soldiers. Seeing the thief Kazan so brave, he exclaimed, "This is rare, don't mess it up, I'll handle you lot." The remaining bone soldier was now swinging its sword with all its strength toward Alessandro. Alessandro quickly raised his shield and parried the bone soldier's strike. His gaze grew more determined than ever. At that moment, the thief Kazan suddenly leaped into the air. He intended to take the opportunity to attack the bone soldier from behind. Kazan raised his sword high. The bone soldier, sensing danger from behind, glanced back. But Kazan's speed was so quick that the bone soldier couldn't evade and was cut down by Kazan. At that moment Hayes began to act, her eyes blazed. Then she reached out and loudly pronounced the skill, Shadow Illusion. Immediately Alessandro seemed empowered, dashing forward at breakneck speed. Alessandro quickly delivered a surprise slash to the bone soldier. The bone soldier collapsed to the ground, its neck bones beginning to crack. However, it did not die and instead screeched in fury. Ketel, standing to the side watching his comrades, smiled happily, ha ha. Holding 2 large stones in his hands, he cheerfully said, I didn't expect to witness such a perfectly coordinated formation. Ketel smiled, half amused and half annoyed, and said, truly rare. Then Ketel suddenly crushed the large stone in his hand into dust. Ketel smiled and said, now that the trouble is dealt with, time to enjoy ourselves. With that, Ketel swiftly slashed at the remaining bone soldiers with his blade. After a while, the 3, Kazan, Priest Hayes, and Alessandro, had cornered a bone soldier and seemed to share the same thought. The thief Kazan thought, there's nothing left to doubt. Hayes broke out in a cold sweat and thought, that barbarian. Alessandro thought, he's provoking us. The bone soldier now widened both eyes and looked at the 3 with a guilty expression. It sat dazed and silent in a corner, looking very pitiful. All 3, Kazan, Priest Hayes, and Alessandro, lit up with fierce eyes, staring angrily at the bewildered bone soldier and thought, if it reveals a weakness, we're finished. Then they launched a series of relentless slashes at the poor bone soldier. After a while, finally the bone soldier's head fell off. Alessandro, exhausted, planted his sword in the ground and slumped down. Not only Alessandro but also Kazan and Priest Hayes looked extremely weary after defeating a bone soldier. The 3 of them were very tired. However, only Ketel remained very energetic after single-handedly defeating the 3 bone soldiers. He folded his arms and pondered the past, thinking, no more doubts, the people of the snow-frozen plains are quite decent. Ketel mused, 3rd-floor monsters are also bone soldiers, and their numbers are increasing. But thanks to Ketel leading us, we got through them easily. And finally, Priest Hayes and Alessandro also looked at Ketel with concern as he continued to ponder. Kazan also looked at Ketel with great concern. At this point the group had reached the innermost chamber at the center of the dungeon. A bone knight sat there, motionless on the throne. Hayes widened her eyes, trembling in shock, and exclaimed, a bone knight, how can something like this be here? Ketel, not fully understanding, asked, is it different from the others? Priest Hayes replied, yes, it's extremely powerful. Priest Hayes looked terrified. She thought, a bone knight swings its great sword with ease and strength. If you don't match a knight's level, there's no chance against it. This isn't a monster we can handle. At that, Ketel continued to ask, what if we don't defeat it and return? Priest Hayes replied awkwardly, there will be an investigation by the guild. If they find a reasonable explanation, we won't get into trouble. Suddenly Ketel smiled. Then he strode forward confidently with a grin and said, makes sense. The others exclaimed, Ketel. The bone knight stood majestic, radiating great power. He smiled dangerously and stared at his opponents. Yet Ketel showed not a trace of fear, a skeleton can retain its form in battle. Interesting. Instantly, the bone knight took a stance and began to attack. Priest Hayes's face registered astonishment. Her reflexes quick, she immediately formed a barrier, this is dangerous. 2 powerful sources of magic clashed. But Priest Hayes appeared to be at a disadvantage. And before long her barrier shattered. Fortunately, Alessandro timely used his shield to absorb the blow. And then he also fell to the ground. This action made Ketel glance over in admiration. Alessandro was stunned, a strike that strong. The bone knight's attack truly shocked him. It was too powerful. Not stopping there, the bone knight's eyes flashed. This time he swung even harder than before. Yet Ketil remained very calm. He stood his ground as the Bone Knight closed in. Unexpectedly, before the Bone Knight could act, Ketil punched him and sent him flying. He vanished in an unforeseen instant. Kazan gaped in astonishment. Alessandro was equally shocked. When it was over, Ketil casually brushed off his hands. He even sneered, "That's all." Then he looked around at those nearby. Suddenly Ketil's gaze froze as if he'd noticed something. He then called out to Kazan. Startled by being addressed, Kazan replied a bit dazed, "Yes, yes." There was a treasure chest shining brilliantly, and Ketil wanted to know if he could open it. Kazan jumped and shouted, "No way, it's sealed with a high-level lock. With my skills I can't open it." Hearing this, Ketil feigned disappointment, "Is that so? That's unlucky." Kazan slumped too, "What a pity, but we'll have to give up." It seemed that way until Ketil swung his arm and smashed the chest himself. Kazan was once again terrified. And finally the chest shattered to pieces. Alessandro and Priest Hayes looked at him like he was a strange creature. But Ketil didn't mind much, the loot looked substantial. "Kazan, you clean it up." He immediately obeyed. Kazan approached, still in disbelief. "I've never seen a chest opened by brute force like that." He wondered, but if he could break it, why call me to pick the lock? After completing the mission, they all exited together. The sky was bright and sunny, and birds were singing. And something caught Ketil's attention. The cave they had entered suddenly exploded. Kazan explained the situation. After a dungeon is cleared, it disappears. So there probably won't be any secret rooms this time. Ketil, curious, asked, "Secret rooms like that exist here?" And Kazan confirmed, "They do exist, though dangerous." Hearing this, Ketil smirked with excitement, "Sounds intriguing." Kazan found his attitude puzzling. The guard captain, having heard this, looked surprised. "What? It's all done." Right then, outside the city. The guard captain inquired about the dungeon situation. Ketil replied jokingly, "It was fun in there." The captain breathed a sigh of relief, "I see." Then he requested, "Everyone, follow me." Sitting in a room, Priest Hayes gently said, "There were no major problems." So the captain asked, "Do you think that Barbarian can stay in the territory?" Priest Hayes objected, "I think it should be fine." And the captain noticed, when it comes to that Barbarian, her answer was vague. He closed his eyes tensely. Clearing the dungeon isn't the point, it's how you do it. The real goal is to identify dangerous individuals. Kazan added, "He's not the type to cause trouble." The captain knew clearly that although he was as strong as a beast, he harmed no one, quite different from ordinary barbarians. Now Ketil praised each member. Kazan did well, the thief disarmed traps and tried the lock. Alessandro was a powerful frontline warrior. "Your prayers, Hayes, helped us a lot." Hearing this, the captain grew suspicious. Strange. Usually when outsiders are forced into a dungeon team, they don't lavish praise like this. In the end he agreed, "Very well, you are permitted to enter." He cautioned beforehand, "You're allowed, but if you cause trouble you'll be expelled. Be careful." Ketil affirmed, "Understood." Then he handed over a pouch. "This is the conquest reward, divide it among yourselves." According to the captain, sometimes the guards take the loot. Ketil didn't think much and accepted it warmly, "Thank you very much." The captain guessed, but they probably won't touch it this time. Ketil suggested, "Then let's split it evenly." They were stunned by his words. "Huh." Hayes hurriedly declined, "Oh, no need." Even Alessandro didn't dare accept, "Me neither." But Ketil persisted, "We all work together, so the reward must be shared equally, you can't refuse." Hearing this, Kazan said, "All right, then." Only Ketil immediately suggested, "Then let's go celebrate." See if there's a tavern nearby. The group was taken aback. Huh? What? In the end they reluctantly agreed, celebrate. Oh, yes. But inwardly they were crying, I want to go home. While the others were gloomy, Ketil was very cheerful. The captain looked on in dismay. A barbarian knocked out a bone knight with one punch, and it's as strong as a monster. He shifted to an appraising look, at least as strong as a knight, definitely not an ordinary barbarian. And the captain could be sure, a legendary barbarian, an extraordinary one. He then solemnly assigned a task, I'll report to the Lord, you men guard the gate. The subordinates immediately obeyed, yes. By now it was night at the vast palace. The torchlight creating a solemn atmosphere. The Lord seated inside spoke in a deep voice, enter. The captain bowed and said, I have a report, my lord. Luke Barkan, lord of the Barkan region in the kingdom of Gehent, replied, what is it? The captain immediately disclosed the situation, Captain of Guard 1 reporting, my lord, a barbarian has entered the territory. That night, in the antechamber outside the manor. Footsteps echoed in the room, you permitted him in? The captain of Barkan's guard lowered his head, yes, sir, though it shouldn't cause trouble. From the golden chair above, the Lord looked down in suspicion, so what's the real problem? He reported with some tension, he is excessively powerful, powerful enough to be a problem. The Lord raised his head and asked, how powerful is he? The room fell silent, leaving only the captain's voice and the Lord's astonishment. They say he defeated a bone knight with a single blow. His eyes widened in shock, a bone knight? Images of the bone knight wielding a sword surrounded by dark energy flashed through his mind. A bone knight, the kind of monster that's hard to deal with unless you're knight level. And he defeated it, with one punch. He then bowed his head, pondering the big men standing in the snowstorm. Barbarians are thought to use raw strength and have simple minds with no education. The Lord hesitated, so he's first rank, then? The captain of Barkan's guard assessed, probably, sir. He wondered, and could he be even stronger? The captain's face was tense, it's not possible to be certain yet. Hearing this, the Lord fell silent. A warrior of that caliber being a barbarian, a race that values strength above all, this will cause great trouble. Decision for now, summon him, I'll meet him. Below, the captain of Barkan's guard broke into a sweat, a little anxious, are you sure this is safe? He reasoned, just letting such a powerful man roam the territory is dangerous. Meeting him directly and seeing what he's like will put my mind at ease. The captain protested, but it could be dangerous, sir. A knight beside him stepped forward with a stern face. The Lord of Barkan, seated on the golden throne, reminded him, I have knights to protect me. Seeing that, he also started and looked up. The Lord then turned to the knight and asked, what do you think? He gripped the sword at his side, he's strong, but he's just a savage, a big, muscular brute with no wit. Then he thought of his solemn master and affirmed, compared to the swordsmanship taught to me directly by the sword saint, he's not a match. So you need not fear. The Lord nodded subtly in agreement. Finally he announced in a loud voice, summon that barbarian here, I will speak with him face to face. Elsewhere, at a table laden with food and ale, Ketil bit into meat and chewed messily. The three at the table watched him eat in silence like starving people. Their faces were pale, submerged in the cold atmosphere. He raised a mug of ale. His friendly face took a swig, set it down, and smiled at them, this is delicious, and I like the quiet here. It's on me today, so help yourselves. Hearing that, the group forced a smile at Ketil, ha ha ha. Suddenly he turned and asked, you're a holy knight, aren't you? Alessandro startled, yes. He looked at him with curiosity, what kind of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon assault. Hearing this, Alessandro awkwardly scratched his head and explained, I'm still training, so my holy power hasn't been activated yet. Ketel widened his eyes in disappointment. Oh, that's a shame. Alessandro cleared his throat. Then he turned to Priest Hayes sitting beside him. You said the god you serve is named Kaloja, right? Is there a temple to that god nearby? She averted her eyes, embarrassed, and explained, no, I don't think so. He's not a widely venerated deity. She recalled that cold image of the god, wrapped by the divine serpent of deception and guile. Kaloja is shunned and rejected by people. Priest Hayes clutched her skirt. Lord Ketel. He replied, yes. She pressed, how strong are you? Seeing this, both Alessandro and Kazan also startled and looked toward him. Ketel kept chewing his food, looking at them in bemusement. Then Ketel touched his chin, recalling rank tears. I'm not exactly sure. I left the Frost Plains not long ago, so I'm wondering how strong I am. How strong was that bone knight I defeated? Hearing that, Priest Hayes widened her eyes and explained based on her knowledge, at least rank 2 would be needed to handle it. If rank 1, you could defeat it like you did, Lord Ketel. He concluded, then I'm probably rank 2. Suddenly a man appeared before them, his hands dripping with sweat. Sorry. The innkeeper bowed, trembling. Our place is about to close. Seeing that, Ketel only smiled while the man grew more frightened. My fault. Let's go. The group stepped out of the shop. Do you all have any plans or schedules coming up? At his question, Alessandro and Priest Hayes both shouted in unison, yes. We already have plans. Kazan then urgently shouted as well, yes. I'm very busy. He looked at them, both embarrassed and regretful. I understand. What a pity. I suppose we'll part here. Farewell, see you another day. The three secretly rejoiced at the thought of the princess's farewell. No need to see him again. That night, Ketel lay back with his feet propped on the bed. He closed his eyes in comfort and sighed, phew, this is so comfortable. It's the first time I've lain on a proper bed since arriving in this world. Earlier at the encounter, the proprietor had stared at him drooling into his cup. Ketel privately felt glad to be allowed to stay at the inn thanks to the dungeon reward and that he hadn't encountered too much trouble. Now sunlight streamed through the window as he sat with his legs crossed on the bed, humming excitedly. Compared to the Frost Plains, this place truly is paradise. He recalled back when he was still in the Frost Plains, facing countless baffling system frames. It took quite some time from when I woke up in the Frost Plains until I found a civilization like this. So what do I do next? I want to explore more, experience more of this world. Ketel raised his palm, splayed his fingers, and muttered, I want to go on an adventure. In his mind he set his destination for the Elven Sanctum. His eyes blurred as he pictured the magic tower and the kingdom's splendid capital. Then he fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. He woke up groggy. Ketel sat up and wiped drool from the corner of his mouth when he heard someone calling outside the door. He went out to see who it was. Behind the door, the captain of Barkin's guard looked at him hesitantly. Oh, did I wake you? Sorry. He looked at him in puzzlement. Captain of the guard, what's the matter? The captain of Barkin's guard cleared his throat. Then formally informed him, the Lord wishes to see you in person. Ketel muttered, oh, the Lord. He then imagined the Lord's wealth and splendor. The Lord governs this land, owns the entire territory, someone like that wants to meet me? Ketel's face showed bewilderment. Fine, very well. Ketel asked the captain, can I go now? I'll change clothes quickly and follow you. The captain stood frozen in bafflement. Am I heading to the right place? Why was he so quick to summon him? Then, beneath, the bustling market streets. Merchants and townsfolk passed by, and he thought to himself, when I entered this territory it was pitch dark, so I only caught a quick glimpse. Ketel's eyes sparkled as he followed behind the captain of Barkin's guard, looking around, but seeing it in daylight is truly astonishing. He smiled. A look of admiration on his face as he gave a thumbs up toward him. If this is the kind of magical world I'm in for, I'm always ready for surprises. The captain of Barkan's guard's face drained of color in puzzlement. What's wrong with that fellow? Then he knit his brows and shouted inwardly, time is running out, we must return as soon as possible. Moments later an announcement came, my lord, I have brought the barbarian here to meet you. Hearing that, Luke turned and ordered, bring him in. The great hall was quickly opened. He looked inside, extending a hand sincerely, pleased to meet you, man of the barbarians. Luke stood before the window with one hand clasped behind his back and the other extended politely, I am Luke Barkan, lord of these lands. Ketil took his hand, it is an honor to meet you, the rightful lord of Barkan. Then he bowed with his eyes closed, I am Ketil, a man of the barbarians. The lord's eyes widened at Ketil's courteous handshake. His face filled with alarm. His hand was still gripping Luke's, holding his wrist while bowing respectfully. Luke wondered, a man of the barbarians shaking hands? He reflected on the man's imagined coldness and calmed himself, barbarians don't usually shake hands with anyone. For them, strength is everything, no exceptions. I suppose I've lived long enough to see anything. He cleared his throat to regain composure, you seem to understand some basic manners. Sit down. Luke sat on the throne while Ketil took the seat opposite the tea table. The interior was at once silent and luxurious. Ketil glanced around for a moment, so this is what the Lord's castle looks like. His eyes lit up, even in a long-lasting magical world it still looks exactly like the medieval era. Standing before him was the knight beside Luke, upright with his hands behind his back. Is that a knight protecting the Lord? His gaze was full of curiosity and wonder, his hand clenched on the table in childlike excitement. When I was young I loved role-playing as a knight, I never thought I'd see a real knight. He looked so majestic, amazing. He was exactly as I dreamed. The knight noticed his stare as well. The knight beside Luke frowned in surprise, killing intent. He ground his teeth in anger, that is unmistakable killing intent. How dare someone emit such oppressive killing intent right before the Lord? To him, Ketil seemed to radiate a murderous pressure. Immediately the knight at Luke's side gripped the sword at his hip, fool, you won't leave here alive. Suddenly Luke spoke, the reason I summoned you here is simple. He paused, scrutiny on his face, I just want to verify a few things about you. Ketil calmly crossed his arms and looked at him, suit yourself. What do you want to verify about me? Then Luke asked, where do you come from? Ketil closed his eyes and recalled the snowbound mountains, so that's what interests you. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in white snow. At that, both men gasped in surprise, the eternal frost. He stared at Ketil while Ketil remained arms crossed with eyes closed and thought, he truly is the barbarian warrior of legend, and now he stands before me. Then Luke looked down, what you say is hard to believe. Ketil crossed his arms and sighed, it's a harsh place, believe it or not, it's up to you. His voice rang out again in the room, then let me ask another question. His eyes sharpened as he probed Ketil, how strong are you? Luke imagined the man rampaging to dominance, is it true his power is as terrifying as the rumors? Hearing that, Ketil countered, your question is flawed. I don't know this realm's standards of strength, so I can't answer. He replied, I understand. He then glanced at the knight beside Luke. The knight subtly nodded in agreement. Luke proposed, would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I will ensure you receive an appropriate reward. Ketil's expression, a duel. Luke added, of course it won't be a fight to the death, I trust you to restrain your power. Hearing that, Ketil smiled, I'm interested. His excited laugh startled the two of them, a match against the Lord's knight. In his mind he pictured the knight from fairy tales, a knight not an ordinary knight but one from a magical world, a man wielding sorcery and radiance. A chance to witness his true combat talent. Keetle raised his hand to his chin, smiling with delight. I'm really excited for this. Luke gripped the armrest, looking toward him. While he was putting on a posture full of killing intent. He thought to himself, indeed the barbarians are still barbarians. No matter how polite and refined he is, the wild nature, the thirst for battle, and the passion for warfare remain unchanged. Keetle's excitement also made the two of them involuntarily recoil. On the arena above. Luke sat in the observation seat. Below in the field stood Luke's knight and Keetle. He stared at him, and Keetle smiled back eagerly. He then admonished the two, then begin, let's hope no one bleeds here. The bell rang out quickly. The knight beside Luke drew his sword and eyed him cautiously. Consider it a privilege to witness my swordsmanship. Barbarian. Seeing that, he simply smiled and replied, I'm also really looking forward to this duel. The knight ground his teeth in fury. How dare he be so relaxed facing me? The knight's leg bent as he prepared to lunge. I'll show you. His eyes burned with anger, sword aura swirling around him, the overwhelming gap in skill between you and me. Keetle remained calm as the knight charged. The knight thought inwardly, now let's see what you can do against me. The barbarian. In front of him split the sword's tip into three at great speed. His eyes widened. The thrust came and bewildered him. How did the sword split into three? He cried out inwardly, what kind of illusion is this? As the three sword points swung toward him, Keetle widened his eyes and dodged lightly. Not at all, this is no illusion. Across from him, the knight kept wildly slashing. He also dodged one. All three blades are real. Are these his sword techniques? Then he watched and confirmed, indeed. The knight beside Luke gritted his teeth, smug, you'll have to struggle a lot to evade my blows. Ha, reaching this level against me is already commendable. The strikes grew increasingly intense, but this fight needn't last any longer. Suddenly Keetle raised a hand. And snapped his fingers, causing the sword to shatter into many pieces. The knight beside Luke gaped in bewilderment, what is happening? His hand pressed on the knight's chest, and the armor and sword were smashed to fragments. He grabbed the armor hard, deforming it. Then hurled him forcefully backward. He was thrown and knocked unconscious. Above, Luke also shouted in panic, what is that? The knight's hand dangled limply to the ground. He lay against a corner of the wall, and a long skid mark trailed across the floor. Luke stared over there in fear and astonishment. Just one punch, with just one punch, a first-rank knight was felled. What terrifying power is this? Elsewhere, he turned away. Then smiled and asked him, so the match is over, right? Above, the Lord looked stunned, rising to his feet to watch. He narrowed his eyes, indeed. Luke replayed the moment the knight was lightly thrown and pondered, a barbarian can defeat a first-rank knight with a single punch. That's the strength of a monster. He must be at least superhuman rank. But that's only the minimal strength he's shown, his deeper power, not yet revealed, is hard to measure. His face darkened as he sat down, a barbarian with such power could shake this continent. He then thought of the hero and his dragon, if so, I should inform that man that one of the few on this vast continent bears the title Sword Saint. Luke bowed his head and muttered, it's time for him to show himself. I wonder if he'll be excited to learn of such a barbarian. Suddenly a voice rang out, are you speaking of me? Luke was startled and looked up. Revealing Cain's silhouette behind the curtain, arms folded calmly. Seeing this, Luke sighed. And rolled his eyes, your tastes are as odd as ever. Cain clenched his hands teasingly, ha, who doesn't need a bit of fun and entertainment, right? Then he folded his arms, his face turning serious as he urged, so why not share that fascinating story with me? This is Sword Saint Cain. Luke braced himself and stood up. Bowing to the elder, it's an honor to see you here, even if my report to you was abrupt. I present myself before the great sword saint, Lord Cain. The old man smiled as well, his gaze sharp. Luke kept his eyes closed and bowed respectfully. In the knight's chamber, he lay on the bed with his hand over his forehead. Ugh. The door opened. He entered and asked, startling the knight, "Has your body recovered?" The knight sprang up in alarm. "In a few days I'll be fully well. Please forgive me, my lord." Cain stepped forward behind him. "You should be the one apologizing to me." He placed his hands behind his back. "My foolish disciple was defeated by an unknown barbarian." The knight saw this and panicked. "Master." His eyes noted the torn patch on the knight's chest armor. There isn't even a single small wound on his body. He became more intrigued about Ketel. "Before coming here I saw the boy's armor shattered. Judging by the state of the armor, it wouldn't be surprising if he had died, yet his clothes are only torn in places and his body bears no scratches. Could that barbarian have shown mercy?" Cain put his hands on his hips to assess the situation. He's not a stupid, ordinary barbarian. He can control his strength and strike with great precision. The knight beside Luke stammered, I understand." The old man's gaze was piercing. "He far surpasses the level of a knight to the point he can fight while holding back as if it's a joke. He must be at least superhuman rank." Hearing that, both Luke and the knight beside him were astonished. He murmured, Then he looked at Cain doubtfully. "Please forgive my rudeness. But how does he compare to you, Lord Cain?" The old man turned and affirmed, "He's fairly strong, but I am the sword saint. Even if he has superhuman power, he still cannot reach me." Luke was a little embarrassed. "I see." Meanwhile the elder remained deep in thought. But I didn't see him use any radiance while fighting. Yet his strength has already reached this level." He added, surprising Luke, "That is inconceivable by ordinary standards. Could this be the power of a barbarian from the glacier wastes?" Hearing that, he bowed his head, picturing the scene of him in the glacier wastes. "At first I couldn't believe it either, but it seems he really does come from the glacier wastes." Suddenly Cain looked up. A barbarian from the glacier wastes. He thought of Ketel, cold and living in the legendary blizzard as a survivor of the glacier wastes. Is he human? Or is he? He stroked his beard cautiously. Or is he a mutant? Images of ferocious serpents and snow bears flashed through his mind. But then he denied it to himself. No, that's not it. This left Luke beside him bewildered. He then thought of those ferocious demons and white serpents and reasoned, if he were truly a mutant, he wouldn't have shown you mercy like that. He doubted Ketel's arrival. I was wrong. But he comes from the glacier wastes. Why that place and why now? Cain sank into puzzlement. Luke beside him asked confusedly, "Is something the matter, sword saint?" He looked up. "Nothing, leave that for later. The emperor as well." Then he recalled when troops go into the snow mountains, they always make the strangest demands. Cain turned his head away. "No need to worry about that now." Luke awkwardly, "I understand." Then he pressed, "Is that barbarian still in these lands?" Luke replied quickly, "Yes, he said he'll stay here for a while, so certainly." Hearing that, the elder turned and left. His face serious and curious. "I must verify his strength myself." The next morning, sunlight shone down on a white castle. The captain of the Barcan guards asked him, "What are you planning for your next move?" He then stared at Ketel, waiting. Ketel hesitated. Surely. Previously a bag of gold had been placed on the table. "This is the reward for the recent battle." And he interrupted and then closed his eyes to announce, "From now on I will no longer interfere with your actions in this territory." Now he reached up to stroke his chin and consider, "I don't have a clear plan yet, but it would be better if I could confirm my identity here. Having to clear a dungeon every time you enter a new territory is really troublesome." The captain of the Barcan guards looked at him and offered, "If you're worried about that, there's a way you can find someone of high standing to vouch for your identity." Or, he cut off, making Keatle curious, or what? He continued, you could become a mercenary. He closed his eyes, thinking as the mercenary was explained, if you accumulate achievements and are recognized by the mercenary guild, your identity will be accepted. In the captain's mind he also calculated, still, mercenaries are just menial workers. Unless you reach a certain rank, it's hard to have your identity confirmed. With the strength of this man type, finding a sponsor will be the easiest option right now. Keatle muttered, mercenary. His eyes lit up with curiosity, there's a way like that? In his mind, the image of a dashing mercenary fighting flashed into fantasy. Mercenaries are people who take on monster-slaying missions and escort caravans. They are the symbol of a romantic, fantastical world. If so. Keatle smiled excitedly, where do I go to become a mercenary? The captain of the Barcan guards looked up at him in surprise, there's a guild in the city. His face brightened with a smile, eyes sparkling, take me there. His face went blank as he looked at him, very well. Explanation about mercenaries. Mercenaries are wanderers who travel everywhere to complete assigned missions. Some regard them as symbols of romantic freedom. But in reality mercenaries are the lowest class in society, for those whose identities are not yet recognized. They are attacked by monsters in dungeons, even strong mercenaries often die in unexplored dungeons or are sacrificed for dark tasks. Thus, lowly mercenaries tend to be coarse, filthy, and loud. Now the man in green angrily punched the man in brown, you bastard, how dare you touch me? This is the mercenary guild. The man in brown's body collapsed onto the table, ugh, he then jumped up cursing, trying to start something. The man in green also yelled, if you're so good, come on in. The others standing around cheered, hey, right-hand guy, I'm betting on you. Try to win. I bet on the left-hand guy. They lunged at each other, grabbing hair and trading punches and kicks. Nearby, the pink-haired woman adjusted documents while glancing to the side, Rosa, how are the new recruits this time? Rosa sighed in annoyance, they're no good, all freaks. This is Rosa, the reception clerk of the mercenary guild. She remembered Alessandro, there was a lunatic who called himself a holy knight, then thought of Kazan, and a talented thief, and finally Priest Hayes, that priestess was no good, and the god she served isn't trustworthy either. The pink-haired woman, seeing Rosa like that, hesitated, oh, is that so? What a pity. She bowed her head in gloom, thinking, no one joins anymore, and the ill-mannered mercenaries spend their days causing fights. Her mind drifted to the handsome blonde prince stretching out his arms toward her, if only a prince on a white steed would appear, stand beside me, and help with this reception work. Someone entered through the door. Rosa looked up. Her eyes widening in surprise when she saw him. Keatle walked in, smiling as he looked around, so this is the mercenary guild. The two fighting turned to look in astonishment, no way, a man type. The others gaped at him as well. He felt uneasy seeing them stare at him. Then he folded his arms and sat at the desk with a smile, I'm here because I want to become a mercenary. Opposite him, Rosa clutched the documents, trembling with tension, you really want to be a mercenary? May I ask your purpose? He calmly inquired, there are many reasons, but I've heard becoming a mercenary can help get one's identity recognized in this kingdom. She, flustered, explained, that is true, but to have your identity recognized via the mercenary path, you'll need to earn quite a few achievements. Is that okay? Keatle confirmed, no problem. She took out the typewriter and announced, then I'll register you as a mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. Can you tell me your name and age? He also placed the money on the table, I'm Keatle, and as for my age, I'm not sure. Her fingers tapped the keys deftly, then I'll put down an approximate number. Finally she handed him a card from a wooden box, done. Your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge, it's the mark of a mercenary, don't lose it. He stared at it. Then happily picked up the card, I'm accepted. He then looked up at Rosa with an innocent expression, are there any jobs right now? I want to start immediately. She stammered, Joe, jobs? Yes. She pushed a sheet of paper toward Keatle, these are the jobs you can take at the moment. Next he picked up the stack of papers from the table, wait, there are only these low-level jobs. The board listed, task level F, herb gathering, basement cleaning, sewer sanitation, street sweeping, night patrol. Rosa broke into a sweat, forcing a smile, because you're currently an F-rank mercenary, these are the suitable tasks for you. In her mind she panicked, man types are usually proud. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for help? She squeezed her eyes shut and awkwardly explained, if you complete these simple tasks and accumulate achievements, you'll be given harder jobs later. He replied, I'll take this task. She opened her eyes, regaining composure as she looked down. And he pointed to the first task on the board. She looked up in embarrassment, are you sure? He folded his arms and asked back, this is work that needs doing, right? She hesitated, yes, I understand. Keatle then smiled and asked, so where are the herbs to be gathered? Rosa handed over a picture showing the plant's appearance, oh, you have to go out of the village into the woods, they look like this. He eagerly took the picture and left, understood, I'll be back soon. She flusteredly replied, yes, yes. Keatle turned and walked away, his eyes still fixed on the picture. Behind him the pink-haired woman trembled, and Rosa froze in shock. That night in some forest, on the ground lay the flower Keatle needed. He compared the photo to the flower, He remarked, these herbs heal wounds. They look rather strange, don't they? Then he took off his coat and tossed it onto the ground, then. Keatle put his hat on, smiled, and clenched his fist, I've already prepared UV protective gear. Let's begin my first mercenary mission. UV rays can also be harmful in other worlds, little-known knowledge from Keatle. About an hour later at the Mercenary Guild, a sack of herbs was dumped onto the table, much to Rosa's shock. He looked at her innocently, is this enough? She stammered, it's too much. Wondering, is he trying to wreck the entire herb field or what? Her eyes widened, but. Then she glanced at the pile of herbs in the sack, the quality of these herbs is very good, most mercenaries just yank them carelessly, which greatly reduces their value. Keatle awkwardly wiped his nose, don't look at me like that, I'm quite meticulous when I pick them. She hesitated, right. Then she produced a silver coin, thank you for working carefully. Keatle, this is the reward for the task. 1 silver coin. An amount only enough to buy the cheapest meal. Still, this was the first money he'd earned from an honest job. Keatle recalled himself seriously gathering the herbs and smiled inwardly, how touching. Then he eagerly took the coin and stood up, I'm very satisfied with this. Could you assign me the next task right away? Rosa blinked in surprise, huh? She stared, bewildered, what is this? This reward actually satisfies him. This man type. Keatle looked at the coin with joy and reverence, there's still daylight, so I want to do as many jobs as possible. She wondered, why is he so cheerful? She felt baffled, tears welling as she thought, good heavens, this mercenary is just as strange as anyone. Keatle pointed to the warehouse cleaning task on the F-rank job board and said, let's choose this one this time. Rosa wondered, after the herb gathering, now it's already the 3rd time cleaning. Seeing Keatle still looking up excitedly, Rosa felt suspicious, could the berserker actually enjoy cleaning? Rosa said stiffly, alright then, assign the job to you. Keatle's footsteps appeared. Hearing the steps, the green-eyed woman glanced over to look. Keatle, with a body as large as a bear, entered and said, I'm here to clean the warehouse. The brown-haired woman with a braided ponytail rushed over and froze. Keatle asked friendly, "Are you the owner of this warehouse?" She startled and came to, replying, "Why yes, yes." Thinking to herself, a man type. Cleaning the warehouse was simple, moving the goods presented no problem. With his great strength he easily carried large stacks of items to relocate, much to the brown-haired woman's astonishment. The next task was sweeping the streets. He picked up a broom and began to sweep. At first it was a little hard to control his strength, but he managed fine. Keitel's working image was being watched by someone. Seeing him act so ordinarily made Cain exclaim, why is he like that? Cain thought, clearly he's at least a mid-level mercenary, with determination he could even influence a kingdom. Just by displaying strength, he'd be respected wherever he went. And yet a man type who always solves things with force is now sweeping the streets. He watched the way he swept and thought, moreover, it's not done sloppily, he's very serious about it. At that moment Keitel was happily sweeping dust into the dustpan. Cain, doubting life, thought. What on earth is he doing? A gentle light shone down, highlighting the lush green of the leaves and a pair of sparrows. Keitel just woke, stretched with a satisfying sound, He put his feet down on the wooden floor. Keitel glanced at the bedside cabinet, saw the money pouch, and exclaimed, "Ah!" He stared at that bulging pouch and drifted into recollection. Just then the pouch of coins had been placed in a tray and pushed toward him. Rosa said, "You've worked hard from your very first day as a mercenary. Keitel, this is the reward for a total of 15 tasks." Excitement and joy showed clearly in his silvery white eyes and on his face. Rosa reluctantly said it was 15 silver coins. Still, Keitel wasn't disappointed at all and remained thrilled. "Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow." At the end of the memory, Keitel unconsciously smiled and told himself, "Let's start day 2 in this civilized world." A cute brown-haired girl clung to the woman's leg, sobbing non-stop. The other adults gaped upward in astonishment. Keitel walked calmly on while everyone watched. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Keitel wondered, what's going on? He looked at a large 2-story building with curiosity, a library. The door was pushed open, making a small brass bell jingle. The female librarian, hair neatly in a bun, politely said, "Welcome." But halfway through she screamed in horror at Keitel's size. He politely asked, "May I read some books?" That embarrassing incident passed, and Keitel successfully borrowed a book. He eagerly held up a book the size of his hand and read intently. The bun-haired librarian was left speechless at the sight. Cain, hiding outside, watched in disbelief, a man-type reading books. "Though I can't see clearly, my instincts tell me it's true." He thought, a man-type, long labeled stupid, is reading. Could the man-people from this snowy region be completely different from the barbarians we usually see? Seeing the interest on Keitel's face, he wondered, or that guy is someone special. Keitel closed the history book with his hand and whispered, "In the end, the Empire won." He recalled the blue-haired girl from before thinking, a few years ago Myelina went to the snowy region and said she'd go to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. Keitel thought, it seems the outcome of that war was the Empire's victory. Keitel considered, the Empire now seems overwhelmingly powerful. The kingdom of Barkan has nearly become a vassal. The Empire has swallowed half the human world and continues to expand aggressively. Keitel murmured, "It's as if they're devouring this whole world." Keitel mumbled, "Conquer the world, huh?" Soon after, Keitel brushed that thought aside and grew excited again. "Enough about humanity for now, what I really want to learn about." He looked at another book and said, "Is about the non-human races." Keitel happily thought, a book recording non-human species, the mythical races documented here actually exist in this world. The greatest caverns in the world, where precious ores are scattered like refuse, Mantiana, the dwarf caverns. Byseraphia, the village of the little folk. La Gemera, the flying city of the Ariels. And the forbidden sanctuary no one can touch, Alfier Sagrado, the sacred shrine of the elves. No one knows its exact location, many have tried every means to find it, but all have failed. Ketil said, so I now possess the rare qualification to enter the elven sanctuary. Suddenly he was a bit surprised and exclaimed, huh. Then Ketil held the book up and called out, what? Are there other places like the snowfield? Demonic realms do not allow humans to enter. They are full of deformed, insane, and twisted creatures. There are many demonic realms, but in this world there are exactly 5 massive, exceptional ones. Among them is the silent forest, a place of stillness and unending dread. An abyss that drags the world down into the pit of evil. The deep sea where souls still breathe and live. A chasm where nothing exists. And finally the snowfield, within the demonic realms dwell terrifying beings called heteromorphs. However, the existence of the demonic realms cannot spill over into the human world. After reading, Ketil wondered, just how vast is this world? Ketil thought, the snowfield alone is already enormous, and there are so many other such places. He stood up and said, for now the data here must only reach this far. His action startled the librarian. Ketil told her, that was enough to verify it for me, thank you. The librarian trembled with fear and replied, why yes. Ketil cheerfully opened the door and left. He went to the mercenary guild and asked Rosa, any tasks today? She jumped and answered, Ketil, you're here. Rosa handed over the list and said, here is the job board. Ketil's face lit up again. Kane, hiding to the side, muttered in disbelief, truly strange. Finally he resolved, it seems I must meet him personally. After a long period of secret surveillance, Sword Saint Kane finally made his move. By now the moon was high in the sky and the streets were very quiet. Ketil was walking along the road. As he walked he smiled contentedly, today I handled more than 10 commissions. Even the small jobs I managed brought in a decent income. At this rate, the day I'm recognized as a proper mercenary probably isn't far off. He was whistling as he went when someone hiding behind a wall watched him. When that person saw Ketil approach, they stepped out, much to his surprise. It was none other than Sword Saint Kane. The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Ketil spoke first, you're the one who was tailing me all day. Kane was utterly stunned and thought, what? He crossed his arms and asked, what do you want? Kane, still incredulous, said, you noticed already? I was clearly using magic to conceal my aura. No matter how keen your instincts, recognizing my presence should have been impossible. Suddenly Ketil's hand moved quickly as he thoroughly checked his money pouch. Then he warned cautiously, could it be a thief? Kane felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Ketil's sharp gaze affirmed without reply, looks like I guessed right. Even with decent security, thieves can still appear. He, eyes clouded white, was about to explain, no, I'm just, inwardly he wondered, if I told him I was the Sword Saint, would he believe me? Ketil then struck like a finishing blow, that old man has to resort to thievery. Looks like the economy really isn't doing well. Kane was truly wronged beyond measure. Ketil fell quiet and contemplative. Then his face brightened, this could also be a good opportunity. Kane remained stunned, still not understanding what was happening. Later, seeing Ketil's dazed expression, Kane thought, he mistakes me for a common thief. One way to truly gauge someone's strength and identity is to clash directly. Let's see the power of a legendary man-tribe. Then he began rolling up his sleeves. Ketil quickly stepped forward. Kane's expression was wary. Ketil was silent. Then suddenly vanished from his sight. Kane blurted out, gone. What the? Ketil abruptly reappeared in front of him. A hand reaching out. His feet moving. Kane dodged while thinking, if I stay still like this, my neck will be grabbed. Ketil suddenly gave a whoop. Then smiled wryly, fast, he said, then resumed moving. Cain fell into panic. Impossible, I was almost caught. If my reflexes had been any slower I'd have been grabbed. What astonishes me more is I couldn't sense any flow of magic from him. Ketil crossed his arms and laughed, quite interesting. Cain remained inwardly stunned. With a purely human body he can move that fast. This is no longer a test, I'll attack with everything I have. With that thought he lunged forward. Ketil's face grew somber. Then he again suddenly vanished before Cain. He appeared behind him, eyes shining brightly, and grabbed the man's wrist. Cain broke into a cold sweat. What is this? I extended my senses, yet I still couldn't react in time. Ketil twisted his hand backward. It wasn't simply the feeling of being grabbed, it felt as if his arm were pinned to rock and his whole body pulled upward by a force. Cain clenched his teeth in pain. Ugh, what demonic strength is this? Just raw force and it's utterly overpowering. Then I'll go all out, release my strength. A surge of power erupted from him. Ketil watched, momentarily surprised. A blue light radiated from Cain. He pondered the sight for a moment. Then an explosion immediately burst forth. Cain slipped free from Ketil's hold. Ketil looked down at his hand. And Cain across from him stared intently at him. Suddenly he exclaimed, even thieves these days have impressive skills. He felt speechless inwardly. Why does he keep calling me a thief? Cain seriously assessed, a rare form of mana materialization, only those who have reached a high realm can do this. Yet he shrouds it around his body. Why would someone like that stoop to petty acts like robbery? But apparently he truly believed it was the skill of a common thief. Cain fell briefly into thought. Then continued thinking. By reflex he manifested mana. The mana took form and could even tear through solid steel. A human body touching it should have been crushed beyond recognition, yet his body doesn't have a single scratch. What kind of monstrous body is this? To endure manifested mana with a bare body. While he was thinking, Ketil spoke, although it looks like he's using something strange. It's probably time to end this. Hearing that, Cain also began to reach for the sword hilt at his side. Suddenly his eyes went wide in astonishment. Ketil abruptly appeared and touched his finger to the sword hilt, smiling. He made the motion as if gentle, with an innocent expression that shocked Cain, his eyes nearly popping out and his mouth agape. Then Cain clenched his teeth, straining to draw his sword, but his hand only trembled. Suddenly Cain was once again aghast. At that moment Ketil's eyes shone brightly, as if he had spotted prey. He screamed inwardly like a madman, ah! Tears flowed at the same time. Is this the end? A large hand reached out. But unexpectedly Ketil let out a breath. So this is a thief from a fantasy world? As he said this he hoisted the unconscious Cain onto his shoulder. The captain of the Barkan guard panicked and froze at the scene. Oh my God, what's happening? Ketil carrying Cain gently made him think in surprise, what strange thing is going on here? Why has Sword Saint Cain appeared in this place? He lay neatly in a sack. The man felt horrified. Don't tell me that man-tribe fellow dared attack Lord Cain. What are we to do now? Suddenly Ketil spoke, I just caught a thief. Hearing this, the man widened his eyes and gaped, a thief? Ketil, still carrying him, beamed, if I turn him over to the guard, it will count toward my mercenary record. Right? The captain of the Barkan guard stood stunned, bewildered for a long moment. Regaining his composure, he gently asked, what on earth is the situation here? A man who has reached the pinnacle of extraordinary skill, Sword Saint Cain, and that great man has been captured by a man-tribe member in an extremely humiliating posture. He quietly said, that person is not a thief. Ketil's face began to change color, becoming serious again. Do you know him? So he's an accomplice? The captain of the Barkan guard stood with his legs forming a V. Then he saluted the man with full courtesy and formality, the sole sword saint of the kingdom of Gehent. I offer my respects to Sword Saint Cain. Ketil, hearing this, began looking down at him. What? Ketil stared in astonishment at the man he had been carrying. That exalted title of Sword Saint is being called a thief. Ketil growled, no way, this old man is the real thief. He attacked me to steal a few coins. He looked Ketil straight in the eye and protested, no, he really is the Sword Saint, I couldn't mistake that face. Unconvinced, Ketil quickly replied, maybe he's a mage using magic. He felt dissatisfied, closing his eyes as he explained further, if he's such a powerful mage, he'd already be honored as a Sword Saint. Ketil couldn't accept the truth, or perhaps Sword Saint is just a flattering name for thieves. He shrugged helplessly, what nonsense are you spouting? The exchange continued, so he really is the Sword Saint? Yes. Ketil still stared at him in a daze, I'll report this to the Lord. A moment later, Luke slammed the table angrily and shouted, what? Lord Cain is missing. Ketil bowed his head in respect to Cain, I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Facing Cain, he replied, no, it's my fault as well for not speaking up. The two sat in silence, deep in thought. Luke entered the room, horrified at the scene before him, what the hell is going on? I thought Lord Cain would seek out that man-tribe member for a duel, but I never expected he'd lose. Cain's face was pensive, Lord Cain was defeated by that man-tribe member, I don't know the details, but it's true. He looked toward Ketil and a thought flashed, so that man-tribe member is stronger than the Sword Saint. Then he turned back to Cain, of course, even among the superhuman there are ranks. Lord Cain only recently earned the title Sword Saint, so he may be lower ranked. But the Sword Saint is someone who has reached the exalted rank of Sword Lord, and that man-tribe member defeated someone like that. He looked at Ketil, imagining an even more terrifying figure, that makes him completely uncontrollable. Luke was so terrified that sweat streamed down his face, my head aches. Then Luke offered advice, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. I will take my leave. The two of you should talk this through. Having said that, he left the room. The two sat in complete silence again. Ketil looked at Cain as if he wanted to say something. Cain trembled, sipping the cup of tea in his hand and thinking, how embarrassing. Still, I can't deny it, this is a total defeat. My pride isn't just wounded, it's been shattered completely. He set the teacup down. Cain placed his hand on his chest and raised his head, allow me to introduce myself properly, I am Sword Saint Cain. He asked, is Sword Saint your family name? He softly replied, once one attains the Sword Saint level, a person's name becomes nothingness. Ketil asked further, I see. So what you just displayed is the skill of a Sword Saint, right? His eyes seemed to recall something. Then from his hand he released magic with a green glow, do you mean this? Ketil's eyes widened, he seemed very intrigued by this unique magic, oh. Then he recalled the scene when Cain unleashed the magic, at first I thought it was just a trick used by thieves, so I paid it little mind. But now knowing it's the Sword Saint's skill, I'm interested. Cain immediately elaborated, this is the manifestation called aura. Ketil was surprised, aura. His eyes filled with pride for that magic, his cheeks flushing, so that's aura. Unable to contain his excitement, Ketil stood up and his eyes lit up, how can I learn it? He looked down at the magic glowing in his palm, basically, you must control mana and project it outward. Ketil asked, so is arcane like mana? He began to explain admiringly, arcane is simply the nature of the occult arts. When you use it as an aura, you are a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you are a mage. Ketil smiled, so swordsmen and mages both use the same kind of energy called arcane. Are you willing to teach me that skill? He stood up straight, it's embarrassing to admit, but I'm still learning and not truly proficient in this technique. Ketil's frightening face appeared, I beg you, please teach me. He hesitated, All right. Then Kane's face grew stern, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? He sat down and folded his arms. I know nothing of arcane or swordsmanship. The truth is I just swing my sword haphazardly. Kane suddenly asked, really? He pictured himself explaining so that Ketil would admire him. Yes, I am the sword saint, I may have lost, but I hadn't even drawn my sword. All right, I'll teach him the way of the sword and show him its greatness, and I'll reclaim my pride. Dismissing the thought, he quickly agreed, very well. I am the sword saint who uses the sword. Without a sword, I'm only half a man. Suddenly, things weren't as he thought. No wonder you're so weak, it's because you didn't use your sword. Kane was astonished, indeed. Ketil folded his arms. You call yourself sword saint with only that much power? I thought something was off. He snapped angrily, that brat. He added, if you'd used your sword, you probably would have won. Kane grumbled, could I have defeated him just by using the sword? Ketil brightened, I'm very eager. By contrast, Kane was sorrowful, my pride, will I get it back? I feel like I'll be crushed even more horribly. Before the regression, I had trained in sword techniques. Ketil pondered, but this is true mystic swordcraft, a wondrous sword technique that harnesses mysterious aura. This is the arcane sword technique. In the training yard, Sword Saint Kane looked serious. He held the sword in one hand, stood slightly sideways and instructed, the most notable aspect of my sword technique is the fusion of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see? Was that knight your disciple? Ketil recalled the knight beside the Lord, thought a moment, then answered honestly, his sword technique split into 3, and all 3 were real strikes. Ketil keenly realized, oh, so that's what you meant by fusion. He suddenly asked, is that a skill based more on technique than strength? Kane affirmed, exactly. He explained, sword technique is the art of blending swordplay with arcane magic, and one who reaches the pinnacle of that path becomes a sword saint. Saying that, he made a sword stroke, and waves of vibrant green life surged up from the guard. It shimmered like sunlight, vivid and fierce, covering and dancing along the blade. Ketil admired him, eyes shining. His tone excited, oh, so that's aura. Sword Saint Kane stiffened and forced out, yes. He closed his eyes, a bit anxious, I still find it hard to believe this is happening. Kane cleared his throat. He raised his other hand to grip the lower hilt and said, I think talking about fusing illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract. Inside Kane turbulent thoughts, I'm really teaching swordcraft to a man-tribe member. On the outside he maintained an inscrutable calm, pointing the sword forward beneath his shoulder. Kane said solemnly, so I'll give you a direct experience. When he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly became sharp and keen. Kane brought his body down with a decisive strike, the sword energy curved wonderfully, the tip slammed down with such force that the floor split, leaving a deep gouge. From the point where the blade struck, the aura directly split into 5 streams carrying sword intent as they shot forward. Ketil was shaken, your sword technique. Seeing the sword intents clearly divide into 5 paths that ultimately converged on one target, he stared in disbelief, split into 5 parts. The dust from the impact quickly dispersed, revealing a deep dent in the wall. The Sword Saint's voice was measured, there are many techniques that create illusions with aura. Kane looked at him sharply, but to turn those illusions into reality, only my sword technique can do that. Ketil was dazed, the move you just used. Before he could finish, Kane puffed up with pride, yes, it's an arcane masterpiece. What do you think? He replied bluntly, I think I could do it too. Kane was stunned by that naively sarcastic tone. The Sword Saint scoffed and asked, what are you talking about? He thought indignantly, I've devoted my life to the way of the sword, combining innate talent with relentless training. It took great effort to reach this achievement. How could a man-tribe member learn it just by watching? I'll show you. Ketil was confident. Cain looked at him in surprise. That's an axe. He grinned broadly, carrying a large axe on his shoulder. He took a wide step forward. Keto lowered his body and swung the axe back. Then relied purely on speed, unleashing dozens of axe swings within a second. Cain blinked. That sword technique. He watched him wildly chopping, mouth agape in shock. He only uses brute force and raw power to move quickly. On the final strike, Keto immediately gathered murderous intent, split it into 5 branches, and sent them all rushing forward to one point. There was a loud explosion as the wall burst into flames. The sword saint was unexpectedly alarmed. The axe landed at his feet, emitting a faint waft of smoke. Keto shouldered the axe casually, smiling brightly as he asked for feedback. Done. What do you think? Cain's eyes rolled as he recalled. It looked like a fusion of illusion and reality when he struck simultaneously, but in fact it relied on overwhelming strength and speed. Even I was nearly fooled for a moment. He commented sternly, you just swung an axe with brute force, there's no technique. But Keto countered, but the result isn't different. Sword techniques are for real combat. He asked bluntly, as long as the result is the same, that's fine, right? The sword saint didn't know how to reply and stammered, On the surface he seemed calm, but inside his tears were vast. A subtle tear slid from the corner of his eye. He's not wrong, but he's wounded my pride too much. Cain snapped, fine, then how about this? He swung his sword again. This time his form split into illusions that launched chaotic attacks, his whole body enveloped in a profound aura as countless slashes were unleashed. Keto was astonished, your body split apart. The sword intents flew and accumulated, growing larger and larger until they formed a gigantic magical sphere. Then, as if no more sword intent could be contained, that amassed sphere exploded with a deafening blast, shattering earth and stone into fragments that flew everywhere. After a while of settling dust, the spot where the sword saint had stood was nothing but the center of a gigantic crater, with a radius of at least 6 meters around it. Cain panted and said coldly, this is a cloning technique achieved through the ultimate realm of aura usage. He wiped sweat from under his chin and looked at him carefully, asking, can you imitate it? Keto pivoted his foot. And silently stepped to one side. His expression turned serious. He swung the axe over his shoulder in one smooth motion, Keto's gaze remaining calm. Repeating the old move, he relied on his unusually extreme speed, wildly slashing out countless blade intents. Cain blinked at that sword technique. He watched him wildly swinging, mouth agape in astonishment. Keto stayed steady in his swings, each murderous intent combined, seeming to accumulate into a towering vortex. And indeed it was so, the murderous intent spiraled outward in circular patterns with him at the center. The lofty vortex was stained with a deep, dark purple murderous aura, a chaotic, raging wind. After a short time passed, Keto's clear voice rang out, what do you think? He tilted his chin slightly and stepped forward with an arrogant air. Cain abruptly collapsed to his knees on the cracked ground. He trembled, unable to cry out, my life's work. In the cratered battleground, the two faced each other. Keto smiled at him with puzzled amusement. Cain was hollow and tormented. His mind screamed, my sword technique. The sword saint sank in pain, muttering, it can't be. He broke down into pathetic sobs. Keto folded his arms and sighed, saying calmly, your psyche is weaker than I thought. He took measured steps forward and said, your sword technique is truly marvelous. Cain, who had been crying, froze. Keto bowed his head to look at him and bluntly revealed, I only swung the axe fast, that's not an authentic sword technique. The move you used just now wasn't merely an illusion, it was a true sword technique. Cain listened in bewilderment. Keto stammered a little, I cannot reach the true arcane realm. He pressed his lips together. Thinking proudly, indeed, my sword technique still has value. To fuse illusion and reality into an actual entity, only I can do that in this world. Cain rose with a blazing flame of determination, clenching his fist and thinking, yes, my technique is perfect. That man-tribe fellow is just a madman. Cain glared at him. What kind of madman can move so fast as to become only a blur in the air without using aura? That's not something a human can do. Suddenly Ketil asked, can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique? The sword saint paused for a moment. He quickly regained composure. Sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me. Please understand. I understand. Cain calmed himself and cleared his throat, ahem. Then he began to explain how to perform the genuine technique. First you must master how to control aura. Cain spread his hand, where a deep aura flame burned. He looked at it and continued, but to control aura, you must first comprehend arcane law. Ketil emphasized, whether mage, swordsman, or sorcerer, no one can ascend to a higher realm without awakening to arcane law. Only those who believe in the gods are exceptions. Ketil, keenly curious, asked, so divine power is something different? The sword saint answered, their miracles come directly from the deity they worship, they have nothing to do with personal ability. He understood. Cain continued to teach, arcane law is exactly that. It is the latent power deep within every person. How one uses that power determines everything. Ketil looked at the aura rising from his hand and concluded, so, whether using aura, absorbing mana, or commanding spirits, the foundation of all arcane power stems from understanding arcane law. Arcane law has 5 different stages. Cain held up one finger solemnly. The most basic is sensing arcane law. It is the realm of perceiving, uncovering, and experiencing arcane law. He honestly asked, not everyone can sense arcane law, right? Cain said, of course not. Without talent, one cannot perceive it. He continued, those who can sense arcane law, we call them third tier. Thinking further, Cain explained clearly, the ability to use arcane law is divided into 5 levels. Third tier is the first rank. Ketil suddenly remembered when Mylina seriously explained to him, she had said, we usually classify them as third tier, second tier, first tier, transcendent, and hero. Those words gradually matched, those are the 5 main ranks of arcane law. Ketil thought to himself secretly, oh, so that's how it is. Cain went on, in reality it's just a way to categorize for clarity. Even within the same rank there are large disparities and the boundaries between people of the same rank are unclear. Just grasping the concept is enough. He said seriously, I understand your point. He replied nonchalantly, then let's begin. Cain stated bluntly, the first step of arcane law is sensing arcane law. Cain guided, feel everything around you. Cain closed his eyes. He guided so that Ketil also closed his eyes and felt, receiving a technique means awakening a new awareness that has never appeared in you. Expand your senses to the utmost. In his mind was the sound of the trees outside, conveyed through Cain's voice. Accept the breeze flowing past you. Take in the warmth emanating from the earth. Be aware of every movement in the vibrating air. The sunlight in the sky and between them, seek a special presence. Ketil sat in meditation, trying to sense the things around him. Suddenly he opened his eyes, the link is broken. I can't feel anything. Hearing that, Cain looked at him in confusion. He was flustered, really? I thought with your ability you would sense it immediately. Then he thought of people with strong abilities who could easily gather energy, it's not a rule. But the strong, even if they lack mana, often accept techniques more easily, perhaps you're an exception. Seeing this, he also stroked his beard in bewilderment, those two are due to the Bakhong anomaly. In his mind he recalled the people from his countryside, I don't know. No one around me has ever sensed what they call a technique. People from the wastelands are like that. Seeing that, he tried to explain, actually, the majority don't easily receive techniques either. Let me try transmitting energy directly into you to open a path to the technique. Facing Ketil in confusion, he widened his eyes in admiration and excitement. Do you mean to transfer your inner energy? He looked at him seriously, almost. His face full of excitement, he pointed to himself solemnly. Okay, I'm mentally prepared. He looked at him bewildered as well. I'm ready. Cain stood up. Then moved around behind him. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He reminded him, rolling up his sleeves, now relax your whole body, focus inward, and channel all sensations into your body. His hand touched his back, now receive the mana I am transmitting into you. His expression fell in astonishment, this body. Cain gaped, his arms stiff with bewilderment. Is he really human? He imagined his body like a solid block of stone. How tightly compressed are these muscles? Is he truly an ordinary person? He was also bewildered that he couldn't feel anything. Then he pulled his hand back, startled. Sorry, my mind just wandered off. Then he announced, begin. His hand began to emit energy, his eyes closed confidently. I will start the flow of inner energy. The key is to awaken the path to the technique in you. Finding it is the goal, it's not that difficult. Ketil then seriously focused on feeling. Cain paused. He widened his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? His body froze, while Ketil hugged his knees smiling excitedly waiting. I can't find the technique pathway in his body. No, to be more precise. Disbelief filled his face as he shouted inwardly. Meanwhile Ketil was still waiting. I can't reach it. Then he imagined himself sinking underwater. No matter how much I expand my inner energy, it doesn't touch anything, sees nothing. It's like swimming in an abyss and being crushed by the pressure of the bottom of the chasm. Finally he closed his eyes and gave up. This won't work. Cain cleared his throat tersely, making him widen his eyes in bewilderment. Ketil's face looked as if struck by lightning. What do you mean you're not okay? Are you saying I have no talent? Cain tried to explain. No, it's not that. Simply transferring inner energy into you isn't enough. To find the technique. He thought of the energy suppressed in his body. You have to find the internal outlet yourself and awaken the dormant power. Ketil sat on the ground looking at him. I understand. But Cain said plainly, I cannot find the pathway to your technique. His eyes widened in panic, his face frozen in disbelief. Are you saying I can't receive techniques? He stood before him and reached out. No, not exactly. I can't even determine whether it exists. Ketil looked up. What do you mean? Cain asserted, your body is damaged. Ketil jolted and looked up. He added calmly, to find the technique, inner energy must seep deep inside, but your physique is too dense, my inner energy can't penetrate deeply enough into you. Then he imagined an energy flow unable to move a rock pinned by the sea. I've never seen this before. Pure physical composition actually blocking inner energy. Ketil also fell into thought and closed his eyes in helplessness. Even a sword saint would be powerless. His expression saddened as he asked again, so I'll never be able to receive a technique? Cain replied, it's hard to say, I can't assert either way. Then he suggested two paths to Ketil. I'm not even sure the pathway exists in you. You should find a sword saint who understands inner energy better or go to the mage's tower. Then he put his hand to his chest and bowed sincerely. In any case, I apologize. Ketil looked at him. No, it's fine. Ketil touched his chin and pondered. There's still hope, that's enough for today. Then he pushed off his knees to stand, yet. Optimistic, Ketil smiled. Over the days I've learned a lot, I'm grateful. He looked at him speechless. Then he recalled the terrifying man-tribe members earlier. All the wild ones I've met were fierce and hard to control. They looted, drank, and lived by violence. That's why society abandoned them. But this one is different. Cain stared at him. Have you ever thought of joining this kingdom? Ketil looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? He reached out to explain, I mean swearing fealty to the kingdom and receiving a title. Then he again placed his hand over his heart sincerely, with this power, you'd rise very high. I'm even willing to sponsor you. He clenched his hand, that's an intriguing offer. But then he bowed his head, I refuse, I don't want to be bound. On the other hand, Cain calculated inwardly, to face the Empire, if we had him, perhaps we could escape the Empire's control. Cain, hearing that, looked at him in puzzlement, even so, is a title not appealing to you? Isn't that enough? His face darkened, humph. Then he folded his arms and smiled as he voiced his ideal to Cain, I choose to enjoy my own freedom. He was also startled, realizing. Then awkwardly looked up at him, oh. I see. Ketel then smiled and extended his hand warmly, anyway, thank you, I won't forget this kindness. Cain's eyes lowered. Inside the corridor, Cain walked alone on it. He sank into thought with shame, how foolish I was. He then recalled his silhouette, I thought we could control him, even for a moment, but that's impossible. That savage only acts according to his own ideals. He can cooperate with outsiders, but only to that extent, inwardly he harbors only his own notions. Then he remembered Ketel's refreshing reply, you can't predict what he's thinking, which probably makes him more inscrutable than any man tribe. A man from the demon lands, a wasteland native of Ba Kong. He recalled the man tribe members he'd met during the blizzard. Cain sighed. Cain looked up at the moonlight, to invade the demon realm, what scheme are you plotting? In Luke's room, he sat on the table, hands empty and puzzled, really? The Emperor truly wants to conquer the demon world? Cain folded his arms and sat opposite, displeased, people are being sacrificed under the pretense of reconnaissance, yet you still don't believe. Are you serious? He bowed his head and sighed with certainty, of course. He may believe himself the incarnation of an ancient sovereign, in any case, that's a matter for later. Cain's face grew serious as he crossed his arms, we haven't fully secured human territories yet. Luke looked down and realized, it's only a matter of time. Then Cain looked up seriously, yes, this land belongs to the Empire, we can be summoned at any time, best to be prepared. Luke replied, thanks. He wearily leaned back in his chair, times are already chaotic, and now the Emperor is half sane, it's a real headache. Luke was startled by this. His gaze sharpening coldly, could the rumors be true? He calmly affirmed, yes, the demons have begun mobilizing armies. He widened his eyes in alarm. Then Cain recalled the monsters, the hellish eruptions are also abnormal, it's not certain, but some report that rifts in the demon realm are probing something. He then mentioned the demons and the white serpent, events are unfolding, and in any case, this is a disaster for humanity. Suddenly he seemed to remember something, now that I think about it, perhaps the strangest thing is already among us. Luke also lowered his head, exactly. Across from him Cain probed, what do you think? He replied doubtfully, I'm not sure. Then he considered a more optimistic angle, at least he's not an adversary. But then he thought of Ketel's manic image, beyond that, I can't say more. The next morning, the sun shone over the city. Ketel strolled happily down the street. Suddenly he looked in a direction. A woman and a child were clutching each other and looking at him in fear, which puzzled him. Then he turned and saw a man pressed against a wall avoiding him. He was puzzled, He then rubbed his chin and pondered, are they afraid of me because of my clothing? He recalled the encounter with a couple when he stood by a tree showing them his new coat and thought, or is it because I'm not wearing a proper coat, what they call presentable? A fur coat would do, but it doesn't look genteel. They must think I'm crazy and don't want to get involved, but he had completely misunderstood. Then he frowned with determination, all right. Ketel clenched his fists and exclaimed excitedly, I'll buy some decent clothes then. In the shop, clothes hung on racks and bolts of fabric were neatly stacked. The door opened with a chiming bell, The shopkeeper, who was measuring a garment on a mannequin, turned and looked. Hello. His face went pale with fear. Ketel stared at him, unconscious menace radiating. I need to buy clothes. The shopkeeper panicked inwardly. A savage. The owner stammered as he looked at him, tears of fear welling. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we don't have anything that fits your build. Hearing that, Ketel folded his arms in annoyance. What a bother. So there's no way. The man bowed his head and suggested, if you don't mind waiting, we do take custom orders. Ketel grinned enthusiastically and accepted. Oh, really? Then do it. The owner looked up, flustered. Yes, of course, we will notify you when it's ready. He imagined the angry look on him if the clothes weren't right, if he criticizes the outfit when it's finished. Ketel grabbed the collar and glared. You call this clothing? The man's expression darkened as he sank into memories. Can I survive this? While Ketel was on his way to the guild, he suddenly noticed something. What's this? At his feet lay a blue gem. Ketel reached down and picked it up. He held it up to the sun curiously. A jewel. The gem sparkled within. His eyes narrowed in thought. Then he slipped the gem into the pouch at his hip. Fine, I'll ask the guild about it. At the merchant guild, he asked Rosa, do you know what this is? She reached out and took the gem from him. I found this when I arrived. It doesn't look like an ordinary orb. Ketel sat opposite, arms folded. I see. Rosa said, but it's not a gemstone. She carefully examined the gem. Its surface was extremely smooth, as if someone had worked on it. She stared at the glittering blue stone in her hand. Her gaze growing hazy. There are no markings or names. She looked at it vaguely, murmuring, why does it give off a sense of value? Suddenly, a snap of fingers brought her back to reality. Rosa jolted awake. She looked up, dazed. He retracted his hand and asked, are you all right? She looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? Ketel explained, you looked like you were hypnotized by the gem. She remained bewildered. Ketel brushed it off. Yeah, never mind, forget it. Rosa then awkwardly looked at the stone and suggested, still, this orb is strange. I sense a weird energy from it. Do you want me to have an expert appraise it? He smiled enthusiastically and declined, thanks, but I'll investigate it myself. That's the fun part. Then he changed the subject, folding his arms with a smile. By the way, anything to do today? She quickly caught up. Yes, wait a moment, I'll get the task board. Rosa placed the task board and pushed it toward him. F-level tasks, street cleaning, unclogging drains, weeding, digging potatoes. Ketel's face lit up again as he held the task board. That day a bag of coins was placed on the table. Ketel propped his head on his hand and laughed happily. Another glorious day. Then he took out the blue gem and stared, but seriously, what is this thing? He recalled Rosa's entranced look. Rosa looked like she was going crazy over it. His expression grew doubtful. Could it actually have some power? His eyes widened. A voice rang inside his mind, making him spring to his feet. The gem emitted a dark aura. Come to me. Ketel panicked. Why did I just hear the orb speak? Then, curious and scantily dressed, he followed the gem through the night. It repeated, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me. Leaving him bewildered, where is it trying to lead me? He closed his eyes as directional arrows popped into his head, and now a map appeared in his mind, some kind of control magic. Ketel looked at the gem emitting dark energy in his palm. It urged him, come to me. Then he calmed himself. Back in his room, he looked out the window with excitement. Then let's go. At a thicket, Ketel pushed it aside as the voice echoed, come to me. He grumbled, I'm coming, I'm coming. Shut up. He stood before a path. Then looked up, Ha! A foul black cave yawned before him. Is this the place? Ketel smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened a pair of glowing blue eyes. The voice still echoed, "Come to me." He felt no fear and stepped into the cave. "I'm here." Where was the speaker? On this side, amid chains, a tracking energy projected his image. Another sacrificial object has entered. This time it's a dumb brute of a savage, at least big enough. The gem on the staff flared bright. The skeleton grinned triumphantly, its body glowing blue as it proclaimed, "That makes 10 souls." He sat within a formation, one hand holding a staff, the other channeling energy, surrounded by sacrificial instruments. He mused, "This must be an illusion. Can resurrection be done like this?" In the past, during chaotic times when many kingdoms fell, behind it all stood an evil mage, one who manipulated and stirred emotions. He controlled the minds of countless kings, sparked wars, and ruled realms. But his ultimate cruelty was exposed, and heroes destroyed him. However, just before his defeat, he transferred his soul into a vessel of life, allowing him to become a lich. In the form of a deathless sorcerer, a lich is an immortal entity with its soul contained in a phylactery, untouchable until the phylactery is destroyed. He laughed savagely and raised his bony hand to manipulate, thus the wicked wizard who once conquered the world became a lich and began plotting his resurrection. His dark magic slipped through alleys, and the resurrection ritual required vast amounts of life force. He settled near a remote estate and dispersed these enchanted orbs, collecting sacrificial creatures bit by bit. The orbs acted as mana cores needed for the ritual. That stone emitted a scintillating light amid deathly, uncanny miasma. With his great power, he planned to conquer the world again, arrogant and ambitious. That goal was nearly achieved. His low voice suddenly spoke, "Why is a man tribesman here?" The peaceful village seemed teemed with life. "This is a secluded territory, and I chose it because I need to gather power. A hidden place not noticed by the villagers." He said heavily, "That's why a man tribe appearing here is unusual." His blurry silhouette was projected back. The wizard looked at the ghostly flame watching Ketel and schemed, "The creatures from the north have come quite far. Given your size, you'll make an excellent sacrificial offering. I put a special effect on the orb. It only enchants those who don't know the secrets." His bony hand released the magic orb into the cave, so anyone enchanted by the orb here won't understand the mysteries. Seeing his casual smile, the wizard concluded, "So in the end this man is just a commoner, ignorant of the mysteries. If he seems unaffected, it must be luck." He rejoiced, "Come then, man tribesman, become the stepping stone for my glorious resurrection magic." Time passed, scene change, so this is the place. Ketel stood before a huge wooden door, roughly twice his height. He slowly pushed the door and entered. Ketel's eyes widened in surprise. The hollow black sockets flashed, and the bony hand tightened around the staff. The wizard, leisurely standing on a high dais, had been waiting for him a long time. A lich. Ketel gaped speechless, astonished, a real lich. In his imagination, a lich in a black robe holding a scepter looked like the ultimate ascension a top sorcerer could reach in an ancient civilization, a foe straight out of fantasy tales. "I never thought I'd meet a real lich." The wizard saw him standing there like an idiot and suspiciously asked, "Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't enchanted by the orb." Ketel finally snapped back and laughed out, "So that's how you lured people here. Under the ground are skeletons, bleached white." The wizard was puzzled by the situation and thought, "What is this? I can't sense any mystery from him, meaning he's just an ordinary man tribesman." His voice rasped with sarcasm, "You must be carrying a mind-protecting artifact, a high-grade one that I cannot detect. I don't know how a man would have such a thing. But..." The wizard taunted, "It seems you got lucky and found it somewhere." Ketel denied, "I don't have anything like that." But the wizard didn't believe him. "You think you can fool me?" Saying so, he channeled magic. The stone atop his staff emitted swirling white lights. They poured onto the skeletal corpses. He continued, if you accept your fate quietly, you would have died mercifully. The wizard snapped, but perhaps I must use force. Then the pale bones across his floor rose up from the slack. His voice turned cruel, advance, my soldiers. With that, a bone warrior gripped its sword and charged fiercely. Keetle thought to himself, a dungeon hiding an evil lich. Ha! The corner of his mouth curled in mockery, I pretty much understand what's going on here. The bone warrior leapt up valiantly and swung its sword. Keetle went cold-faced and struck its head with a straight punch. The wizard flinched. The bone warrior immediately collapsed to one side, its skull smashed into 3 pieces and slowly crumbled into dust. Keetle flicked his hand and coldly judged, weaker than I thought. The wizard fell silent for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and arrogantly said, let's see if that mouth still spouts nonsense after its limbs are cut off. Having finished, he raised his hand, magic flowed like running water, once more raising the bone warriors to stand before him. His voice was hoarse, as long as you remain alive, that's all that matters. The wizard ordered, take him down. Immediately, the entire group of bone warriors surged toward him. Keetle clenched his fist. He went cold-faced and swung his fist, the bone warrior on the right took the blow and flew backward. Then Keetle charged up, his left arm violently ramming straight into the head of the one on the left. Finally he delivered a kicking punch that the bone warrior in front couldn't react to. He kept his fist as if locking onto the skulls of the bone warriors, pressing it straight against them. The wizard stood aghast, mouth agape. As the pale bones gradually dissolved away, Keetle slowly rose, his tone calm, as they said, if you lose your head, you die. Keetle boredly scratched the back of his head and assessed him, a lich. I expected you'd at least command death knights or undead, but are you this weak? No doubt, that remark struck straight at his chest, making him furious. The wizard's voice was heavy, you bastard, I've toyed enough. He looked stunned. The magic stone atop his staff flared brilliantly. His rasping voice, wake up. Arcane power quickly enveloped the remains, forming phantom knight armor. Keetle was startled, that's a skeleton knight. The magic reconstructed it perfectly, before him stood a bone warrior clad in full helm and armor, shield and sword paired. He was a bit surprised, I didn't expect to meet a skeleton knight here. Wait. Keetle suddenly recalled the previous mounted bone warrior and felt a thrill, since it's created by a lich, its structure might be slightly different. This just gets more interesting. Suddenly, the wizard's hand unleashed even more arcane energy. It surged violently, kill him. The skeleton knight obeyed and rushed quickly toward Keetle. He tightened his fist with delight and said with a smile, a knight created by a lich. The skeleton knight swung its sword fiercely. Keetle's voice was bland, I'm curious how tough it is. Keetle quickly lunged forward and decisively drove a tamping blow straight into its abdomen. With a single strike, he sent the skeleton knight flying into the wall at the base of the cliff. A deafening boom exploded. And dust billowed into a thick haze. The white smoke gradually cleared, and through the murk a darker silhouette could still be seen. Though the skeleton knight was battered and broken, it seemed to retain the resolute will of a knight and charged on. This genuinely surprised Keetle, it's tougher. I admit that. The wizard's eye sockets shone with a piercing blue light. His voice rumbled, endure my ultimate dark magic. Ring after ring of sorcery coiled around the charging skeleton knight. He stood there dumbfounded, watching, the surge of extreme power. The reconstructed knight carried a majestic force that erupted. At that moment a bone warrior lunged in a terrifying form. Keetle exclaimed, what is that now? The bone warrior prepared to attack him. A skeleton knight created by a lich is somewhat different. Keetle's hand clenched unusually tight. Then he threw a punch at its face. The bone warrior was blasted flying backward. A massive explosion erupted, filling the air with dust. Ketil watched the scene with a serious expression, while the lich was startled and alarmed. The smoke and dust took a long time to clear. Ketil stamped down hard on a bony hand. Then he said, "Truly immortal, but it doesn't seem that different." "Is that it?" The lich demanded, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "I can't sense any mysteries or magic from this man. If he used an artifact, I'd at least sense some mana, but I feel nothing. Is this truly his pure strength? He defeated a skeleton knight with sheer physical power. How is that possible?" Then he exclaimed, "You are extraordinary." Ketil flinched and looked in that direction. The lich's bony hand tightened on its weapon and said, "Very well, I will face you personally. Consider it an honor." Immediately, a wave of dark power radiated and enveloped the surrounding space. Ketil looked around in alarm. As he began to be swallowed by darkness. Two blazing eyes appearing within it, "Are you afraid? Be afraid of me, man. You will pay for trespassing in my sanctum." But unexpectedly Ketil wore a nonchalant expression and said, "No, I only came because the orb called me." "Aren't you the one who scattered that orb?" The lich broke into a cold sweat hearing that, "Yes. In fact, those who came were drawn by the orb that he dispersed, and I experienced the same." Then he angrily shouted, Shut up, man. I am the great and supreme sorcerer. You have destroyed 5 kingdoms and fought heroes." Hearing that, Ketil recalled the woman and her name, Queen Elf Marsyria Hashian Karusha, is having a name longer than 2 lines a trend in this world. The lich then unleashed a burst of accursed power, "Become the stepping stone for my revival. Lowly man." That terrifying, repulsive power hurled straight at Ketil. It looked fantastical and formidable. Yet he remained calm and watched it. Ketil's gaze began to analyze, emotion control magic for humans. It brings negative emotions and consumes victims from within until they can do nothing and their minds shatter completely. A characteristic spell created by liches. It is extremely potent relative to the mana it consumes. An ordinary man couldn't even control mystical power, he would be utterly helpless before such supreme magic. He kept calculating, what should I do next? This man seems different. He also appears to carry no magical weapon. Then the lich snapped his fingers, "I'll take him away and study him, drag him off." Immediately, the bone warrior lying on the ground began to move. It was controlled to move closer to Ketil. Ketil suddenly moved with a sprinting step. The bone warrior's flow of power grew even stronger. Suddenly Ketil's eyes flashed. He launched a powerful kick that sent the bone warrior flying into the air. The skeleton's head had been knocked clean off. Ketil's expression remained utterly calm. The lich's face twisted in horror, screaming inward, "No, how? That mind control spell should have worked." Ketil spoke, "You just stand there watching, planning to have those skeletons drag me away like this? How boring." His face showed clear disappointment as he sighed. Those words struck the lich like an arrow to the chest. Humans act on their emotions, even the mighty heroes harbor negative feelings deep within. That's why they can't escape emotion control magic. However, Ketil now wondered, can't you use spells like fireballs or magic missiles? The lich replied, "I don't know how you still stand, but how dare you compare my magic to those lowly spells?" Then his eye sockets flared, "Aura, gather, O turbid stream. Regardless of form. Devour the world and unleash chaos upon the unseen." As he spoke, the lich raised his staff and a mysterious power manifested. Ketil, seeing this, was not worried, instead his eyes glittered. The demonic force poured out into the space. Then a bony hand reached out. Ketil stood there before the demonic surge arrived. And as the evil force swept through Ketil's body, it gradually dissipated into the air. The lich cried triumphantly, ha ha ha. The victory is mine. He was exultant, but a moment later an invisible gush of blood spewed from his throat. His body collapsed to the ground on his knees. The lich grimaced, thinking, ugh, too much. I've used everything except the mana needed to sustain my body. But with that move, that one should be gone. Just then Ketil said, startling him, impressive. He nonchalantly reappeared before him. He asked coldly, is that all? The lich was horrified, his face distorted as he screamed inward, even that didn't work. I used the strongest dark mind control magic among my spells. Even a great hero here, one direct strike would have torn their minds apart. What kind of freak are you? Ketil looked down at his hand. That move was impressive, but I felt no different. If that's your strongest. As he spoke, he began to draw his weapon. Ketil swung his axe with a cold glare and said, now it should be my turn. At that moment the lich cried out, stop. Ketil asked back, what is it? He continued, you came here knowing who I am. Exactly, that makes things clear. The more Ketil heard, the more puzzled he became, what's wrong with him? The lich laughed heartily and excitedly, ha ha ha, Empire, are you so afraid of me? I must admit your intelligence network is formidable to find me so quickly. But I will return, I will destroy your swords and rule the world once more. I've heard the Empire has a training school for humans, a place that produces countless oddities. That man must be a product of it. A sword forged specifically to kill me, an assassin sent by the Empire. He laughed increasingly madly and shouted, anyway. I am Kurtos Brantmas Kesses, I will destroy you, man, and overthrow the Empire. Ketil stared at that action, his face blank and full of question marks, are you insane? At that moment an invisible vessel began radiating a flow of power. Ketil's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The lich shouted, offer your body to me. Then that surge of power shot straight into Ketil. His eyes rolled white. He calculated inwardly, I've invaded the man's body, swallowed his soul. After doing so, if I can't become a lich again, he'll be trapped in that body forever. I have no other choice. He. The lich was immensely pleased. This body is mine now and now. Cut to Ketil's consciousness. The lich felt something was wrong. What is this? What the hell is this? Is this the inner world of the man? I've never seen anything like this, something's off. Just being here is enough to scramble and shatter my mind. Could it be the Empire? But imagery that filled him with terror appeared. Then the lich clutched his head and screamed in agony, UAA, no. Not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't create this. Ketil now manipulated him like a giant. Everything began to descend into chaos, he panicked wildly, no, my mind is collapsing. Ugh. The lich's final words. We're outside. Ketil scratched his head in bewilderment, wondering, what's going on? He did something to himself and then suddenly collapsed. That black vortex looked rather strong, but that was all. Isn't a lich supposed to be the highest evolutionary form of a mage? I'm curious what kind of magic he'd use. He clenched his hand. Then his face turned serious as he marveled, so liches in this world aren't scary after all. Anyway, I've cleared the dungeon, now it's time to collect the reward. As he said this, Ketil bent down and picked up the magic staff. This glowed when he chanted. It helps to cast spells. If I possess this, could I use magic? He was very curious. Suddenly Ketil tore the green gem from the staff, his face going blank. A moment later he smiled cheerfully and put it in his pocket, best put it away. Suddenly he seemed to notice something, aha. Because it used to belong to a lich, could this be a soul vessel? He looked at the vial rolling on the floor. As he picked it up Ketil told himself, I should ask Rosa. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've gathered enough rewards. Something's off. His eyes suddenly widened. Ah. A large circle of sigils had appeared on the wall in front of him. Ketil reached out and wondered, what's this? Could there be a hidden room? His finger pressed a position on it. Immediately, the hidden door began to activate. He wore a stunned expression as he watched the wall lowering. Exactly. Once it finished descending, Ketil stepped inside. Inside were many people who showed no awareness. Yet their legs remained firmly standing. There were many like that. This was the Lich's secret ritual chamber. Ketil's eyes widened and sweat beaded on his brow, so it really exists. But then his feet began to move. He observed the people inside and asked curiously, who are these people? Ketil waved at one and called out, hello. Then he called to another, is anyone there? After a while with no response, he stroked his chin and pondered, what should I do now? Then he decided to return. All right, I'll head back to the domain for now. When I report what's here, they'll probably send someone to handle it. Quickly, Ketil returned to the domain. The bell at the door rang. Ketil stepped back inside. Rosa, who was working, looked up in surprise, then stood and greeted him with a smile. Ah, Lord Ketil, you're home early today. Ketil smiled in reply, just had a few things to take care of. Rosa looked puzzled, what kind of things? Ketil wore a mysterious smile. Ah, it's about the orb I showed you yesterday. Rosa sighed after hearing the tale and said, oh, come on, don't joke. Ketil affirmed, I'm not joking. She merely smiled it off, inwardly skeptical, a lich, one of only 5 in the world, appearing in this remote place. At that moment, Ketil placed the vial in front of Rosa, causing her to startle and widen her eyes. His eyes lit up. I brought back a vial that looks like a lich's soul container. Could you examine it? Rosa's expression froze, her body seemed to turn to stone. Her face grew serious, incredulous as she thought, he's not kidding, is he? Rosa gaped in astonishment at the dark vial. What on earth is happening? Ketil suddenly remembered something and added, oh, one more thing, there are still a few other people inside. I planned to get them out, but their minds were completely shattered, so I had to leave them. It's best the guild sends people to investigate. Hearing that, Rosa cried out, I'm sorry. She fell silent, eyes wide, thinking deeply. Come to think of it, there have been several disappearances in the territory recently, yet there's been no news of any rescues. If a lich is behind it. At the thought, Rosa panicked and slammed the table, demanding, wait, hold on, I'll summon people immediately. Soon after, the captain arrived, barging in and pounding on the door. What on earth happened? A lich, you say? Ketil looked bewildered and raised his hand politely in greeting. Oh, hello. Ketil waved him off. It's all been taken care of, nothing to worry about. He replied helplessly, wait, what do you mean? As soon as the story ended, the man let out a horrified shout, Barbarian, isn't it? He conceded, yes, I think that's him. You know him? He flinched and shouted in panic, of course I do. Barbarian was a wizard who dominated the world over a century ago, the founder of mind manipulation magic, who caused relentless chaos. He drove kings mad and set them to invading one another, pushing 5 kingdoms to the brink of destruction. And yet that man has appeared here as a lich. Is this true? Ketil, startled like a fawn, briefly recounted the events. Yes, but he's not frightening. He's just a sneaky type who pulled some weird tricks and then died. The other refused to believe his ears. What are you saying? How could the body of a mage like Katas self-destruct? I want a clearer explanation. Ketil rubbed his chin, racking his brain for a satisfactory answer. Even if you ask, I have nothing more to add. He began to freeze, stunned by the unexpected developments. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he turned and said, wait here a moment, I'll go inform the Lord. A few brief minutes passed. Luke was just as shocked as he was. What the hell is going on? A lich so close to my territory? Luke carefully asked again to be sure, are you certain it was a lich and not some other kind of monster? He honestly recounted the entire story. According to those rescued, it seems there's no mistake. We even have definite evidence. The ancient vial spilled its liquid amid Luke's turmoil. You mean a soul relic, such a lich hiding near my territory and nobody knew? The Empire could send inspectors at any time. And now Sir Kane is absent. This is really troublesome. Without further thought, he slammed the table and stood up, prepared to send a report letter to the capital immediately. He watched Luke's retreating figure toward the window and replied, yes. He whispered, but perhaps we're still lucky. He nodded in agreement with Luke. Indeed, if that man of the man race hadn't discovered him, we might have been the first victims. The specter of him materialized in a shadowy corner. Katas is likely in the process of preparing to resurrect as a lich, so it's quite possible he has. He concluded with one line, everything is too dangerous, that's for sure. Luke stared out the window to think more clearly. In any case, this is a significant achievement of his. We must reward that man tribesman appropriately. As long as it's within the territory's means. Dawn had barely broken, and the first rays of sunlight were already streaming into the vast chamber. A frantic cry rang out, my lord, my lord. Someone's footsteps sounded as they stepped down and slipped on sandals. Luke, dressed properly, invited, I am awake, bring them in. The palace doors opened a crack and a maid burst in, pale with terror. My lord, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, Lord Aquaz, has arrived at the territory. Luke's eyes widened in surprise. What? In the guest chamber, the girl with white hair sat waiting. Luke rushed over, hair disheveled. What is going on? Why is he here? The graceful, demure young woman was the Inquisitor of the Sun God. Silence filled the space. After a moment of panic, he smoothed his clothes. The two sat facing each other. Still a bit flustered, Luke said, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Luke Barkin, Lord of the Barkin territory. Thank you for coming despite the unexpected circumstances. She parted her lips and, in measured tones, introduced herself and her position. I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God, charged by the deity to judge heretics. The youngest ever appointed, she had beheaded 7 mages who had brokered pacts with demons and single-handedly disrupted a terrible summoning ritual. She is now the most powerful Inquisitor of the Sun God on the continent. Even the Empire respects the Church of the Sun God. Her authority far exceeded that of a border lord. Then why is someone like you here? Aquaz prefaced the conversation, this territory has been rather unsettled lately. Luke got straight to the point, there was a minor issue in the dungeons, but it's been dealt with. In his mind he wondered, so you didn't come because of a lich? Then. He probed, may I ask the reason for your visit? She thought for a moment before stating her purpose, I have come to discuss a divine injunction. Luke's eyes widened even more than a cartwheel. Aquaz's next words shifted the situation, however. Before going into details, I want to know more about what has occurred here recently in this territory. Luke bowed his head, uneasy to speak, this matter. At last he recounted everything. Aquaz's face also drained of color, a man tribesman, you mean he slew a lich? Luke admitted and added a few more details, yes, and it may have been Katas Bernialas Kesses. The terrifying image of him surfaced. Aquaz murmured in fear, what? That one was here. To be sure, this, the ancient vial was placed right before her, the sole relic of Katas. Aquaz went pale, this is, what on earth has happened in this territory? She clutched the sun pendant at her throat to steady her nerves. Everything fell silent. That man tribesman is still in this territory, isn't he? Luke's answer struck Aquaz like cold water, he is still within these lands. Aquaz scowled, anxiously pressing for confirmation as if to deny it. Is it really possible that that man tribesman defeated Katas? Luke affirmed boldly, it's true. He's quite powerful, even Sir Kane was defeated by him. Aquaz realized a major shift was imminent and a new power had arisen. She asked, which tribe does that man tribesman belong to? Luke pressed his lips together, his low voice cautious. He says he's from the Frostwind Expanse. The horrifying image of Keetle sprang to Aquaz's suspicious mind, the Frostwind Expanse. You mean he's a man tribesman from that wasteland? How could someone from there appear here? Could he be the reason I was summoned here? Hearing the strange whisper, Luke paid a little attention. What is it? She finished and requested, that man tribesman, may I meet him? Meanwhile, in a quiet room. Keetle held the stone that emitted a dark purple glow in his hand, curious, what exactly is this for? It looks like some kind of magical implement. Fine, I'll ask a mage how to use it. Suddenly he remembered something. Keetle sat up, staring out the window. I just remembered, it might be time. At that moment, someone outside the door called to him, the Inquisitor of the Sun God requests to see you. The meeting place is the cathedral. He warned him anxiously about meeting the Inquisitor, please show proper respect. Keetle smiled and replied, don't worry, I know. Seeing his composed demeanor, the man was puzzled. But quickly let it go, good that you understand. Let's go then. The majestic image of the divine has been passed down through the ages. In this world, gods truly exist. They grant power directly and can even incarnate. The dwellings where their worshippers gather are called cathedrals. What makes a cathedral different in this world? After walking for a while, the man stopped and signaled Keetle, we're here. A small corner of a white building came into view, this place is the Cathedral of the Sun God. Arriving there, he left Keetle to his own devices, someone inside will guide you. Thank you, sir. Keetle entered the cathedral alone. And once inside he was even more astonished. The goddess's statue was displayed in magnificent attire. The pews were neatly arranged, silence so sacred it felt holy. Clergy approached to welcome him, welcome, Lord Keetle. Inquisitor Aquaz awaits you. Please follow me. Keetle was overwhelmed by the sight, very well. After a long moment, Aquaz finally spoke, pleasure to meet you. I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God. Keetle confidently announced his identity, honored to meet you. I am Keetle of the Man tribe. In his mind he thought, that's the Inquisitor. So young. He is truly very powerful. Aquaz was startled by that sly smile, he's smiling. What does that mean? Seeing her silence, he spoke up, so, why did you want to meet me? Aquaz bowed her head, troubled, that matter concerns the recent dungeon incident. Katas the mage, the one you said was slain, committed countless crimes across the continent. He eventually became a lich, and only powerful heroes possessed the skill and strength to confront him. Keetle recalled the opponent he had fought before and said, I've heard of that, but the Cardos I encountered was just a lone lich thrashing about, insufficiently powerful and self-destructed. It seems you don't believe me, but I'm only saying what I saw. Finally, Aquaz proposed her main purpose, then do you consent to having my god directly witness this conversation? He asked in confusion, witness it? Aquaz briefly explained, yes, if you lie before him, the god will react. Keetle gradually understood, a form of divine interrogation. She was extremely wary speaking to him, although he's not a typical man tribesman, he's still man. There's no way he'll agree to this. With that she gave him a choice, of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may refuse. Keetle's eyes lit up, excited, he agreed at once, why would I refuse? This is a perfect chance to experience divine power. She probed, are you sure? He answered, sure. Begin at once. Even Aquaz was displeased at his expression. What? He looks eager. She asked repeatedly, doesn't this scare you? What do you mean? She repeated, with a god watching you. Ketil innocently replied, why should I care? I have nothing to hide. I've never lied a single time. No more arguing. She closed her eyes and began, I understand. Then, let's begin. O God whom I serve, you who observe from the highest realm. You who rule the radiant sun, by your gaze expose every falsehood in this place. A strange, demonic gaze erupted in light. A brilliant beam of light shot straight from the heavens to the cathedral's roof. The light astonished Ketil. What is this? I can feel it. A presence beyond imagination. A majestic being indescribable in human language. My emotion when facing it was confusion. A hazy light enveloping where they sat. Fortunately, what Aquaz feared did not occur. Thank the heavens, no reaction. Then let us begin. From this moment within this pillar of light, no falsehood shall be permitted. Ketil, delighted, went along, I understand. Aquaz and Ketil sat facing each other and conversed. Their dialogue began under the gaze of the sun god. After hearing Ketil's account, Aquaz studied him intently. She thought to herself, he described the dungeon conquest the same way he did before. And there was no adverse reaction. Aquaz continued pondering, in other words, everything he said was truthful. She shifted the matter to another angle, perhaps Cardos was severely weakened while preparing to resurrect. If Cardos still could wield magic, this man would not be here. He was truly lucky. Lost in thought, Ketil's voice suddenly rang out asking, have you dispelled all doubts? Startled, Aquaz widened her eyes, then quickly nodded. Aquaz placed her hand on her chest and calmly said, yes, thank you. Forgive my discourtesy. Ketil replied politely, it's all right, I was excited too. Afterward, Aquaz asked tentatively, may I finally ask you a personal question? Ketil quickly answered, of course. Aquaz hesitated slightly, then decided to ask, are you truly from the Frostwind Expanse? Ketil was slightly stunned as he looked at her. Then he casually spoke two words, yes. Aquaz still didn't believe him. She asked again, are you really from there? At this, Aquaz's face paled a little. She looked at him with worry, thinking to herself, the Netherworld, could it be the Grey Man tribe from Imperial legend? This time Ketil didn't answer her but instead asked back, then let me ask you a question. Aquaz was startled as she met his gaze. Ketil folded his arms and asked nonchalantly, why have you come to this land? The sudden question made her falter. Aquaz lowered her face slightly and avoided his eyes, I have personal matters to attend to here. Ketil remained composed and asked, are those personal matters to verify whether I'm defiled? Hearing that, Aquaz felt uneasy, but she calmly replied, I don't understand what you mean. Ketil thought about the fact that he had seen the divine eye. He propped his chin on his hand and voiced his thought, I'm not sure. But a deity personally watching such a thing isn't ordinary, it's more than just detecting lies. Aquaz frowned slightly, closed her eyes, and felt embarrassed. I wanted to say it's not like that, but under the divine eye, all lies are forbidden. Finally she admitted aloud, you're right. Ketil exclaimed and asked, so from the start you had targeted me? Aquaz looked at him and firmly asserted, not at all. She recalled when she first arrived and knelt with her hands over her chest in the cathedral. She explained, there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one mentioned, but as you can see, that's not the case. This time Aquaz bowed her head, placed her hand on her chest, and sincerely said, I'm sorry, I hid my true intentions. Ketil looked at her and said casually, it's fine, I found it interesting in my own way. Now let me ask one more thing. He asked curiously, what did the prophecy say? She looked up at Ketil, stunned. She clutched her pendant, hesitating, normally I shouldn't reveal it to someone I don't trust. But in the end Aquaz spoke. The prophecy said. Aquaz paused as she looked at him. Their conversation grew more mysterious than ever. No one knew what Aquaz had revealed to Keatle. What Aquaz said left him utterly shocked. The dialogue soon concluded, and before long night had fallen. Aquaz stood at the window, lost in thought. In the quiet space, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Aquaz heard them and glanced back over her shoulder. He strode toward her with a stern demeanor. He was the Lord. The Lord folded his hands behind his back and said, "You seem troubled." Aquaz nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I met him, but it only left me more perplexed." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Who exactly is he?" Aquaz decided to conceal his identity. Her sharp eyes turned to the window as she said firmly, "He is certainly a man tribesman from the Frostwind Expanse." Upon hearing that, he asked in astonishment, "Really?" Aquaz replied, "Yes. We have no news from within the Frostwind Expanse, but this has been confirmed as true." The Lord fell silent, thinking, "I hoped it was a false rumor, but the truth is undeniable." His voice grew hoarse as he said, "If this spreads, the entire world will be shaken." The Lord thought of the Frostwind Expanse and the Emperor, reflecting, "Many covet exploring the Frostwind Expanse, especially the Emperor. If he personally intervenes, imagine the chaos." While lost in thought, Aquaz said, "You need not worry about that." The remark left him wide-eyed in surprise. She calmly said, "We will handle Cardos ourselves and will conceal the existence of that man tribesman from the public." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank goodness." But then he frowned with doubt. Could all the man tribes in the Frostwind Expanse be like him? Aquaz refuted that idea, "Certainly not. If they were all like him, they would have left the Frostwind Expanse and conquered the world long ago." Considering her words reasonable, the Lord said, "Indeed." Then he thought of other man tribes, reflecting, "Even if not him, there are many man tribes in this world. They are very strong. But they are also foolish, that is the natural limit of the man tribes." He pondered Keatle, but what if those physically superior beings also possess intelligence? Very quickly, he told her about it. "Now that I think about it, I heard this man king is different. They say he has both strength and intellect." Aquaz closed her eyes and sighed. She asked, "You mean the king of all man tribes is him?" Aquaz recounted, "I only met him once, but he truly is nothing like the ordinary man tribes." Hearing her, he bowed his head and murmured, "Is that so? If those two ever met, it would surely be interesting." Aquaz thought differently, "I don't think so." Once again he looked at her in surprise. Aquaz fell silent, her mind full of thoughts. Relations between the man tribes and those who serve the gods have never been good. Therefore, their growing strength is not something to be taken lightly. The Lord put that aside and asked, "By the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that made you request a private meeting?" She replied calmly, "I need to confirm one thing." The Lord asked in curiosity, "Confirm, what do you mean?" Aquaz turned to look outside and spoke her thought, to determine whether he is truly human or something merely disguised as human. The Lord behind her exclaimed, "My heavens, what did the prophecy actually say?" Aquaz spoke cautiously. The prophecy said. Her gaze sharpened, her face stern, "It seems the prophecies cannot be taken lightly." After hearing that, the Lord's expression likewise turned shocked. He stammered, "How can that be?" Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and a steaming cup of tea sat on the table. The Lord asked, "Are you well?" Keatle answered nonchalantly, "I'm living very well in the domain, sir." He asked curiously, "Then why did you summon me again?" His tone grew serious, "As the Lord, I have matters to discuss with you." Keatle folded his arms casually and said, "I'm not too concerned." The Lord then said, "Not as an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your service in saving the domain." Saying that, he produced an item. When Ketil saw the item, his eyes widened, surprise clearly visible. The Lord placed a large bag on the table and said solemnly, "We will present the reward conferred by the Lord." Looking at the tied bag, he thought to himself, "Beast hide, one of those leather bags." He gently said, "It's not an ordinary leather bag, inspect it yourself." Suddenly his eyes became astonished. Ketil thought, "This is a magic bag." Seeing him open it, the Lord explained, "You can store any number of items, as long as there is space inside the bag." Ketil peered deep into the bag. It was vast, and he estimated, the interior space is about the size of a room. Ketil pondered, a magical artifact, an object created by magic. Ketil froze, staring at the bag, thinking, "This is the first time I've ever seen a magical relic in real life." Seeing his surprise, the Lord added, "Even if an item is larger than the bag's mouth, you can still stuff as much as you want in it." Hearing that, Ketil picked up a large axe, thinking to himself, "In that case, let's try an item." Seeing the axe looked too big for the bag, Ketil thought, "It seems it won't fit from the outside." But when he brought the axe to the bag's mouth, it was automatically sucked inside. He let out an astonished sound. The Lord continued instructing him on its use. To retrieve something, just stick your hand in and imagine the item. Ketil listened and followed the instructions, and it truly produced the item. His eyes glittered with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is incredible." Contrasting his excitement, the Lord said calmly, "This is a gift I give in return for you saving the domain. I hope you like it." Ketil quickly replied, "Like it? I love it. I'll certainly put it to worthy use." Hearing this, the Lord smiled and slowly said, "Seeing you happy makes me happy too." Not long after feeling pleased, he grew worried again. "All right, I think this matter is settled here. The rest is just the Lord muttering about the prophecy, right?" He wondered inwardly, what on earth is happening in this remote land? In another world, aberrations from the netherworld were spilling into the world. Facing Asisha, he said solemnly, "It seems something is happening across the world." The Lord was also sweating profusely. He thought to himself, perhaps it's related to that prophecy. He remembered what Aquaz had said at the window. The prophecy said that demons would descend, a great demon would arrive and spread across the world. The Barkan domain is a network linking countless villages, so the villages regularly communicate with one another. Then one day, communication with one of them was suddenly cut off. At first no one thought much of it. But when days passed with no news, a nearby village sent people to check. They never returned. Upon hearing this, the Lord dispatched guards, but they too never came back. Only then did the Lord realize that something was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, "Do we have any requests today?" "We have an urgent request today." Ketil folded his arms and asked, "About what?" Rosa immediately answered, "To go and verify the situation of a village that lost contact." Seeing him still dazed, she conveyed the information. "A few days ago one village stopped responding. You just need to go and check the situation. It's a simple departure mission, but the pay is generous." Hearing the generous pay, Ketil propped his chin and beamed, "I like tasks like that. I'll take the mission." Seeing his eager expression, she thought to herself, just as I expected. He quickly set out to carry out the mission. Footsteps drew steadily closer to him. Priest Hayes looked exhausted, leaning against the tree trunk. She trudged forward with heavy steps. Suddenly a voice rang out. Priest Hayes startled and looked toward it, exclaiming in alarm, "Ketil." Ketil appeared before Priest Hayes, a smirk on his face. Priest Hayes surveyed him from head to toe and said suspiciously, "Your clothes." Ketil waved his hand and replied, "I just had this new set tailored. The old one I wore before was worn out and torn." Priest Hayes exclaimed in surprise, "The design looks rather unique." Ketil didn't hesitate to boast, "I designed it myself." Priest Hayes replied, "Impressive." Suddenly Priest Hayes remembered and asked, "Come to think of it, did you take this mission too?" Ketel folded his arms. He nodded proudly and said, yes, I couldn't miss a mission this interesting. Hearing his confident words, Priest Hayes thought to herself, as I thought, he's truly unusual. Seeing him alone, Priest Hayes wondered, but why are you going alone? Aren't the other team members coming? Her question reminded Ketel of his two teammates. He asked, Alessandro and Kazan aren't joining? Priest Hayes calmly analyzed, they must have received the mission details. Perhaps they declined to participate. Hearing her, Ketel simply replied, I see. Having said that, he looked around and saw 3 people in the distance. Ketel's voice deepened, fewer people than I expected. Ketel stood with his chin propped, thinking, the mission is simple but the pay is high. I thought that would attract many applicants. Yet there are fewer than 10 in total. He sighed inwardly, it really is a dangerous mission. Not understanding, Ketel turned to ask her, but why? The mission itself seems simple. Priest Hayes hesitated and explained, it sounds simple, but the pay is unusually high. She said worriedly, there's a rumor that the guards went and never returned. So in the end, this isn't really such a simple mission. Ketel was also perplexed. Looking around he said, still, so few people signed up, I expected at least 10. Priest Hayes standing beside him hesitated and said, actually. She lowered her voice and said, there's another rumor going around. Ketel's tone grew interested as he asked, what rumor? Suddenly Priest Hayes forced a smile that looked very awkward. It turned out Aquaz was approaching, her face was downcast and her expression gloomy. Seeing her, Ketel thought to himself, Aquaz. Priest Hayes quietly judged, the Inquisition inspector of the Sun God, she's joining the mission too. She worried inwardly, not many mercenaries would dare cooperate with the Sun God's Inquisitor. Priest Hayes nervously muttered, she isn't going to chop my head in two, is she? Hearing Priest Hayes, Ketel turned to reassure her, no, she wouldn't do that, she's a very good person. Hearing him, she fell silent, eyes wide, her mind screaming, the Inquisition inspector and a man tribesman, they're friends. Seeing him draw closer to Aquaz, Priest Hayes hurriedly called after him, Ketel. Approaching Aquaz, Ketel held out his hand toward her and cheerfully said, good to see you again. Contrary to his tone, Aquaz replied coldly, I don't recall when we became friends. Hearing that, Ketel burst out laughing. He said cheerfully, you heard that? Well, then starting now we can be friends. Aquaz resignedly put her hands up at him. She glanced to the side and said, speaking of which. Aquaz bluntly asked, your teammate also serves a different god, doesn't she? Seeing Ketel look puzzled, she continued, I mean Lady Kaloja. At that, Ketel suddenly realized and asked a silly question, so she's like her? Aquaz replied, puzzled, yes, but wait, did you say she's a priestess serving Kaloja? Ketel asked softly, is there a problem? She fell silent for a moment, then said, no, it's just that, as far as I know, the followers of Lady Kaloja are currently in a period of seclusion. Her tone became heavy, only those of high rank can act at this time. Don't tell me that. Aquaz sighed deeply. She hurried to cover it up, it's nothing. I can't know the details of every sect, so I may be mistaken from afar. Suddenly Priest Hayes cried out in alarm, causing both of them to turn and look at her. Thudding heavy footsteps approached. A stern voice rang out, you're here. Ketel turned to look, it was Gehent. He thought to himself, the captain of the guard. Ketel greeted him cheerfully, we meet again. Unlike him, Priest Hayes looked more pensive. Gehent arrived with 2 other guards. He took the lead and said, I welcome everyone who answered this request. He was Captain Gehent of the Kingdom Guard. When everyone was present, Gehent announced, we depart. The guard unit set off with steady, decisive steps. Aquaz watched them coldly, Ketel watched them too. He thought to himself, all of us gathered like this, feels like we're about to raid a dungeon. Ketil was no longer smiling as before. A heaviness settled over him. Ketil whispered, "Does the day of action mean it's time?" The sudden question startled Aquaz. She did not answer immediately but stared at him. Ketil glanced at Aquaz. After a moment, Aquaz's expression fell. She murmured, "I'm not sure about that either." She hesitated a few seconds, then continued, "The god did not reveal the exact time. It could simply be that we've lost contact with the village." Aquaz added fearfully, "But that also means there's still a possibility." Ketil wasn't very worried. He smirked. Ketil thought of what she had said that day, "The god proclaimed that evil will descend." He clearly remembered the line, "the coming of a great demon." Because of that statement, Ketil felt more confident. He smiled to himself, "A great demon." The guard's footsteps halted. Gehent's voice rang out, "We've arrived." Both Ketil and Priest Hayes looked ahead in surprise. Before them was a small village with houses clustered close together. Gehent introduced, "This is." With a serious face he said, "The village entrance." Gehent turned to ask Aquaz, "What do you sense?" She replied, "I don't detect any presence." Hearing that, Gehent's face tightened. His voice went hoarse as he said, "Then perhaps they fled." Gehent shouted, "Everyone spread out and search for clues." The guard members obediently answered, "Yes." Ketil responded excitedly, "Understood." He scanned the area and thought, "This village only fits about 100 people. Even so, there's no way everyone vanished without a trace." Suddenly Gehent's gaze sharpened. He wondered silently, there must be some clue. His voice urged, "Begin the search." Everyone fanned out to search. Suddenly one of them found a dining table, the food on it was still very fresh. Seeing him gape, he muttered, "This is." He waved and called to Gehent, "Captain, there's food here." Gehent heard and calmly analyzed, "They may have left it behind while fleeing." He immediately rejected that, "No, that's not what I mean." He shouted, "It was just cooked, the food is still warm." Hearing this, Gehent's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed, "What?" He immediately went to inspect when he saw the food was still hot. Gehent asked suspiciously, "What is happening here?" He thought to himself, "We lost contact with this village a few days ago." He was perplexed because many people had been sent here since then. A flash of confusion crossed his mind, but no one returned. Putting that aside, Gehent turned and asked, "Any traces?" He replied decisively, "No signs that they left the village or are hiding elsewhere." Hearing this, a new layer of thought shadowed Gehent's eyes. He ordered, "For now, continue the search." They answered the order tersely and clearly, "Understood." Gehent looked at the prepared food and thought, "There are many signs of daily life, yet not a soul. My mind is in knots. How can this be?" He clenched his hand and walked behind the youth, Gehent's voice asking, "How about over there?" Hearing the voice, the boy turned around. He scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "The same." He said puzzled, "Clearly people lived here, but there is no one, no footprints either." Gehent turned to Aquaz and asked, "Do you know anything?" Aquaz, too, was helpless, "I don't know either." Then he turned to Ketil and asked, "What have you found?" The same answer, "I haven't found any significant clues, and I sense no presence." Gehent bowed his head in frustration, saying, "This is driving me mad." Seeing that, Ketil suggested, "Maybe ask someone who might know." He turned to him with astonished eyes, "What?" Ketil looked around casually, "Can't you still sense it? There's someone else here." Ketil's words drained Gehent's face pale. He hesitated, "Wait, what did you say?" He pondered, "Someone else?" In other words, someone who wasn't here when we arrived at the village. Now considering this, Gehent looked at the strange woman before him, questions rising in his mind. Who is that woman? How long has she been here? Ashishar had been here without anyone noticing. She wore an innocent smile and said in a clear voice, "Interesting, I've disguised myself so perfectly and you still noticed." Ketel crossed his arms and replied coldly, "An unexpected stranger appeared, of course we must be cautious." Ashishar burst into laughter and said eerily, "No, that's not what I mean. Usually others wouldn't notice." Ashishar glanced at Aquaz and smirked mockingly, even the sun god's inquisitor didn't detect it. Then she turned to Ketel and said, "It seems you haven't awakened any special ability either." Ashishar curled her lip in a cold smile and asked, "Who are you?" She continued with cryptic words, "This is an unexpected harvest." Her eyes twitched. Suddenly he shouted, "Everyone, fall back." Everyone obeyed and immediately fell back. "Yes, understood." Gehent turned to look at Aquaz still standing motionless. He called anxiously, "Ah, Aquaz." She froze at once. Aquaz said doubtfully, "I sense nothing, there is no presence at all." Hearing this, both Gehent and Priest Hayes directed worried looks at her. Priest Hayes thought in astonishment, even the Inquisitor of the highest order can't detect her presence. At that, she came up with two possibilities. If so, there are only two options. 1, she's not a demon. Or 2, she is a demon of such a level that she cannot be detected. Nicole. I see an extra token at end. Please ignore. Sorry, _____. Ashishar propped her chin with her hand and complained, "What a pity, I wanted to watch you for a while longer before I dragged him down the abyss." Having said that, her face began to sag, and in a sinister voice Ashishar declared, "I've decided." She looked straight at Ketel and called, "You interesting member of the beast folk." Her fingers transformed into sharp claws. Seeing that, Ketel gaped in surprise. A pair of thick horns emerged from Ashishar's head. And each razor tooth bared as if ready to devour Ketel alive. She said cheerfully, "You will become my slave and descend into hell with me." Ashishar snapped her fingers. A sphere of power appeared, making the whole group gasp in shock. She slowly floated up into the air, causing Priest Hayes and Aquaz to stare in amazement. One of them shouted a warning, "Everyone run, quickly. Hurry." Hands slammed against the barrier with a pitiful cry, "No." But all efforts were in vain, 2 members of the guard were trapped. They screamed, "Open it." The sound of desperation rang out, "Open it." Ashishar smiled with a bewitching flash of sharp teeth, quietly triumphant, "This entire village is my domain, no one can escape." She glared at them and spoke in a demonic tone, "Because you are all my prey." Sudden shouts erupted, "A demon? Impossible. How could a demon be here?" Ketel wondered, "A demon?" Priest Hayes answered him, trembling, "Yes, it's a named demon." Priest Hayes clasped his hands in reverent plea, "Lord Kaloja, please save me." Suddenly, a hand stroked her head and a warm, deep voice rang out, "Hayes, calm down." He reassured her, "I am right here with you." This caused Priest Hayes to turn and look up at Ketel. She immediately regained composure, though her gaze grew awkward and uneasy. He continued, "Curious, but what does it mean to be a named demon?" This made Priest Hayes startle. She hesitated. The thing is, not everything labeled a demon in this world is powerful. They're called demons for convenience, but most are merely fragments of malice and magic. However, there are entities that can be called true demons. They are born from darkness, without a mother, naming themselves by their own will. They are genuine demons, even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom. Having heard this, Ketel said, "Then that name is surely one of them." Priest Hayes replied, trembling, "Yes, that is so." She hesitantly offered her guess, and judging by those horns, that's Ashishar, a demon that appeared centuries ago. Priest Hayes asked, "Why would such a thing appear in a remote land like this?" He touched the outer barrier and asked, "So we can't break this?" She answered Ketel, "No, this place has become the demon's domain. Unless the demon is destroyed, there's no way to break the seal. He poked at the barrier with a finger and sneered, is that so? Ketil conjured a dense black smoke and grinned slyly. Suddenly he paused to think. Maybe I'll just watch a little longer. Ketil quickly waved and the smoke vanished as he laughed oddly. Priest Hayes asked, puzzled, Ketil, what are you doing there? He gave a reassuring thumbs up, nothing. She could only nod, I see. A demon's joke. The sound of Aqua's grinding her teeth accompanied her voice. Ashisha chuckled wickedly and taunted, is that so? Isn't it fascinating? Doesn't it make you want to investigate further? She recalled hot loaves of bread, cutting boards, and a pot of warm food and mused, a village vanished yet shows signs of recent habitation. It's just the demon's trick. Aquaz ground her teeth in anger, maybe it just treats the villagers like toys. She murmured, what a sick game. The demon Ashisha only offered a smile, bearing razor-sharp, sinister teeth. Priest Hayes could only look on with dismay as Ketil lounged there like someone at the cinema eating popcorn. A named demon. Summoning a demon like that would require a huge sacrifice. A village's population wouldn't be enough. And for an entire domain to be altered without anyone noticing should be impossible. Then she blurted out a question as soon as the thought left her, how did it descend into this world? She folded her arms behind her head and smirked, you really think I'll tell you? Aquaz frowned in anger at that, filth that has defiled this land. Ashisha burst into loud laughter. She crazily retorted to her, filth? Not pure. You dogs of the god. She snarled sarcastically. Ashisha asked, do you think your god will save you? Making Aquaz so furious the veins on her forehead stood out. Listen closely, cracks are appearing in this world, it no longer belongs to you alone. From high above she spoke, long, long ago, gods and humans fought the demons. And the victory went to the gods and humanity. The defeated demons were expelled from this world. She smiled madly again and continued, from a hell of suffering, I have awaited this day for a very long time. Ashisha slowly set foot on the ground. She then formally introduced herself, I am Ashisha, the demon of gravity. I will cleanse the old disgrace and drown this world in malice. Ashisha smiled mysteriously and whispered. She snapped back angrily, repulsive creature, this world belongs to the gods and to us, so go back to where you came from. No sooner had she finished than Aquaz raised her hand, and a stream of golden light appeared, summoning the god's power. The blinding light shone upon Aquaz's body, causing heaven and earth to tremble. She donned gleaming armor and a golden staff. He looked up at Aquaz and the demon, thinking at her puzzled expression, just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming. The golden staff glittered along with iron-clad greaves. A resplendent set of golden armor appeared, enveloping Aquaz's body in the potent golden light. All of it made the demon smile in approval, interesting. She raised her hand and the power manifested, good. Now Ashisha had an added hammer, which made her even more disdainful, then come, you dog of the god, how arrogant. Aquaz, enraged, charged toward Ashisha. Ashisha's eyes narrowed. And they collided. The two sources of power exploded, causing the ground to quake. Aquaz strained, knitting her brows and the veins on her forehead bulging. The land felt as if a bomb had gone off, rocks and soil scattering in all directions. Priest Hayes clutched his head and shouted at the terrible force. She curled her lip and leapt high to evade a deadly strike from Aquaz. Ashisha twirled her weapon in her hand. The wind blew, sending her hair fluttering. Ashisha sneered again, a battle ought to have dignity. You hounds of the god, don't you know that? Discomfort tightened her lashes and veins stood out on her forehead. Aquaz growled, about to say. Aquaz took a running start from afar. Then she unleashed her internal skill, soaring up surrounded by spiritual energy. Even so, Ashisha remained calmly standing. Soon her image began to fade. This startled Aquaz greatly. Before she could comprehend, Ashisha's voice rang out behind her, "You're here." Aquaz immediately spun around, quickly raising her shield to block the strike. Suddenly Ashisha smiled enigmatically. Then she forcefully unleashed her power, crushing it. Immediately after, Aquaz was completely overwhelmed by her. Aquaz's feet kept retreating backward. Seeing that, Ashisha was delighted as Aquaz cried out in misery. Aquaz's shield seemed on the verge of breaking under her. Bible, chapter 2, verse 12. The light of glory shall never be defiled. Instantly, Aquaz unleashed immense power, turning the tide. Ashisha was hurled backward. Aquaz's entire body became encircled by the light. Then Ashisha asked, "You can read the Bible at that age?" She then praised Aquaz, "Impressive." But Aquaz paid it no mind and continued reading, Carmenon, chapter 5, verse 59. A great light from the heavens appears, that light burns away all evil. Having finished, Aquaz dashed forward. At once, Ashisha focused intently as Aquaz raised her weapon. The downward strike came, but Ashisha luckily evaded. She then laughed with glee. Ashisha began counterattacking her. She quickly seized the advantage, landing blows that sent Aquaz flying. Sweat pouring down Aquaz's brow, while Ashisha took great delight. Soon after, they charged at each other again. Their two blades clashed against faces of stark contrast. Both tremendous sources of power erupted, creating a massive explosion that shook the heavens and split the earth. It even spread to where Priest Hayes stood, making her cry out. And the others were no exception as the dark power approached, "Please save me." The battle between Aquaz and Ashisha continued. Suddenly another light appeared between the two powers. Ketel, unfazed like everyone else, stood and commented, "Impressive." Seeing him appear, Priest Hayes asked, "Ketel, can't you help Aquaz?" Hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, "I could." So then. Before she could finish he cut in, "But why should I help?" At once she froze. Ketel continued, "Why should I intervene and ruin that fight?" "What?" He then glanced toward the battle and continued, "Of course I'd like to fight a demon someday." Then he added, "But right now I just want to watch this fight." Suddenly she was utterly stunned, "This isn't what I expected." The battle continued with no sign of stopping. Then the two separated again. Ashisha landed safely. And Aquaz did the same. Only then did Ashisha begin to feel annoyed. "They are the gods' hounds, but in terms of raw power I still have the advantage." Suddenly Aquaz lunged forward. Luckily she managed to parry in time. This time Ashisha lost the upper hand. However, the mismatch between them was severe. In this world, magical entities cannot resist divine power. Quickly she forced herself free and flung Aquaz aside. If this continues, the battle will drag on. She smiled enigmatically again, "In that case, I'll have to tip the scales." No sooner had she thought it than Ashisha dashed forward. This speed greatly surprised Aquaz. Aquaz guessed the direction of her move, "That way. That's the direction where everyone is standing. Dangerous." A great flash of light exploded. Ashisha struck just as Aquaz arrived in time to shield. He was terrified by the situation. Ashisha drove the hammer in her hand straight into her shield. Everyone was frightened by the sight. Aquaz was so worried she was sweating profusely. But then she launched a counterattack. And then shouted, "Filthy scum." Hearing that, she laughed with delight. Then rushed at her, "Do you really think a demon will play fair?" Those words enraged Aquaz. Bible, chapter 1, verse 1. That light enveloped the entire figure at the center, "Let the sacred golden realm be unveiled." They diffused and illuminated the shroud of darkness. Aquaz slightly turned her head and glanced back with a tense expression. Everyone, get in here quickly. The people hurried toward the golden light. Thank you, Lady Aquaz. The corner of Ashish's mouth curled into a cunning smile. Wings spread wide in the sky, looked down at the group below and hissed, "Do you intend to waste the sacred Bible like that?" Aquaz's entire irises were covered by white light. She drove her foot into the ground and charged, snarling, "Shut up." Ashish laughed excitedly and stared at Aquaz. "Right, that's the proper reaction." Aquaz gave no reply, only gritted her teeth and pressed forward. Immediately after, Ashish also began to move. Aquaz's arm clenched tightly around her weapon. A powerful arc traced through the air, stopping her strike. Unfazed, Ashish flipped in midair before Aquaz's astonished gaze. "Death is still only death." Her face pressed close to hers as she said, "No one will care about your noble sacrifice." Aquaz's brows knitted as she met her opponent's strike. Ashish's foot landed on the ground, her tone calm. "If this keeps up, you'll lose and your god's honor will be tarnished." She spread her wings and flew up once more, looking at Aquaz as she continued, "But if you defeat me and return alive, your reputation and your god's influence will rise." Ashish's voice tempted, "It's simple, just destroy the holy shield protecting them, how about it?" Aquaz's forehead creased in anger. "You intend to trick me?" A sly smile bloomed on Ashish's face in reply. "Do you really want to die here?" Aquaz clenched her fists, eyes fixed on her, cutting in. "There's nothing left to hear." Ashish grinned wickedly. Immediately, a powerful purple light shot forth. "Good, then die like a martyr." Aquaz tensed her body, using both hands to brace against the attack. A dark purple-black hue representing shadow spread throughout the space around Ashish. The brows above her radiant eyes drew together tightly. Something made Aquaz freeze in astonishment, that is. With an inexplicable speed she closed in right in front of her. Horror poured from Aquaz's eyes. "What?" Then there was a deafening explosion. She quickly sprang backward. Aquaz lowered her center of gravity to maintain balance. The fear in her eyes had yet to fade. Ashish's body dashed forward at extreme speed. Powerful streams of violet blood energy surged toward Aquaz. They swirled and enveloped her. Seeing layers of purple surround her, Aquaz whispered, "The radiant sanctum repels the darkness." But before she could finish, the purple light, like a twining tornado, spread toward her. A hand clamped over Aquaz's mouth, silencing her completely. "Enough." Her pupils, vivid red, filled with rage. "I don't want to hear another prayer." The force in her hand intensified. Ashish pressed her hard into the ground. Aquaz struggled to break free from her control, but failed. The ground beneath cracked open. Ashish pinned her down, raising her weapon high. The hand gripping Aquaz's golden shield began to loosen in helplessness. Yet a second later, she forcefully wriggled free and simultaneously raised the shield to block the blow. Gold and purple clashed violently against each other. Aquaz gritted her teeth and strained to hold the shield aloft. Contrasting with Ashish's nonchalance and triumphant smile. A loud crack resounded. The golden shield shattered into pieces. 2 fingers lightly snapped. Ashish slowly strode forward in victory. Aquaz's entire body across from her was bound by blazing black chains as she screamed in pain. The golden shield that had been protecting the others began to crack. In the end it shattered to pieces. The people were engulfed by fear. "No, at this rate we'll all die." A hand rose and she laughed merrily. "I'll enjoy you all like dessert." Suddenly remembering something, Ashish spun her head around, but first. Her mouth pressed to Aquaz's neck from behind. "I want to know what the god's hound tastes like." Just as her sharp teeth opened to bite, a voice cut through, "Stop." At the same time, a large hand settled on Ashish's shoulder. Ketil calmly stepped forward and ordered her back. "That's enough." Ashish's gaze froze at his sudden action. What? She looked at the tall figure before her in silent astonishment. When did he arrive? The three remained motionless amid the rubble. The hand on her shoulder twitched slightly. Ashish kept thinking, I can't sense any aura at all. Ketil swung hard and hurled Ashish away as she screamed miserably. Ashish's body traced a graceful arc and crashed down onto the ground. He smiled and reached out to Aquaz. Are you all right? She stared at the person before her and recalled, right, that's the one who defeated the Holy Sword Cain. A superlative warrior. She looked at his face wearing a gentle smile, her thoughts continued, but even so. Before she could finish thinking, a pair of pupils flashed bright red. You. The voice drew the attention of both of them. On the other side, Ashish slowly rose from the shattered ground. Arrogant man-tribe. Rage filled her face. How dare you interrupt my meal? Ketil replied nonchalantly, she's my friend, so I can't let her die. Ashish bared her sharp teeth and hissed, at first I wanted to keep you as a plaything. Before she finished, his dry voice cut in, but I'm not interested in being your toy. The corner of her mouth curled slightly. Is that so? A hand with long sharp claws spread out and summoned a weapon. Ashish straightened and declared, then you must die. A calm voice spoke, prompting Ketil to tilt his head and look. Step back. Aquaz, one hand covering her wound, staggered to her feet. You can't defeat demons. But he turned to face her and replied casually, you know I'm fairly strong. Aquaz scowled and answered him, no, this isn't about strength. Her whole body trembled but she forced herself upright and continued, only divinity can expel demons from this world, no other power can do it. Determination filled her face as she thought, this law has stood since gods and demons coexisted, and this place is a demon domain, there's no room for luck. A steady voice rose, so only gods can confront demons. Ketil listened thoughtfully, raising a hand to his chin, but even so. He paused slightly, casting a sideways glance. His tone still dry and unchanged, you don't look capable of fighting. Aquaz trembled all over, but her voice remained firm, I must do this, I serve the god. A sudden sharp pain flared somewhere, making her squint one eye, and I oppose the demons. Aquaz's words made Ketil exclaim with wide eyes, is that the will of a deity's servant? A large hand covered the top of her head, impressive. After saying this, he stepped forward slowly, but leave it to me. Ketil's movement made Aquaz widen her eyes in confusion. He grinned and looked ahead, I've always wanted to fight a demon. Ashish's scheming voice rose again, you really don't get it? I told you, you can't beat me. He answered her with a confident look, want to try? A long tongue licked over sharp teeth. Ashish sneered viciously, I want to see your face twist in pain. Immediately after, she closed in right in front of him. With an instantaneous teleport, Ketil's tall figure remained rooted in place. Aquaz cried out in alarm, no. Ashish smirked even more. His hand clenched. She raised the weapon in her hand, ready to swing. But a powerful punch landed squarely on Ashish's face. Ashish's headless body was blasted away. Along with it came a spray of fresh blood. Aquaz watched everything dumbfounded, not understanding, Ketil's action was entirely beyond Aquaz's expectations. He smashed the demon's head with a punch. The demon's head, attacked with bare hands. He simply stared down at his hand in bewilderment while she kept asking, how could that happen? On the other side, Ashish's headless body was still flying through the air. Ketil's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. As streams of dark purple light began to converge in one place. Ashish's intact body stood at the center of the light. Ketil shouted excitedly, even if the head is crushed, it can still regenerate. She answered him with a furious face, who exactly are you? The question made Ketil hesitate a little, me? I'm just. He scratched his head and answered honestly, just a regular man-tribe guy. This answer enraged Ashisha completely, don't be ridiculous. But immediately after, she fell into confusion and wondered, what is this strange feeling? I sense no divinity at all, no aura or magic user. If that's the case then. Ashisha's vertically slit pupils flashed. A dark purple-black vortex suddenly appeared behind Ketil. Ashisha's lips spread into a sly smile, then I'll have to confirm it myself. He sensed the vortex's emergence and turned to look back. At that moment, her body suddenly appeared directly above his head. Die. He blinked in surprise and looked up slightly, then muttered to himself, although the human form is a bit unpleasant, I'll tolerate it. A powerful fist drove through her body. Her mouth opened in agonized pain, her face filled with disbelief. The area between Ashisha's brows knitted tightly, huh? Her body was punched away by Ketil once more. A blinding purple light radiated from Ashisha. The gap in her chest closed up as if it had never existed. A jet of dark purple fluid spurted from her mouth. Ashisha propped herself up on her hands amid the swirling dust. She shook her head in denial, impossible. Ashisha's eyes filled with astonishment, the dark streak still at the corner of her mouth, it was just a plain punch, not amplified by aura or magic. She muttered to herself, just a pure punch. Across from her, Ketil's gaze lit with excitement, it regenerates instantly. Ashisha's bright red pupils glared at him hatefully. Ketil's innocent-looking eyes returned her glance. His face turned serious as he earnestly asked, so what's the principle behind this? He slammed his foot down, cracking the ground beneath him. His towering form lunged forward at incredible speed. A flicker of unease began to appear on Ashisha's face. Her hand spread out once more to summon a weapon. But before she could ready herself, the other's fist was already closing in. The bright red pupil glanced over in fear. Ketil's fist was poised to swing. Ashisha's face contorted on impact. With that punch, her body was launched backward again from the collision. A limp hand twitched among the rubble. Her headless body lay flat on the ground. Dark streams of vital energy wrapped around Ashisha's form. The scene made Ketil stare intently. Soon after, Ashisha stood upright once more. A soft laugh slipping from her lips, it seems if the head is shattered, an entirely new one will appear. Ketil's eyes gleamed with excitement as he thought to himself, right, demons should have some resilience like this. He murmured, wondering, so the core weakness is in the head? While Ashisha's whole body trembled. Her mind was filled with rage at the moment, ridiculous. You intend to face me with mere strength? Blackness nearly consumed Ashisha's eyes, or do you mean you don't need to use your full power? Against me? She straightened and shouted, you. Ketil naively pointed at himself. Ashisha's voice continued to ring out. Listen carefully. I am Ashisha, demon of gravity. She grinned, though a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. You dare think you can continue facing me with pure strength? Ketil fell silent for a moment after hearing this question. Then he honestly replied, just ordinary, you don't seem special at all. This answer left Ashisha dumbfounded. What? The sound of shattering rang in her ears, the demon's pride broke into pieces. A cry of furious rage echoed while Ketil had no idea what was happening. Immediately after, Ashisha's body lunged forward. At incredible speed, the distance between them rapidly closed. The hammer in Ashisha's hand swung out. The opponent's weapon came down right in front of him, but Ketil remained standing still. Then a hand reached out to stop the hammer. A calm voice sounded in Ashisha's horrified eyes, all right, that's got some power to it. No matter how hard she tried, the hammer in her hand couldn't move forward an inch. Finally, Ketil's large hand grabbed the weapon and it shattered instantly. A fist drove toward Ashisha's head as the target. Her body flew away once more, headless. Streaks of blood sprayed into the air alongside Ashish's thought, this is impossible. Her body emitted rays of purple light. The head regenerated. I am the demon of gravity. Ashisha ground her teeth and calculated, if I go all out, I can concentrate the weight of an entire wall into this hammer. Her thought ran, yet you not only blocked it with your bare hand but even smashed it to pieces. A common barbarian hasn't even grasped mystical power. Ketel's gaze was suddenly drawn to something. Demons aren't known for their literary skill, that's unheard of. Ashish's body couldn't help trembling. That absolutely. Countless streams of dark purple blood surged out as she screamed, impossible. A furious purple surged toward Ketel. Die. That barbarian clenched his hand tighter. A straight punch to interrupt the opponent's attack. A powerful column of golden light shattered the purple glow, rushing straight at the stunned Ashisha. The column exploded into smoke with a loud boom accompanied by her wailing scream. The shockwave blew through, forcing Aquaz to raise a hand to shield herself, while she wondered in amazement what on earth she was witnessing. Aquaz's mind conjured Ashisha's scheming image. Ashisha, an immensely powerful demon, who had single-handedly destroyed an entire kingdom. From centuries ago, a demon of that caliber. Ketel's powerful punches still did not stop. They continued to drive straight through Ashisha's head. While Aquaz stood dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief, being pummeled by mere punches again. On the other side, Ashisha lay motionless on the ground, her face a bloodied mess, Ketel's foot pressing down on her. With a contemplative look, he lowered his eyes and muttered in acknowledgement, indeed, she doesn't die, meaning this demon cannot be killed by physical strength alone. Ashisha's lips curled into a scheming smile. She thought with interest, this is the first time I've felt such pressure. Ashisha recalled the sensation when his fist landed on her face. He was overwhelmingly strong. Beneath his boot, she broke into an intrigued, scheming smile. What the hell are you? Ketel gave her a cold glance and then modestly replied, just an ordinary barbarian. Ashisha scoffed, then growled, don't talk nonsense. Still, I feel a bit better now. Saying that, she slowly raised her razor-sharp nails. But I want to try something. Her claws scraped strongly across a line, causing Ketel to start and spin around. He still stood there dazed, not understanding, while Aquaz, who had been watching him, had already gone pale. Impossible. The two stood frozen, eyes wide as meteors raced toward the ground. Not stopping there, from the core of the magic circle a large purple sphere slowly emerged. Suddenly the purple orb exploded, revealing a fiery she-demon with massive black wings. She growled, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Ashisha's voice cooled, I will unleash all the power I have upon you. With that, a barrage of sharp spears descended from the sky all at once. Ketel looked up at her with a challenging glare. All the power of a demon? Aquaz, standing aside, clenched her teeth in fear. Too dangerous. She closed her eyes, hands clasped tightly in prayer. You can't deal with that demon using pure strength. Divine nature. Ashisha curled a sinister smile, holy spear, piercing and destruction. Instantly, countless spears aimed at Ketel and hurtled toward him. Contrary to her expectation, he remained standing, his face unchanged. He stood there and used his elbow to flick away the spears that were about to impale him. The barrage of incoming spears were all knocked aside by him. Ashisha couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth agape in surprise. What the hell is this? This thing. Before she could react, Ketel had already lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was before her, making her start and falter. Ashisha was still stunned, not yet understanding the situation. Aquaz shouted from outside, Carmenon chapter 3 verse 58, light that scorches all evil. As soon as she finished, the large golden axe in his hand flashed with blinding light. Keto looked at the axe in his hand, his eyes brightening. What is this? The power of a god. Aquaz hurriedly informed him, I've gathered enough divine power, strike that demon now. Immediately after, Keto raised his hand, speaking in a slow, resonant voice full of killing intent, I wanted to observe a bit more, but it seems I can't. Fun enough, you demon. As he spoke, his hands punched toward her. Ashishar stared in shock at the axe blade about to cleave through her. What? In the moment she was still dazed, divine energy had already seeped into every nook of her body. Ashishar's gaze slowly went blank, the only thought in her head now was, did I lose to him? She was completely defeated. Her body sprawled limp on the ground. Suddenly, Keto gently stepped over to her. He sat down and expressed his appreciation to Ashishar, thank you, I had an entertaining fight. She bared her teeth in a bitter smile. What a pity to be summoned back to hell like this. She glanced at Keto, but it's not entirely useless, for I've confirmed that someone like you exists on this earth. Suddenly Ashishar seemed to recall something and asked, what is your name? He replied nonchalantly, I am Keto. Aquaz panicked and tried to stop her, no, don't say it. But it seemed too late. Keto stood there bewildered, not understanding anything. Ashishar opened her mouth in a loud laugh, O all beings of hell, engrave the name of the barbarian Keto into your memories. At her words, an ancient castle appeared with a sky as red as blood. Aquaz trembled and collapsed to the ground. In that blood-red sky, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared. She loudly chanted, devour my memories and feel them. The one known as Keto. He stood still, hearing all the words she spoke but remaining clueless. The blood-red eyes from the sky began to descend toward where Keto stood. Ashishar laughed triumphantly, the barbarian now belongs to us. Those eyes poised to invade his body. But they suddenly halted, Keto's whole body stiffened as if a shield blocked them. His large hand reached out, trying to grab them, causing all to recoil in fear. They quickly slunk far away from Keto. He slowly opened his eyes. Then the sight before him rendered him speechless. Keto touched his chest in confusion. What is this? It feels as if something just pierced into my body. Ashishar stared at him wide-eyed. What? Surely the darkness ran from him into my body. Suddenly she manifested in his vision, making him itch all over. And he raised his foot and stomped, causing her to completely vanish. Aquaz watched the scene with her mouth agape in surprise. Not only she but even Hayes hadn't expected it. Keto clenched his fist tightly. Then he stretched and yawned in sheer relief. He smirked with satisfaction, is the mission complete now? Kingdom of Gehent, the domain of Barkan. A young messenger ran urgently through the streets. Crying, urgent news. Urgent news. News from the village that had lost contact earlier. Those who received the bulletin first were stunned. A demon appeared after Ashishar. The Lord was angry, bewildered, and afraid. What on earth is happening? How could such a disaster fall upon this small land? He sank helplessly into the armchair behind him. A devil whose name was recorded even in ancient books. Before him, a knight stepped forward to report. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the domain. The Lord gritted his teeth, thinking the only fortunate thing in this calamity was that the heresy inspector of the sun god had driven it off successfully. The Lord lowered his eyes and said in an ever quieter voice, we must carefully consider what to do next. Keto sat with his arms crossed and said nonchalantly, the whole domain seems unsettled. Aquaz, who had just flopped onto the bed, agreed, indeed, this isn't minor, the Lord will surely have a headache over this. Until the next morning, sunlight streamed through the crack in the door. Keto and Aquaz sat facing each other discussing. Don't tell me you're leaving right now. Aren't you going to rest a bit first? She clasped her hands, eyes slightly downcast, and said sadly, no, I cannot delay. I must report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible. He knew he couldn't stop Aquaz, so he helplessly advised, if that's what you want, I won't prevent you. After finishing his admonition, Aquaz suddenly called softly. Ketel turned around in surprise. At that, Aquaz solemnly bowed, thank you for saving my life. If not for you, I would have become a plaything for that demon. Ketel waited for her to finish before speaking, no need to thank me. He smiled and continued, emphasizing the word, friend, which surprised her, I only saved my friend. As soon as he finished, Ketel blankly pointed at himself and asked, we're friends now, right? Though unspoken, all the emotions she felt were written across her face. Aquaz thought in astonishment, a barbarian and a servant of a deity becoming friends. After a moment of silence, she asked, I'm the heresy inspector of the sun god, yet you still want to be friends with me? Ketel asked in confusion, prompting her once more to be surprised with a touch of happiness, is there any reason I shouldn't? Aquaz clenched her fists, standing there in bewilderment. No. But. Seeing her bewildered expression made Ketel laugh, then there's no problem with that, is there? Aquaz gave a small smile and replied to him, you're right. After the tender atmosphere subsided, Ketel suddenly put on a goofy face and approached to ask her, by the way, I want to ask something. Aquaz softened her voice and answered, what do you want to know? Ketel propped his chin, looking thoughtful, is it that one must not tell demons their name? She said mysteriously, it's because of the mark. Ketel exclaimed in shock, the mark. Seeing his bewilderment, Aquaz explained in detail. She told him thoroughly, demons use names to carve a dark mark onto a person's soul and use that mark to summon malevolent spirits. Those who bear the mark become nothing more than bait, emitting a scent that lures wicked things. Saying this, her gaze dropped as she recalled the distant past. Ancient tradition holds that anyone marked must undergo a baptismal rite to be saved, otherwise, the dark forces will hunt and destroy them. Ketel, bewildered, pointed at himself, so I'm branded too? She anxiously clenched her fist, no, you're not marked, Ketel. However, your name may already be known to the denizens of the underworld. It truly seems to be so. She spoke to reassure him, even so, don't worry too much. Without the mark, they cannot pinpoint your location. They can know a target's identity, but they have no way to track you down. Saying this, Aquaz felt much calmer, unless they meet in person, there should be no problem. Once relieved, Ketel looked at her in awe, I see, that's miraculous. I couldn't kill it with physical strength alone. Aquaz thought for a moment and stepped forward, that is the nature of demons. She recounted an old tale, in ancient times, the supreme gods created humankind. Humans were foolish and weak, acting only on instinct. But the gods did not intervene in the human world. Yet entities from beyond took an interest in the human realm. They crossed dimensions and slaughtered people savagely. In the end, the gods could no longer tolerate it, they descended into the human world, sided with humanity, called those entities demons, and drove them away. From then on, humans built temples to honor the gods who saved them and continued to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for reasons unknown, demons gradually reappeared and began to intervene in the human world. Her voice suddenly grew serious, so the gods chose the faithful, bestowed power upon them, and continued the fight against demons. Demons are beings that can only be destroyed by divine power. After hearing the whole story, Ketel marveled, I see, we do not belong to this world, so we cannot be slain by ordinary means. Aquaz added, exactly, from the beginning they were never creatures of this world. He put on an odd expression, I understand now, if those things appeared often, it would truly be a nightmare. Hearing this, Aquaz countered, no, named demons cannot appear so easily. She told him her recent suspicions, it seems the demon realm, which should be sealed, is influencing our world. The cycle that births dungeons is becoming irregular, and more dark entities are surfacing in the human world. Aqua's gaze grew more resolute. It started about a year ago. Keatle suddenly recollected something and flinched. A year ago. He remembered that time. If it was a year ago, wasn't he on his final mission in the frozen lands then? Suddenly Aqua's cut the story short. Long story short, thank you, Keatle. She bowed slightly to express her gratitude. I must depart at once. If you ever visit, we will surely welcome you. Keatle smiled in response. I would like that too. The carriage wheels began to roll slowly. Seated inside, Aquaz looked out the window, her mind filled with unspoken thoughts. She squinted slightly, thinking, though my body hasn't fully healed, I can't hesitate any longer, I must report this to the Holy Maiden immediately. Then her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. But the image of Keatle kept appearing in her mind. Why is that, after all? Why has the sun god never prophesied anything about that barbarian? In the long corridor, a troubled figure was walking. He sighed softly. He lowered his crow's-foot-lined eyes and said, meeting his majesty always leaves me exhausted. Suddenly a voice rang out, it seems you had a rough day. It made him open his eyes wide. Cain snapped his head around. A mane of hair falling past the waist and a noble red outfit struck his sight. Cain was dumbfounded and puzzled. He pondered, the archmage of the Tower of Magic, where all mages and mystics of the world gather. The master of the mighty Tower of Magic. Finally, Ken decided to speak up and asked, so what brought you here? Lich stood on the railing and replied, you know, just a routine check-in. And what brings you here? Cain glanced aside, turned his head left evasively, and answered, I just came to report the mission results. Was it the reconnaissance of the demon realm? The silent forest, where everything falls quiet, he asked, hand on his chin in thought. Cain replied, yes. Lich, curious, asked again, how was it? He broke into a sweat. In a hoarse voice he said, it lies beyond our understanding of this world. Truly a terrible place. Just as its name suggests, the silent forest. Not a sound could be heard. Even the mana-sensing arts behaved erratically. And even if I shouted, there wasn't a single tremor. Cain recalled the scene and continued, then, before we realized it, the soldiers disappeared one by one. A place of hair-raising silence, extremely unsettling. He snapped irritably, why does His Majesty want to conquer the demon realm anyway? To rule the entire world perhaps? Who knows what mad thoughts a person of power harbors? The other replied, and upon hearing it he curled a smile, but I must say, the demon realm is an intriguing place. Lich folded his arms, I find it somewhat fascinating as well. Cain answered sternly, as for me, I don't want any part of that place. I prefer a normal life. Suddenly Lich snapped his fingers, transforming him into a matrix. The two stepped into a matrix full of intricacies, drenched in the blue hues of the galaxy. Cain looked at the array, thinking it was teleportation magic. He asked the other, what is this? Why all of a sudden? The man only smiled. He reassured Cain, no need for such formality. Lich stepped toward him and asked, you met someone very special, didn't you? As if recalling what Lich meant, Cain flinched and stammered, it can't be. Lich looked at him with a gentle, slight smile. Cain seemed to realize and swore, damn it. The observing eye, when did you place that on me? Lich kept the smile on his lips and replied, since our last meeting, one of the few amusements left to this old man. Opposed to Lich, an angry Cain cleared his throat, go to hell. He asked irritably, if you've seen everything, what more is there to ask? I want to hear your thoughts, Lich slowly answered. About the one we thought existed only in ancient legend, about the barbarian from that snow-white region. Cain hesitated, I'm still not certain. Think carefully. His hoarse voice rose, a barbarian capable of defeating even the sword saint and wiping Cardos away like swatting mosquitoes, emerging from the edge of some snowy region. Isn't that already highly suspicious? Wait, did you say he defeated Cardos? Then he put his hand to his chin and pondered, well, of course, it's not something that's leaked out yet. Lich recounted thoughtfully, but rumors have already started circulating in the Tower of Magic. Cardos the Mage once shook the entire continent. I heard he tried to resurrect himself at the outskirts but failed. So I went there to pay my respects to him. Half his face returning to a bare skull, he continued in a low voice, one of the few, my friend, has passed. It's a bit sad. Cain was surprised to see this other side of him. I didn't expect you to feel sorrow too. Lich replied, of course, friends are indispensable to someone who's lived as long as I have. However, Lich mused, it seems nobody found any relics in that lair of Cardos's. Cain panicked, didn't they collect all the relics when Cardos died? For the most part, yes, but the most valuable treasure was not. Yet Lich remained optimistic, I wonder where it is now. But never mind that, I'd like to hear your opinion. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Lich asked, do you truly believe that Barbarian defeated Cardos? Cain thought to himself, if it's that Barbarian, then hesitated and answered, I think it's possible. He then reminded him, by the way, you haven't reported this to the Emperor yet, have you? Hearing that, Cain clenched his fist. He shot back firmly, why should I? He's throwing precious manpower into the demon realm like tossing bricks. If that mad Emperor learns of the Barbarian's existence. Cain imagined bloodshed on the battlefield and the inevitable clash, a Barbarian acting on his own and an Emperor who wants the whole world in his grasp. If that happens, the kingdom will be dragged in. Lich walked on and said, really? Sounds intriguing. Are you implying that the Barbarian could stand alone against the Empire? He asked, making Cain hesitate, I'm not sure. But I felt a sensation very similar to the first time I saw you. Lich, as if realizing something, said, don't tell me it's heroic rank. Cain frowned and replied to Lich, I'm not in a position to judge. But he is very remarkable. Even more than that. Before the other could finish, Cain blurted out in alarm, don't tell me you intend to. A bustling market crowded with people in the Barcan territory of the Gehent kingdom. A long-haired girl was looking around curiously. She carelessly tripped over a stone in the road. And her whole body pitched forward. As she was about to hit the ground, a quick hand caught her. A man with a warm voice said, my goodness, you should be careful. Keatle helped the girl up and asked kindly, are you all right? The girl stood dazed for a moment. And suddenly he felt uneasy inside. Keatle thought to himself, she'll probably run away out of fear. She politely bowed and thanked him. After she'd gone a short distance, he turned his head and stared. Keatle's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered in bewilderment, what's going on? What is this strange feeling? Keatle looked up at a girl on the street, filled with confusion. His mind churned with thoughts as if he'd suddenly understood. He widened his eyes and wondered why doesn't everyone avoid me? Golden honeyed light slowly seeped into the room through the door crack. It shone down on the glossy teacup on the table. The lord seated at the head chair looked at the person before him and asked anxiously, are you all right? I heard you were nearly branded by a demon. Keatle sat with his arms crossed and replied calmly, no problem at all. Actually, I hardly even know what that brand is. He lowered his eyes in deep thought. I see. I know you're very strong, but even so. The Lord couldn't help but blurt out, it seems things around you have changed. Keatle asked back, you mean the townspeople? He calmly added information, the people in the territory. He replied somberly, probably because of the rumors. The Lord began to recount what happened. The surviving guards and mercenaries returned and spread the word loudly. They said that after Aquaz was defeated, everyone fell, and only one person stood firm. And when he awoke, Ketel's axe glowed with a divine radiance. Witnesses believed Aquaz had bestowed divine power upon you. So they began calling him the one who fought alongside Aquaz against the demons. Ketel froze as if he understood, then said, "So that's it." Meanwhile, the Lord bowed his head and apologized, "I'm sorry about that, but by the time I tried to correct it, the rumor had already spread too far." Unconcerned with worldly matters, he pondered with his hand on his chin, "It's fine, maybe that's why people are no longer afraid of me." Seeing him still bow his head, he agreed, "Perhaps. Now they see you as the one who stood against the demons." Ketel pressed his lips together thoughtfully. He tilted his face up to the sky and began echoing the Lord's words, "You stood against the demons." A stray remark slipped out, "Well, that's a reputation." Cut to the reception desk, Rosa began to announce with a professional smile, "Congratulations, Sir Ketel, you've been promoted. You're now rank C." Ketel asked in doubt, "Rank C?" Looking at her with bewildered eyes, "So I jumped 3 ranks at once?" Rosa smiled brightly and explained, "You did accomplish something worthy of that promotion." He quickly regained his composure and smiled confidently, "Good." At the same time, Rosa held the paper professionally and continued explaining, "Your mercenary insignia will also be reissued. Since it'll be a custom emblem for you, it may take a little time." Ketel asked in surprise, "Even the insignia needs to be custom-made for me?" She quickly replied, "Yes. From rank C upward, you're considered an officially guild-recognized mercenary, so of course you must be treated accordingly. And from rank C on, you have access to almost all areas." Rosa quickly stood and raised her hand to clarify, "You won't have trouble accessing most cities and temples." Sensing something off, she covered her mouth and smiled wryly, "Ah, except the imperial capital, the empire is strict." Rosa wiped sweat and smiled along, "Indeed, only those recognized by the nobility may enter the empire." She covered her mouth and began to speak seriously, "In truth, no one really knows much about the imperial capital, only worrying rumors. Honestly, there's even less information than about the demon realm." Making Ketel, who was listening, break into a disbelieving sweat, "To that extent?" Rosa suddenly brought a hand to her mouth and cleared her throat. Immediately she professionally smiled and steered the conversation elsewhere, "Anyway, now that you're rank C you can take most available contracts, and you can even enter A-rank dungeons if you go with a party." He grinned like he'd found treasure, "Really? An A-rank dungeon means I'll have the chance to do a variety of different missions." Very quickly it shifted into a smirk. Turning elsewhere, Alexandro was utterly stunned, he hadn't expected this to happen. He broke into a sweat, slammed his cup down, and hurriedly asked if everything had been resolved. Ketel replied calmly, "The demon was eliminated and the heresy inspector said it's fine, so I think it's fine." Those words left Alexandro and the other 2 dumbfounded. "Well, that's good then." Kazan suddenly spoke up. "Still, the sun god's heresy inspector is extraordinary, defeating a demon like that." Hayes blurted out in panic, staring at him. "No." She thought darkly, "That day I didn't lose consciousness. And that's why I realized how strong he was. He completely overwhelmed a titled demon." Hayes, like someone in a daze, seriously reasoned, "In that case Aquaz just walked in and poked at a prepared dish." Kazan suddenly asked, making her jump, "Now that you're rank C, what do you plan to do next?" While Ketel remained peaceful with his arms crossed and said, "Nothing changes, I'll continue to carry out assigned tasks as a rank C mercenary." Kazan stared at him with sparkling eyes, "Defeating a demon and still that modest, damn, that's pretty cool." Hayes gritted her teeth in furious restraint, "Don't be fooled, that's not human." He also blankly asked, "So what does everyone else plan to do next?" Kazan hastily volunteered in a stammering voice, "We're only rank F, we can't do much." He lowered his eyes and said in a genuinely despondent tone, "I plan to scrape by day to day and die like a parasite." Kazan leapt up energetically, but now I want to live life to the fullest like you. Ketil and Alexandro bowed their heads in exasperation, only thinking of that now. Pathetic. Moments later, Ketil sat in the middle looking blankly at the two who were staring each other down. I see. So what does everyone plan to do next? Hayes cleared her throat at this point. She looked at him and answered calmly, as always, I simply follow Lady Kalosia's directives. He propped his hand and suddenly remembered, I think I heard something from Aquaz. Right. Ketil continued, those who serve Kalosia are currently resting, only the higher ranks remain active. This sudden information left Hayes stunned. What? She panicked and denied the truth. Aquaz. That must be a mistake. I'm just an ordinary priest. Really? He replied nonchalantly, is that so? If you say so, I'll believe you. No sooner had he finished than Hayes laughed in terrified despair. He obviously knew already, didn't he? Could he be waiting for me to confess? Hayes's thoughts spiraled further, or is he just teasing me? She was utterly horrified. How terrifying. Cut quickly to the black sky, late at night at the Mercenaries' Guild. Rosa thought happily to herself, quitting time. Receptionist Rosa was heading home. A pair of leather boots suddenly stepped in, making the girl who'd been smiling all day swivel around on high alert. No way. The man opened his mouth, I have a request. As soon as he said it, Rosa despaired, overtime again. She sighed wearily and reluctantly said, all right, what kind of request is it? Aaron looked at her in confusion, what the? Her eyes seemed totally unfocused. He raised a hand and cleared his throat. Then he plainly stated the request, I need an escort. 2 people, myself and a young woman. Her pale fingers began to type, 2 people and the destination is. Rosa's eyes widened in shock when she heard the words, the far end of the kingdom of Danayan. She looked up into those blue eyes, the capital. Rosa half-dazed, half-serious speculated, an escort mission all the way to the kingdom of Danayan from such a remote area. She began to recall his appearance when he entered, wearing that cloak, clearly concealing his identity. Polite speech, shabby clothes, very suspicious. Rosa, on guard, spoke, okay, I'll take it for now. Do you have any identification? Aaron stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. What do you need to verify identity? He handed Rosa a gleaming silver badge, use this. She blinked and observed. This is. Rosa's thumb traced the engraved pattern. The guild's mercenary badge. Not something easily obtained. She trusted her instincts. Indeed, his identity was not ordinary. Rosa returned the badge to Aaron, verification complete. She followed procedure, then I'll proceed to charge the commission fee. He fumbled inside his cloak. Aaron placed a gleaming gold coin on the wooden table, I'll pay with this. He was frank and straightforward. Rosa did the math and then said that with this amount. She picked up the coin, examined it and said, we can provide 1 person. Aaron deflated at once, what? He gaped and asked in a trembling voice, only 1 person. Aaron really felt the sting of spending a whole gold coin. After all, it's an escort request. Rosa, who had calculated carefully, said, you'll have mercenaries accompany you for the entire journey, and the risk is high. Besides, the kingdom of Danayan is quite far. She asked him to understand, depending on circumstances it could take nearly a month, so of course the fee is higher than a normal task. Aaron looked embarrassed, well, that's true. But. He stubbornly asked again, is there no other way? At least 2 people. Rosa offered an alternative, that's possible, but in that case the mercenaries will be of lower rank. Will you accept that? She didn't forget to warn Aaron, if you want a reliable escort, it's best to choose mercenaries of rank D or above. He hesitated. So then. Aaron quickly regained his composure. Please select one person with those skills for me. Rosa patiently explained, in that case, this money only covers one person. He asked slowly, still, there's really no other way. She frowned slightly, good grief. Why act so desperate? Rosa couldn't guarantee anything, honestly, in such a remote area it's already hard to find someone willing to escort. I'll try, but finding two people will be very difficult. Aaron replied curtly, I see, understood. I'll leave it to you. After he left, she inspected the coin's bright sheen. The small gold piece was very pure, but its surface was heavily worn as if to deliberately hide its origin. Rosa had a bad feeling and clenched it in her palm, this will be troublesome. Night fell. Aaron's footsteps were steady, then came to a stop. He knocked on the wooden door a few times to announce his presence. Eileen flinched at the sound, who is it? Aaron, outside, took off his hat and said, a loyal servant of yours. Recognizing a familiar voice, she opened the door with relief. Eileen still wore a worried expression, Aaron, come in. She anxiously asked about Rosa's results, how did it go? Aaron couldn't bring himself to meet Eileen's eyes. For now they've accepted the request. She seemed to breathe easier, thank the heavens. How many people did they say they could provide? He suddenly choked in his throat. Well. Aaron had no choice but to admit it was only one person. He felt a pang of guilt, I'm sorry, we don't have enough money. Eileen simply lowered her eyes in resignation, she didn't blame him. Aaron began to blame himself, if only I hadn't been so foolish as to be deceived. She quickly interjected, no, that couldn't be avoided. Even I probably wouldn't have done any better. They empathized so deeply that both their eyes began to well up. He and Eileen broke down like two children. Suddenly a shout came from inside, quiet. The two of them swallowed their tears back, looking pitiful. She quickly returned to the main topic, by the way, Aaron. How long do you think it will take? Aaron gloomily, I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it may take time. Eileen tried to steady herself, I see. Then we can only wait now. She forced a smile, it's late, rest a bit. You've done well. Aaron immediately nodded in obedience, yes. Shortly after, Eileen saw little improvement and asked, still no luck? Aaron put on an expression of shame, I truly feel ashamed. He then realized it would be very difficult to find someone truly reliable. She braced herself, this is troublesome. Eileen turned and looked back, our provisions are running low. There's no choice, we'll have to endure hunger for a while. Aaron kept apologizing, it's all because of my incompetence. His words made her embarrassed, it's not your fault, Aaron. Aaron's face darkened. Still, telling the local lord about our situation. Eileen interrupted, we can't do that. He was a little surprised, noticing her trembling hands. Eileen lifted her head and declared, we can't trust anyone, even hiring a guard is very risky. We can't take any more risks. Her expression turned unusually serious, Aaron, remember why we had to flee our kingdom. We don't even know who's friend or foe. Eileen tried to bolster Aaron, even though we've been in hiding for a while, there's still no news from there. Even though both of us escaped. He understood and briefly frowned. I'm sorry, I've become too weak. She hesitantly asked, by the way, are you sure the kingdom of Danayan is truly safe? Aaron affirmed confidently, yes, it will protect you. The king swore when the princess was born. His green eyes suddenly lit up, they may even help us take revenge. Aaron placed great hope in Eileen, so you must live. Eileen Mavrochi, our princess, if even you are lost, our kingdom will truly perish. She feared facing fragile trust, but the mercenary, can we trust him? He clasped Eileen's hands tightly, don't worry, we paid gold precisely to buy trust. They'll surely recommend someone reliable. She hesitated. I hope so. Eileen briefly drifted into daydream. Who will escort me, after all? She imagined a man resembling Keatle, a mercenary. I hope he's handsome and knightly in style. Keatle at that moment leaned back lazily, hands behind his head, nothing to do. He nostalgically recalled, almost unaware. I wonder how those fools are doing now. They're the only ones who didn't shun me. They're probably still living their silly lives as always. Keatle thought for a moment, surprised. Oh right, the quest is over. He rummaged through fresh memories. Since I woke up in the snowy region, that quest window has been with me. At first I thought it was a dream, but the bone-cutting cold and the monsters made me realize everything was real. Yes, the first task was just to survive for a week. This time he went to Rosa to accept a new task, an escort request. She smiled brightly in response. Keatle folded his arms and waited. What's the mission? Rosa pushed a task description toward him, as the name implied, protect the client until they reach the destination. Keatle skimmed the few lines. That's it. She replied, yes. But it will take at least several days to travel. Preparing for the journey is entirely the mercenary's responsibility. He didn't refuse hard work. Sounds like it'll take a lot of effort. Rosa considered the pay an incentive. In return the reward is generous. However. Keatle suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing that. However. She put on a serious face. There's something fishy. To be honest, this assignment stinks, so you can refuse. He sprang up to retort, you know nothing. Rosa. Keatle smiled arrogantly, that's precisely why it's good. Rosa, puzzled, yes. He glanced back at the task sheet, anyway. An escort mission, one woman, an old man, to the capital Danayan, rank D. Keatle rubbed his chin and thought for a long time, the kingdom of Danayan. It feels like I've heard of it somewhere. The image of Mylina suddenly appeared in his memory. Mylina of the Akasha family. Keatle clearly remembered their meeting in the snow-covered forest, the merchant family woman he met on the snow plateau. She had said she'd welcome him if he ever passed by. He was especially struck by the radiant pendant in her hand. Keatle put the task sheet back on the table. What a coincidence, I'll take the job. At that moment, a flickering blue light displayed the familiar system board. He froze, his pupils involuntarily contracting. And the front chair toppled backward. Keatle took half a step back from the dazzling light. The words on the system board finally appeared. Mission number 785, escort the target and move to the kingdom of Danayan. His face went nearly pale with fear. No, why is this appearing here? She noticed Keatle's strange expression and called out anxiously, Lord Keatle. Back to Aaron's situation. He strode briskly like a passing breeze. Eileen felt a bit uneasy when she heard the urgent knocking. But she still decided to open the door. Aaron stood there panting. Eileen widened her eyes in surprise. Aaron. She glanced around warily. What's the matter? Don't tell me it's the pursuers. He took a deep breath and announced gravely, the mission has been accepted. Eileen blinked and asked, really? Aaron suddenly felt honored. In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our request. She felt a torch of hope lit within her, a C-rank mercenary. Is that true? He happily confirmed, yes, we've arranged to meet tomorrow, so you should rest comfortably tonight. Eileen was ecstatic, yes. At Keatle's place, he sat frozen-faced staring at the glaring blue system board displaying a few words. Mission number 785, escort the target and relocate to the kingdom of Danayan. Keatle still wondered why it appeared now. After being silent for so long. He bowed his head and pondered for a moment. Keatle suddenly realized something. He asked himself a big question, could it be that it's not something meant only for the snow plateau? Keatle's eyes hardened briefly, or is something else going on? At the guild, thunder rumbled across the sky. Rosa shuffled the thick stack of papers. Eileen suddenly felt a spark of tension. She and Aaron sat opposite Rosa. The atmosphere was completely silent. Eileen was lost in thought. What kind of person would that be? She was so curious she imagined a prototype. Since he's a mercenary, he'd probably look a bit sharp. Or maybe his body would be covered in scars. For some reason, he just seemed like he'd be really cool. Keitel's powerful foot stepped into a puddle of rain. He pushed the guild door open with a creak. Although familiar with him, Rosa still greeted politely, "You have arrived." Keitel's head was taller than the doorway. Eileen turned around to satisfy her curiosity. Finally he strode in with a towering, broad-shouldered figure. His intimidating presence froze her the moment their eyes met. Both master and servant were utterly stunned as they looked at Keitel. He took heavy steps forward toward them. Eileen's eyes rolled in horror. Could it be? Keitel exhaled as if smoke appeared. "Pleased to meet you." Her tears welled up in terror. "Lord Mercenary." Eileen finally went limp and fainted. Aaron hurriedly caught her. He shouted at him loudly, "No, she's not Miss Eileen. Who exactly are you?" Keitel's dull gray pupils flashed with a trace of sinister light. "It's been a long time since anyone was that cautious around me. In this territory, after defeating the demons, the locals no longer avoided me." He ignored them and turned to Rosa. "Rosa, are these people my employers?" She answered curtly, "Yes." Rosa kept the stack of papers neatly clasped in both hands. "Let me introduce." She calmly announced, "This is the person who will be responsible for escorting you. Lord Keitel, a barbarian." Aaron could hardly accept the last three words. "What?" He flew into a rage and objected, "What kind of nonsense is a barbarian? Immediately I demand a different mercenary." Rosa spoke calmly, "So that means you now mean?" Her face suddenly darkened. "Are you questioning the decision of our mercenary guild?" Aaron immediately denied it. "No, that's not what I meant." Rosa said sternly, "If you doubt the guild's verdict." She bluntly brushed off the issue, "Then consider this deal never made. We will refund the deposit." He stammered, at a loss for words, "That's not what I meant." Keitel, uninvolved, also broke into a sweat. It felt like he had just turned into a bomb. Eileen, newly recovered, immediately agreed to the deal. "I will accept." She pushed herself up with her hands and stood up. Aaron tried to persuade her, "Miss Eileen." But he was truly surprised by this outcome. Eileen reached out her hand toward Keitel. "I look forward to your help." She seemed to have overcome the momentary fear earlier. "My name is Eileen." The sound of footsteps softly moved forward. Aaron and Eileen followed behind. Keitel seemed to notice something and paused. He turned back, puzzled, and said to them, "Isn't this a bit far?" Keitel looked at the two figures walking far behind and spoke. "I think we should get a little closer." Aaron and Eileen awkwardly declined. "No, we're fine." They temporarily decided it was because there were still no signs of anyone around. And he went along with it. "Why? I don't really get it, but if you feel comfortable, that's fine." Then Keitel continued walking. Watching his back as he walked ahead, Aaron and Eileen silently followed. They remained wary of him. Eileen felt awkward and thought to herself, "This turned out like this after all." Last night at the Mercenary Guild, Keitel had cheerfully shaken her hand. And introduced himself. "I look forward to helping you. I'm Keitel." Eileen pressed her lips together, looking at the huge hand before her. "Is this really okay?" Keitel's eyes shone with eagerness as he told her, "Just trust and rely on me. As long as I accompany you, I guarantee your safety." Eileen forced a smile and replied, "Yes." She inwardly wept. Is this really the best choice? Keitel's voice suddenly brought Eileen back to the present. "First, we'll spend the night here." He noticed her startle and asked, "Are you all right?" Eileen startled and answered Ketil, yes. He had to explain again, as you can see, it's late and visibility is poor. That's because we set out at night at your request. Hearing that, she obeyed, yes, let's do that. Judging by Eileen's expression, Ketil thought, she seems more fearful of barbarians than I expected. This trip would likely be long. After thinking for a moment, he took the small pouch at his hip. For now, I'll prepare a place to sleep. A huge object was pulled from that tiny pouch, then formed into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in astonishment, a treasure. Eileen was also overwhelmed, thinking, a treasure of this level, how could a barbarian? Ketil calmly looked at them and said, you mean this? I earned it by diligently completing quests. Hearing that, both Aaron and Eileen were horrified. He continued, but there's only one tent, so the two of you will have to share. What do you think? She suddenly whispered, and you, Ketil? Ketil immediately reassured them, I'm fine. Anyway, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. He thought to himself, compared to having to dig into the glacier to sleep temporarily on the snow plateau, this is paradise. I'll also take care of the watch by myself. On the snow plateau I once stayed awake for a whole month because monsters chased me. Ketil was very pleased and thought, anyway, this is far too easy. He reassured them both, you rest assured and sleep, the rest is my responsibility. Eileen, a bit worried, said, no, sir. You don't have to bear so much alone. We'll take turns keeping watch. Ketil didn't refuse, I'm fine with whatever. The two replied in unison, we're fine too. Seeing their determination, he yielded, if that's the case, then so be it. Ketil inwardly regretted, I intended to use this chance to earn her trust. Too bad. Aaron and Eileen remained on guard, who knows what he might do while we're asleep. Dawn broke, greeting a new day. Inside Ketil's tent, a scene of frustration unfolded. Eileen's eyes were rimmed with red as she glared, I didn't sleep a wink, I'm going to die. She glanced to the next corner, and Mr. Aaron too. When Eileen drew back the flap to the outside, her stomach rumbled loudly, I'm so hungry. A caring voice asked, are you hungry? No wonder, you haven't had a proper meal. Wait a moment. Eileen startled and looked over, yes, sir. Ketil looked at her, I'll cook for you. The sizzle sounded irresistibly appetizing. Ketil chopped spices and cheerfully cooked. Seeing the scene made Eileen widen her eyes in surprise. Watching him skillfully stir-fry, she thought, a barbarian who can cook. Aaron and Eileen both grew so hungry their mouths watered. He asked hungrily, have you ever learned to cook? Ketil glanced over and replied calmly, it's just a hobby. He recalled when he first arrived here, the people of the snow plateau didn't cook, they simply filled their bellies with the meat and blood of the beasts they hunted. As for me, I cooked with the leftover parts of those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau are very toxic and dangerous. So there was a time I nearly died. But after countless trials and errors, I was able to cook perfect dishes. I studied cooking in a place where even making a fire was difficult, the snow plateau. There's no place where I can't cook. Ketil smugly thought, indeed, this is far too easy. A moment later he carried a plate of noodles forward, it's ready. Seeing the glistening, fragrant plate before them, the two were as if hypnotized. Eileen suddenly snapped out of her trance. She dejectedly bowed her head, no, thank you. I'm fine, I don't really like greasy food. Eileen took a piece of food from her bag, I already have this. Aaron cleared his throat and said, me too. Ketil widened his eyes at them, really? You prefer jerky? He leaned down, took a bite of the noodles, and said, what a pity, I'll have to eat alone then. Seeing Ketil eat with relish, Eileen clutched the jerky and longed, I want to eat. But she couldn't trust a barbarian's food, how could she eat it? The third night of the journey. Eileen curled her legs up, cold. She shivered and huddled, uncomfortable. Aaron worriedly watched her worsening condition. Princess, are you all right? Aaron worriedly thought, 3 days have passed, we've trudged through this grueling journey without a proper meal. He bowed his head in silent pain. For someone raised with love and pampering like her, enduring this is probably impossible. I should have paid more attention. Eileen turned to him gently and reassured, Aaron, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Aaron softly replied, it's all right. She smiled and asked, and Aaron? Are you okay? You kept watch for both of us, you must be tired. Aaron patted her hand and said, I'm fine. He gave a reassuring smile, old people don't sleep much anyway. Eileen nodded sincerely and said, thank you. A little while after Eileen fell asleep, Aaron briefly thought, she is pitiable. He sat solemnly, keeping watch over her. Aaron resolved inwardly, I must protect her, even if it costs my life. A few hours later, outside the tent by the fire, a few fragrant dishes were grilling. Ketil stood by the stove, gently flipping a slice of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Eileen sat nibbling on hardtack, mouths watering. They both kept staring at his grill. A moment later, Eileen's stomach's growl snapped Aaron back to attention. She, embarrassed, hurriedly stood up. Eileen bowed her head and hesitated, I'll step away for a moment. Ketil turned curiously and asked, going to the restroom? Eileen snapped softly, scolding, how rude. He suddenly realized and replied, sorry about that. Eileen, still a bit frightened, turned away, it's okay. She wondered in confusion, what's this? A barbarian apologized to me? Then Eileen lowered her head and added, well then. She hurriedly turned and left. Eileen quickly went into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her go with some worry, Your Highness. Ketil beside him suddenly spoke up, I know you don't trust me. He continued, but I am your guardian. Ketil, still flipping the meat, added, I hope you will trust me a little. I'm human too, and can be hurt. Hearing that, Aaron was momentarily stunned. Then he muttered awkwardly, is that so? Ketil turned back to Aaron and said, take it. He handed over the plate of freshly grilled meat. It's venison, would you like some? Aaron looked at the plate of meat, hesitating for a moment. And his eyes brightened in surprise. As for Eileen, she was quietly crying by a stream. The clear stream sparkled under the sun. Eileen looked at the beautiful scene while nibbling hardtack and sobbing. She softly lamented, I'm so hungry. Eileen murmured, my feet hurt so much. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, thinking, no, I mustn't. Eileen silently told herself, I have to endure. Aaron must be having it worse than me. A little while after Eileen returned, she suddenly froze in fright. Nearby, Aaron and Ketil were leisurely enjoying their meal. The atmosphere between them seemed quite cordial. Just as Aaron was eating, he suddenly stopped. Eileen softly called out, Aaron. Aaron heard it and looked up in alarm. He quickly dropped the piece of meat he was eating. Aaron sprang to his feet, Princess, this is just a misunderstanding. Ketil looked at his demeanor with some surprise. Then he secretly glanced upward. Ketil looked at Eileen before him and wondered, Princess? Eileen clenched her hand in anger, what exactly isn't it? She recalled Aaron's words, be cautious of the barbarian and protect each other. We promised that. Aaron stammered, trying to explain, it's not like that. Actually. He quietly said, he doesn't seem dangerous enough to warrant that level of distrust. Eileen asked in astonishment, are you saying that now? Ketil quickly cut in, I hope you will calm down. Only then did Eileen startle and turn to him in fear. Ketil briefly questioned, so you refuse to eat what I cooked because of that? And purposely taking turns keeping watch, was that also due to not trusting me? Hearing that, both Aaron and Eileen went pale. A mistake. Eileen awkwardly replied, it's not like that. Seeing their frightened expressions, he pondered, how should this be resolved? He thought, the world has heavy prejudice against barbarians. Since I'm a barbarian from the snow plateau, I'm not fully aware of the details. Perhaps barbarians outside the snow plateau have done many hateful things. He mused, if I now say I'm not a barbarian, no one would believe me. Then Ketil thought of a way to resolve it and smiled slightly, like this. He quickly spoke up, you are under a misunderstanding. Eileen and Aaron looked at Ketil with some puzzlement. He smiled lightly and said seriously, I am not a barbarian. Ketil gently explained, to be precise, I was born a barbarian. He continued, but I was not raised like a barbarian. Eileen and Aaron were immediately stunned. Both wore expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Ketil quickly made up a story and recounted, just a week after I was born, my tribe was annihilated. Then I was picked up by an adventurer and raised under his care. He felt a twinge of guilt and thought, of course I just made that up, but it's okay, sometimes a lie, depending on the circumstances, can be an effective remedy. Ketil said softly, so although I am a barbarian by birth, I grew up civilized. He added, I know it will be hard to believe, but... Ketil earnestly pleaded, I hope you understand that I'm just like you, no different. He thought inwardly, it's all a mess. Ketil, seeing their awkwardness, thought, but look, isn't pity clearly showing in their eyes? Eileen, slightly embarrassed, said, so, that's what happened. She regretted slightly, remembering, because of the fear of the barbarian label. She had refused the goodwill and food he offered. But even so, Eileen felt a pang of guilt, this person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps his whole life has been spent enduring countless prejudices and discrimination simply for being a barbarian. She then bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Ketil. To be honest, until just now I couldn't believe you. Ketil quickly replied, it's all right. I completely understand. He smiled inwardly with delight, it's a success. Eileen, on the other hand, felt remorseful, I can't believe I suspected someone like this. I truly feel ashamed. Ketil gently raised his hand and said, then from now on, I hope for your support more often. Eileen, slightly surprised, asked, pardon. Ketil continued to look at her with a friendly smile. Eileen looked back at him a bit bewildered. Then she smiled and replied, yes. Nearby, someone was watching Ketil and the others through a magic screen. What's this? The watcher was the master of the magic tower, a disguised lich. He was a little curious, suddenly they seemed noticeably closer. The lich murmured, I'm observing with the eye of insight, but unfortunately I can't hear their voices. He propped his chin and said to himself, but that one is indeed as strange as rumored. The lich pondered, what on the white snow plateau could allow for the existence of a barbarian like that? He incredulously wondered, how odd. That he appears more civilized than the usual barbarians outside the snow plateau. The lich continued watching Ketil's group, thinking, wait a bit longer. And he stepped closer to them to get a better look. At the same time, Ketil suddenly became alert and turned toward where the lich was standing. Seeing this, the lich was startled and panicked, he noticed me. Eileen saw Ketil's vigilant posture and asked, Lord Ketil, what's wrong? Ketil replied quietly, there's someone here. Eileen jumped in fright, what? Ketil whispered to her, wait here a moment. I'll quickly head toward the forest ahead. I'll be right back. Ketil pushed off with his foot and in an instant darted into the forest. In the forest there was a brief whistle of wind as something sped by. Ketil hastily rushed to where the lich was standing. The lich gaped in horror, what? No. The lich hurriedly cast a spell to stop Ketil. But in that instant a great explosion occurred where the two were standing. After the blast subsided, the Lich looked on in horror. Impossible. He panicked internally. I clearly set up a barrier just then. The Lich thought in disbelief. The veil could withstand even a bolt from a siege crossbow. He feared and wondered, is it useless again? At the same time, Ketil had already seized the Lich. He warned in a stern voice, you'd better not do anything foolish. Ketil glared down at the Lich. And quietly said, if there's the slightest sign of trouble, I'll break your neck at once. The Lich flustered and hurriedly said, I greatly admire you. Ketil looked down at the man on the ground in puzzled silence. He asked again, me? The Lich replied, yes. A few minutes later, Ketil grabbed the Lich by the collar and asked, what's your name? He hastily made one up, Patrick. Eileen and Aaron watched Ketil swinging the Lich before them, somewhat speechless. Meanwhile the Lich was silently crying in shame, Cain, is that person in the same state? After a moment, Eileen asked with slight worry, Lord Ketil, this person is. Ketil quietly replied, the one who was tailing us, but suddenly claims to admire me. Eileen, a bit incredulous, asked again, excuse me, what do you mean by that? Suddenly the Lich spoke up, literally so. He adopted a serious expression and said, I've always wanted to become a powerful adventurer. The Lich praised admiringly, to me, Lord Ketil, you have aided the heresy inspector in defeating demons. He continued with reverence, you are my goal and idol. The Lich thought fearfully, for now I'll just bluff, after all, my original goal was to get close to him, so consider half the mission accomplished. Ketil suddenly asked, so that's why you followed me? The Lich scratched his head and answered embarrassedly, yes, because I admire you so much that I followed unconsciously. Ketil fell silent for a moment, then said, even so, I still can't let you go. He thought carefully, there is still no conclusive evidence that this person is harmless. Then Ketil suddenly remembered something. He said excitedly, do it this way. The Lich turned pale with fear and asked, what are you going to do? One of the most talented mages in the world, the head of the magic tower in the body of a vampire, such a being disguised as a human. To observe Ketil, of course he prepared a false identity named Patrick. The Lich went ashen and looked at the length of rope in front of him in panic. Ketil took hold of the end of the rope and pulled it tight. He smiled brightly at him and said, all right, this is enough. Aaron and Eileen looked on helplessly, then let's get going. The Lich remained in shock and couldn't speak. And so, Ketil dragged him along as they set off. Eileen glanced at the Lich with some caution. He sighed and pondered, this is the first time I've been in such a situation. But. The Lich looked up at Ketil with scheming eyes, I could have been right beside him to observe. Now I understand what that cane meant. A speed beyond the limits of perception and sheer power can destroy even magic. He is both fast and strong. Even here, in the body of a homunculus, I can easily handle superhuman levels. If that's the case, he looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Watching Ketil's retreating back, the Lich formed a hypothesis. Could he really be at hero rank? A voice suddenly rose beside him, Lord Ketil, I have something to say. Eileen spoke up. She looked at him cautiously. Ketil turned around, a little surprised, and said, you've finally decided to speak. Eileen, astonished by his question, said, yes. Could it be that you already know something? Hearing this, Ketil replied that he had deliberately set out at night to avoid people's gaze, taking a roundabout route and avoiding main roads. He folded his arms and feigned nonchalance as he looked at her, it's obvious when people are hiding something. Eileen froze, stammering, is that so? Finally, Ketil reassured her. Come now, I understand, it's probably hard to trust someone you've just met like me. Eileen bowed her head and, with difficulty, said, that I've kept silent until now. She gripped the hem of her clothes, I'm truly sorry. If you don't mind, I'll tell you everything right now. Eileen didn't dare look up, speaking tensely. If after hearing the story you feel you cannot continue this mission, please say so. Keatle suddenly cut her off. Wait. He glanced to the side, furrowing his brow. We have an uninvited guest. Eileen gasped, yes. She looked toward where Keatle was looking. Eileen cautiously guessed, could it be? A pair of armored legs stepped out from the forest. Behind them, more soldiers in iron faceplates approached. Keatle turned to Aaron and Eileen. It seems they're here looking for you. Hearing this, she went pale and cried out in fear, impossible. Eileen, astonished, blurted a name, Rukento. The soldiers politely bowed. Their leader spoke carefully, Captain of the Verdant Knights, Rukento Edenheimer, I salute the Princess of the Kingdom of Ludian, Eileen Mavrochi Ludian. The Lich, hearing this, thought to himself, the Kingdom of Ludian. Rukento stepped closer toward them. He spoke, pleading, Princess, because we didn't know where you were, we searched everywhere for a long time. Please come with me. His Majesty has been very worried for you. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in fear. Rukento turned to Keatle, you look like a mercenary, the person you're escorting is the princess of our Kingdom of Ludian. He folded his arms and, eyes wide, asked him, then why is the princess here? Rukento explained, the princess ran away from home not long ago. He glanced at Aaron, she even brought along a loyal attendant. In any case, mercenary, from now on this matter is ours. Eileen suddenly cut in, no. Rukento asked her in puzzlement, the princess? Eileen's face darkened, who are you? He knitted his brow in confusion, what do you mean by that? Eileen clenched her fists and said coldly, you. She stared at Rukento and asked in a cold voice, who exactly are you? He stammered in reply, I am Rukento Edenheimer of the Verdant Knights of the Kingdom. Before he could finish, Eileen angrily shouted, don't be absurd. I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenheimer, but you are not Rukento. You and your men have infiltrated the palace unnoticed and are masquerading as friends. My family. She remembered their odd behavior and how they appeared exactly the same. Now filled with anguish, Eileen cried out, what are you things, after all? Where are my parents and everyone else? The Lich, hearing this, grew somewhat interested. He secretly used magic to probe. That red magic flow passed through Rukento and then returned. After checking, the Lich thought with surprise, he's human. Eileen still kept her head down, you. She bit her lip and voiced her thought, surely you intend to devour us whole to seize our entire kingdom, right? Eileen glared up at Rukento and shouted, but I will never let you succeed. Just wait. Aaron looked at her with deep sorrow and added, I will avenge all those who have disappeared. Rukento fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He suddenly sighed with resignation. Rukento did not respond to her but turned to Keatle, you heard that? The princess is delusional. Eileen retorted immediately, what? Delusional? Don't be ridiculous. He calmly explained to her, please think logically. You claim that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that's possible? Eileen hesitated and replied, that. He wouldn't let her continue and said, the princess needs treatment as soon as possible. Rukento reached out and said to her, come on. His steps did not stop, princess, please stop and come with us. Eileen watched Rukento approaching with fear. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed inwardly, no, this cannot end here, please someone save us. Keatle calmly asked, what are you doing? He suddenly moved to block in front of Eileen. Rukento glared and ordered Keatle, step aside. He curled his lip and said to him, no, you won't. Eileen stared in astonishment at the back blocking her. He bowed his head slightly and said without mercy, if you do not step aside, I will have to use force. With that, Rukento immediately lunged at him. As the distance between them closed, Ketel grabbed his head with one hand. Then with a single motion hurled Rukento to the ground. The knights in the unit, shocked by the scene, shouted, "Captain!" They yelled at him, "What are you doing?" Ketel immediately explained, "He attacked first, and my job is to deal with any enemy that dares approach my employer." Rukento struggled to stand up. "The princess is unwell. Do you believe all the princess's delusions are true?" Contrary to his hope, Ketel replied coolly, "You're speaking nonsense. Isn't it natural for a mercenary to trust the word of his employer?" Eileen widened her eyes in astonishment, she hadn't expected Ketel to trust her. Rukento scowled and angrily said, "You're all mad." Ketel smirked slightly, "That remains to be seen." Having said that, he called back, "Eileen." Though she didn't understand, she answered warily, "Yes." Ketel glanced at her and said, "They appeared without any warning." She asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Without hesitation he called out Rukento, simply put, these people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this, Eileen went pale. In shock she thought, "What?" Looking at the situation, the Lich was also doubtful. "Indeed." Ketel continued voicing his suspicion. "How did you all suddenly appear here?" Rukento's men darkened and fell silent. He raised his head and asked firmly, "Does that matter? We came here to find the princess, yet you keep quibbling over trivial matters." Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Ketel had to say, "You don't intend to answer, do you? If so, I will escort her to the kingdom of Danayan." Seeing Ketel take her side, Eileen pressed her lips together, thinking, "No one." She recalled everyone's reactions, "No one ever believed what I said." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Rukento drew the sword at his hip. He silently signaled the other soldiers, "There's no use saying more." Ketel stepped forward, not forgetting to warn, "Everyone step back a little." Eileen spoke to him anxiously, "Sir Ketel, please be careful. They are the strongest knight order of our kingdom. All troops." Rukento wasted no time and coldly ordered, "Draw your blades." Ketel curled his lip in amusement, this should be interesting. The Lich assessed them with his blood-red eyes, rank 2. They can all manipulate mystical energy. Moreover, he looked toward Rukento, "And is that one rank 1? He then ordered, "Deal with that savage, kill him." Immediately the soldiers moved in unison. They targeted a single person, Ketel. When all 5 closed in on him, Ketel remained calmly still. Then, with a single punch, the man on the right was sent flying in pain. The man on the left suffered the same fate from Ketel's physical strike. He raised his fist, poised to unleash power. A series of 3 soldiers were knocked down by Ketel's. In the end, the entire encirclement was easily wiped out by Ketel. He looked up, slightly annoyed, being ganged up on is really troublesome. Rukento, seeing this, did not give up. He ordered again, "Don't stop, attack all at once." The soldiers obeyed, "Yes." Another wave of encirclement closed in on Ketel. He grabbed 2 men by the heads with both hands and threw them. Not only that, Ketel then used them to knock away several others. Thus another assault ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to contain himself any longer, Rukento finally lunged forward, "This monster." He shouted in fury, "Die." Seeing a blade close in on Ketel, Elin cried out anxiously, "No, it's dangerous." But the sight before her froze her in place. Ketel used his strong teeth to block Rukento's sword. He was stunned and stared wide-eyed. Rukento watched as his sword was snapped in 2 by him. As he was knocked back, he thought, blocked with teeth. Ketel clenched his fist and said, "Want to continue?" Before him, all the soldiers lay scattered. Rukento forced himself up and, struggling, said, "Everyone, retreat." At his command, those who had been on the ground vanished as if cursed. A voice called out to Ketel, "Sir Ketel." Eileen stepped forward anxiously and asked, "Are you all right?" Ketil replied, "I'm not hurt, no need to worry." Eileen. "I will fulfill the request as promised, but I want to hear the whole story." She clenched her hand, nodded to Ketil, "Of course, I will tell you everything that happened. Aura is the essence of mysticism, it can tear steel and even sever magic. In other words, there's no way to break an aura with mundane matter. Yet, biting into the aura with his teeth left not a single scratch." The Lich watched Ketil intently with a judgmental gaze. A body that can withstand mysticism. Could it be that his very body is itself a mystery? Afterward, the group sat around a fire. He asked, "So how did all this happen?" The two of them fell silent for a moment. Then Aaron began to recount, "The story of our kingdom was replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already collapsed." He continued, "So that's why we fled." He replied, "If we stayed there, the princess and I would be replaced. This distortion began about a year ago." Hearing this, Ketil was taken aback and thought, "What? A year ago? A coincidence or what?" "Now that I think about it," Aquaz said the same. He recalled what she had said, "It seems the demon realm, which should be sealed, is affecting this world. Dungeon spawn cycles have become abnormal and countless evil entities have gradually appeared in the world. Since a year ago." He continued thinking, "At the time I didn't pay much attention, but that it was also a year ago. By the way, that guy said some strange things. The odd fellow I met on the last mission. I thought it was the flailing of someone about to disappear. But could it be otherwise?" Aaron cut across his thoughts, "I don't know where this all began. When the princess and I sensed something was wrong and asked mages and mystic scholars to investigate, no one could find the cause. Instead, they themselves were replaced." He thought for a few seconds. Then turned and asked, "How did you two realize it?" He explained, "It's hard to describe precisely. But the atmosphere where they gather feels very different. For example, though they spoke and acted normally, I still felt an unbearable sense of alienation." He pressed, "Is it just a feeling?" He replied, "At first, when the princess spoke, I didn't believe it either, but then strange things began to happen. I was in charge of managing and overseeing the servants in the royal city. Among them was a timid, easily frightened child named Kathy. If the servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would yawn constantly while working. A child like that. I found that reaction rather amusing, so I would occasionally tease her with ghost stories. But at some point, Kathy stopped reacting at all to ghost stories. Up to that point I didn't think much of it. Perhaps she simply grew up and no longer feared ghosts. But the real problem happened afterward. Kathy's job was to care for the statues in the royal city. Because the statues are often large and heavy, Kathy often worried she might accidentally be crushed to death. Then one day an accident really did happen, a statue toppled toward Kathy. But fortune was with her, Kathy wasn't seriously injured, though it was a near-fatal mishap. Yet Kathy felt no fear or horror at nearly dying. She only worried about being punished. In that moment, I realized. The Kathy standing before me was not the Kathy I knew. A shy, fearful child had somehow ceased to fear death. Her behavior hadn't changed, she still smiled and spoke as usual. But I could no longer consider that child to be Kathy. After that I probed several others in the royal city a few times. But most of them had transformed like Kathy. "You cut in, so you fled." He answered, "Because I feared I would become like them." You continued, "Then why come to the kingdom of Denian? If you needed protection, other places could have provided it." Eileen, clutching her fists, replied, "Because only the kingdom of Denian can enact the Declaration of Humanity." You asked in confusion, "The Declaration of Humanity? What is that?" She explained, Long ago it is said that humans once lived alongside other races. But a man wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out an unnamed god and voiced his wish. The god granted him a power, the ability to distinguish who is human and who is not. Afterward, that man founded a kingdom. You continued her, and that kingdom is the present-day kingdom of Danayan. She nodded in confirmation, yes, that's right. Those who bear the blood of Danayan can perform the declaration of humanity. This made you very curious, there's such a thing too. You thought to yourself, what an endlessly interesting world. Then you exclaimed, so you plan to use that power to find evidence? That's a good idea. She anxiously asked, is Sir Keatle all right? You smiled and answered, nothing has changed. I will continue to escort you as promised. This moved her deeply, she stammered, thank you so much. If this matter is resolved, I will grant whatever you wish. Whatever. You warmly replied, very well, I will be waiting. When she finished speaking, Aaron was slightly startled, thinking to himself, the princess. After her words there was a quiet stretch by the crackling fire. Then suddenly a voice rang out, Sir Keatle, do you believe her? The voice caught his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him, who pondered for a few seconds and offered, I'm not certain, but it's possible. Patrick voiced his thoughts, the Emerald Knights are human, you've clashed with them, so you surely know better than anyone. Seeing he recognized it too, he turned and replied, I think so as well. Patrick hesitated a few seconds, then warned, Sir Keatle. You're up against an entire nation. His words made him reflect on what he'd done. He continued, even if she's telling the truth, that's a problem. They'll try to kill you. The one who knows this truth. Are you really accepting this mission merely to fulfill a contract? He reflected for a few seconds, then replied, partly, yes. Then he stood and explained, but above all, a story as interesting as this. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Saying this, his eyes widened. And he stared straight at Patrick, causing him some fear. Patrick thought inwardly, what are you talking about, you savage? Is this whole situation just a game to you? His voice took on a touch of madness, what more could I want?